Entrepreneurship and Sustainability Conference 2020, coming to you live from the city centre right here in the heart of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I'm Jessie Chahel.
And my name is Rajara. Over the next 2 days, our action-packed program will be focusing on entrepreneurs at large and, of course, not forgetting the general community as well. We'll be talking to an illustrious array of speakers from around the world who will be speaking all things sustainable, but more importantly, regenerative. Right, Jessie?
Absolutely, Raj. And this brings me to make this very proud announcement. For the first time ever, Regenasia 2020 is the conference that's also that will happen in accordance with the Sustainability and Entrepreneurship Conference that is ongoing right now. Now, as we get warmed up, I want to say a big shout out and thank you to all of you joining us across the world, from Costa Rica to Australia, San Francisco to Canada, Taiwan, and Hong Kong, just to name a few.
Yes, very exciting indeed. And of course, some of the topics that will be covered over the next 2 days would include biomimicry, ancestral technologies, intergenerational justice, among others. And of course, the overriding theme over the next 2 days is about taking action today, not tomorrow, not next year, because our next generation's future depends on us right now.
That's right, and our actions. And you will hear these few keywords in the next 48 hours: regenerate, rebuild, and restore, all in line with the United Nations SDG, or Sustainable Development Goals, leaving no one behind. Now, of course, it gives me great pleasure at this juncture to bring on and hear from the man that has put this entire mega event together. Let's hear it from the founder of ESG TV and the organizer of the Entrepreneurship and Sustainability Conference, as well as Regenasia 2020, Mr. Louis Clovis.
Hi, thanks Jessie and Raj, and welcome everybody. Thank you for being here with us. It has been a great honor journeying throughout this period of time and setting up this conference. The purpose has been a great purpose, a need for sustainability, a need for growth, a need for regeneration. I start off this day with great gratitude, especially God above, and mostly to all the speakers who came about, and they were not just out of randomly. They came at the right time for me to choose and put the whole thing right in place, putting the right topics so that it builds to a complete understanding of what regeneration is all about. We have, over the years, we had a lot of different meanings of what sustainability is, how it was defined by different sets of people. And what we want to do right now is actually to put it in place, position it right, and lead you to understand what regeneration is all about. In a nutshell, it is all about, it comes back to you. Regeneration starts with you. You need to take accountability. You need to be a steward in leading your life, and therefore you can lead the people around you. Take, for example, if an individual who doesn't practice any of this, for example, handling how you handle plastic, how you handle electricity, energy, water, and all those things in play in what they call it as recycle, you're not going to feel the true essence of what sustainability is all about. It comes back to you. You can't depend on somebody else, and that's where it stands right now. Like people like Greta Thunberg, they are fighting out. She's fighting out there for intergeneration justice. She's fighting for the future of our next generation. As we have been given this generation for what the planet is right now, it is our duty and responsibility now to pass on to the next generation how the planet is going to be, and not a pile of filth. And that is the one that we're fighting. This conference is not just a conference. It is an activity-based session, and that's what I actually built it to. And everybody who comes for it, just know that for a fact that we have a message for everybody. We want to not just change mindset, we want to change conscience to a different understanding of what things are out there. And I hope the 37 speakers we have lined up for the next 2 days for you, and about 18 workshops we have, I hope it'll bring some change, some level of shift in your conscience to make a difference in your life and be accountable for the people, for the planet, and not forgetting prosperity is important, profit is important, but never before people and planet. With that, I thank you. I give you back to Jesse and Raj.
Thank you so much, Louis, the driving force behind today's conference, as well as the founder of ESG TV. Then the message that Louis has mentioned is very powerful, that it's a call to action, right? That we need to take action today as opposed on relying on others. We should take responsibility, don't you think?
That's right. The onus is on each individual on this planet. And I think also to sort of remind everyone and perhaps ourselves that we need to change our conscience and not just our mindset, because that seems to be the operating center of the human being. And if we can achieve that in changing and shifting the way we feel and the way we think, then perhaps we are one step closer towards achieving the main aim of protecting our planet. Of course, it's also important to remember that the future generation is relying on us right now to take care, and so that they can inherit a planet that is livable.
Hopefully, at the end of the day. And of course, as you mentioned, it's all in your consciousness. And individually, of course, you can take action and make things happen, but we need to do it collectively as the human race, don't you think?
Absolutely. And I think, although it may sound like a big agenda, obviously a global agenda, I think we can start small. Baby steps is the way to start in our own community, from our homes, in our own areas, in local schools, universities, at the workplace. Little steps, they will go a long way, Raj.
That's right. Ripple effect. All you need to do is lead by example, influence your social circle, the people around you, and henceforth, and if you go by that methodology, the exponential effect could be immense. So, end of the day, the action is in your hands.
That's right. And that is what the next 2 days will bring you, a variety of topics and content. We hope to keep it interactive as well. So as you join our different sessions, please feel free to leave your questions. We'll hope to get them all answered. We'd love to hear from you as well, your feedback, your comments, your suggestions, your ideas. We're all in this together. And remember, no one gets left behind. We have yet another keynote speaker in line awaiting, joining us all the way from Costa Rica.
That's right.
That's right. And that is Edward Muller. He is a game changer, ladies and gentlemen. He's an environmentalist, a scientist, and an activist as well, who's deeply passionate and also involved in addressing challenges in biodiversity as well as regeneration. He's even participated in the development of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Edward Muller.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation, for the opportunity to be sharing a couple of ideas with you. It is my pleasure to be with you, and you tell me when I can start my presentation.
Right.
Go ahead. Okay. I want to share the screen and show a PowerPoint, which actually is easier to understand with images, what I'm going to talk about. So, why do we need regeneration? We already know that the planet is under great stress. We're seeing humanity reaching several tipping points. We are seeing how our planet is degrading in a very accelerated, exponential way. And on top of that, we have now a little present from nature that has put humanity on its knees. And actually, I call it a present from nature because it is a good fire drill. This virus is a consequence of our actions of destroying life on Earth, destroying biodiversity, destroying nature. And it could potentially have a vaccine or a treatment, whereas planetary collapse will not have a way back. The extinction of biodiversity, extinctions are forever, and runaway climate change, which we're starting to see already, is also pretty much irreversible once you get to the tipping points. So we have time to react, and we can actually use this huge opportunity that nature is giving us to decide how we want to live in the future. We really need to change our behavior and respond to a different reality for the future. So we know for quite a long time that we should have crossed the bridge to a better relationship, a harmonious relationship with nature. We still haven't done it. Now we're stuck there. We either run to the other side and start learning how to live in peace with nature and with all life on Earth, or we can walk back slowly and have a few years, a few decades maximum living on this planet. It's been 33 years since we came up with the famous definition of sustainability that would be not compromising the ability of future generations to have their own needs covered. These future generations are here and they're angry with us, and they have all the right to be angry with us. They know the planet is dying, their planet is dying, their future is dying. They know we had to act already a while ago, and we need to act immediately if we want to stop the destruction of humanity. It's not anymore only the planet. And they don't really care as we cared for stuff. You cannot eat money. You cannot eat the things we accumulate in this consumption society. I personally think we are at a critical historical moment for humanity. Our political systems are failing. Anybody who saw the debate last night in the US can clearly understand that the central governments are not appropriate anymore to defend the needs of the majority. We're seeing climate disruptions, we're seeing all sorts of different societal breakdowns, cultural breakdowns, and economic system has been broken already for a while. So going back to the priorities that we have to start facing, and this is where actually humanity is falling short, because we seem to have problems identifying what the true challenges are that humanity faces. And the Stockholm Resilience Center published already in 2009, and a second version in 2015, the planetary boundaries, which define the safe operating space for humanity. And basically what they already did was map out the main global changes that we're experiencing. And these changes have actually moved us into a new geological era, which is the Anthropocene. In other words, the main planetary changes that we're seeing right now are caused by us humans. What many people don't seem to realize is that biodiversity loss is the most critical factor that is getting humanity out of the planet. Very closely followed by fertilizer use. And fertilizer use has remained under the radar. The petrochemical industry, together with the academic world that has promoted the use of poisons on our food and poison nature, by the way, and poison even humans, have managed to stay under the radar. And it's time that we bring them up front. Land use change is the third cause, and climate change is the fourth cause for us to not be able to stay living on this planet. Now, the most interesting thing is that agriculture plays a huge role. 80% of global changes are caused by agriculture, the way we produce our food. So if we don't change the way we produce our food, we're not going to make it to live here long on the planet. Agriculture is responsible for about 30% of climate change, and this bias towards climate change at the world level is actually avoiding us to take real action on the important things. And those areas in red that you see in this graph are the most important things. They're the areas that have taken us beyond the zone of uncertainty on the capacity of the planet keeping us. We have reached many agreements in terms of biodiversity. The Aichi targets and the strategic plan that were developed in Nagoya. I was actually a negotiator for Costa Rica in that meeting. it's said that by this year we'd have biodiversity values integrated into business plans, into government plans, into government accounting, corporate accounting. Nothing of that has happened. Biodiversity is actually already recognized as the very real end of the world, and no one is acting like it. And the report that just came out a few days ago tells us that countries have failed. None of the countries have met even an important part of the targets we had set out 10 years ago. So we're in exponential loss of biodiversity, and this is getting very critical. In terms of climate change, we were told and we were warned many, many times that by 2020 we had to reverse our trends. Otherwise, we'd go into a very dangerous zone of non-return due to runaway climate change. At the beginning of this year, the reports already said we're not making it. And even with COVID and the reduction of emissions due to less flights and less cars being used, we're still not managing. So even with the shutdown due to COVID, we are not reaching the targets. We are now getting to really dangerous tipping points where methane release is being accelerated by outrageous temperatures close to 40 degrees centigrade in the Arctic Circle this summer, with all the fires in Australia and in Western US, in Siberia. We're getting to these famous tipping points. And it's not like we don't have the science. We have everything mapped out. We know exactly what we're doing wrong. We just don't really take it seriously. This is the best scientifically documented planetary extinction. We have all the data, all the information, all the knowledge to know what we're doing wrong. We just have forgotten one thing, to turn everything into wisdom. And that is what our elders used to do. They used to sit down and meditate. If you look at Wikipedia, the definition of wisdom is actually the ability to think and act using knowledge, experience, understanding, common sense, and insight. So we have to really go into that experiential self-knowledge, the ethics, and the benevolence to our decision-making process, both at the company level, at the individual level, at the community level, at the governmental level. It's time that we actually stop and take a deep breath and look around what we're actually doing to ourselves. So the question is, are we going to be mere spectators of a new normal, or are we going to actually be active and co-create a better future? And I believe we have the responsibility. These are all children which I have interacted over the last years. These are the children that are suffering. These are the children that are paying the bill. It's not the children of the rich that live in the cities that are paying the consequences. The immediate consequences are faced by rural children, children in poverty, children that have been left out of development and of society. So the Earth Charter tells us in its first paragraph that we stand in a critical moment in Earth's history when it is our turn to choose if we want to stay or not on this planet. So as the world becomes increasingly interdependent and fragile, the future at once holds great peril and great promise. And I focus on the promise. We still have an opportunity to move forward. But to move forward, we must recognize that in this huge, magnificent diversity of cultures, of life forms, we are one human family and one Earth community with a common destiny. So we have to go together, the whole planet forward. We cannot keep on pointing fingers. And another important issue is we've been told that we need to adapt to climate change, adapt to planetary collapse. I don't agree. I think it's a totally wrong perspective. It's a reductionist scientist approach. We have the opportunity to build the future we want. So if we're told that we need to adjust to a collapsing planet, I'm not going to stay sitting and waiting for that to happen. I want to be part of the solution. One of the biggest issues is that we were taught, and this is where environmental education failed really, really badly, is we were taught that we need to take care of nature. The truth is, nature does not need us. It can take care of itself. It has shown us over the last 6 months that we gave it vacation how resilient it is and how willing it is to bounce back with life. What we have to do is learn that if nature does not function, we don't exist. And as I said, it sent us this little present, which is actually giving us the opportunity for a fire drill. It could have a treatment, it could have a vaccine, but we need to act, and we need to act now. We cannot bounce back to the old system. And many companies, many people, many countries are trying to find a way to get rid of environmental regulations, any restrictions to bouncing back the economy. But the economy that we had is what got us into this mess. The way we did our business models, the accumulation of money in 1% of the hands on the planet is not the way forward. So we have to recognize, number one, that we are nature. We are not the owners of nature. We're part of nature, and we depend on nature to keep on living on this beautiful planet. So we need to re-emerge. We need to be reborn, basically. We won't solve these issues with cosmetic fixes. We really need to rethink. And I was presented as an activist. Yes, in the past, I used to think about revolutions. Now I think actually of an evolution. We need to go from the traditional ego society, ego economy, where the man is on top, the woman is underneath, and all life at our feet, transition through the eco, and I think that's where some organizations are still stuck, because we actually need to transition to Seva, which is humanity in service of life on the planet, where we give more than we take. And if we can reach this mindset in short time, we still have a great opportunity to build back the world to a flourishing future, a world of abundance and not scarcity. Our whole economic system built on debt and on scarcity is totally wrong. So we can think of this, and I'm not sure how many of you have heard of the Three Horizons model, but the business as usual is losing the fit for purpose. And we need to move to the viable future, this regenerative future. So organizations like my university are in Horizon 2. So we're trying to push out of the old system, but we need innovation. We will not solve the problems of Horizon 1 with the mindset of Horizon 1 and the tools of Horizon 1. We actually need to be very innovative, very creative to be able to transition. And Buck Fuller said it very clearly. Don't fight the existing system. To change something, build a new system that makes the old model obsolete. And that is what we're actually doing when we talk about regenerative development. So actually, we need to transcend the human thinking of superiority over nature and elevate the importance of cycles, relationships, and the care of life. This new alternative way of understanding the world is more like a recovery of our bond with nature, the rebirth of the feminine principle, the principle of caring. We should actually have a lot more women in power making decisions than men, because the women have that feminine principle, which Leonardo Boff describes as the caring, capacity for caring, the capacity for belonging to a greater whole. And that is what we need to move forward. And that can only be done through the spiritual dimension, which many universities just freak out when you talk about spirituality. And many of them confuse it with religion, and it has nothing to do with religion. So we need to move away from old tools, old measurements. Joseph Stiglitz and Amartya Sen and Jean-Paul Vitosi already said we are mismeasuring our lives. And GDP, the gross domestic problem, as Lorenzo calls it, is very strongly correlated with inequality. So the higher the GDP, the higher the inequality. It has never been related to development, and we still use it to measure countries and how they're progressing. That is totally incorrect. So we need to be able to unlearn from these old metrics. There are alternatives. Donor economics is one of them. Amsterdam chose donor economics to emerge and rebuild post-COVID. And that instrument actually allows us to think of what is actually development. I'm partially from German descent. And if we look at Germany, Germany has been unsustainable before I was born. So the ecological footprint of Germany is way above the biocapacity. And if we look at the donut in red on the outside, are the planetary boundaries at the national level that Germany has way surpassed. Yes, their social threshold in light blue in the circle in the center is perfect. I mean, perfect life. But at what cost? So Germany has achieved that standard of living for its population using resources from the rest of the planet. It doesn't have the resources to satisfy that. If we look at other countries like Australia, a huge continent with a small population relative to the country, and look at its footprint. I mean, it's way, way beyond the biophysical boundary. Yes, it has a 100% social threshold, but at what cost? This is not a development model to follow. Now, who is to blame? Is it the government? Is it business? Or is it actually us? And I think it's us. If we want to change, we have to start changing us at the individual level. Stop consuming the way we're consuming. Stop making decisions the way we make decisions. And the change will come from within the people, not from any government or the UN system. I don't expect the UN system or any president to solve our current issues. We have to solve them together. If we compare Malaysia with Sri Lanka, we see two totally different models. Malaysia has actually a lot of red in social threshold, as has Sri Lanka, but Malaysia has all that red, and on top of that, it has exceeded the biophysical boundaries of the country. So there is something wrong with that model of development. The case of Sri Lanka, it is way below its physical boundaries, but it still has a lot of social empty spaces in red. So this is a powerful tool which we have actually started using. Here's Kate Rayworth in the center of the photo, through the Regenerate Costa Rica initiative, where the basis is we build the future we want. So we want from civil society a bottom-up approach to develop the country. And we're linking this to the global level. We're launching in a couple of weeks a beautiful initiative called Bounce Beyond that is going to help these next economies flourish. So we don't want to bounce back to the old system. We want to bounce beyond, and that requires creating new infrastructures for finance, creating new infrastructures for society, creating new ways of education. And this is a global to local and local to global feedback process. So actually, this is the donut Costa Rica. Our social threshold is bad in the sense that we have growing inequality. This inequality has accelerated due to the free trade agreements, to the neoliberal process in the country. But we haven't really exceeded so much the planetary boundaries. And so what we're actually doing is identifying which areas are the best to act with, how to bring back the planetary boundaries and eliminate the social empty spaces that we have. So how do we get to a good social threshold within our own biocapacity of the country? We're not doing this alone. We're doing it with a lot of different partners around the planet and locally, using the best systems around, Savory Institute for Holistic Grazing, Regenerative Communities Network, which is born from Capital Institute on regenerative economy, the Earth Charter, Donut Economics, Blue Marble Evaluation. All these powerful organizations are helping us develop this new framework for development. So basically for us, regenerative development is a departing from the reductionist approach. We need holistic approaches. We cannot solve the current problems, poverty, climate change, global change, whatever, with reductionist approaches. And our academic system, regretfully, is based in reductionism. Our journal system, the science journals, are reductionist. So we need to move to this new way of looking at life and understanding that the functioning of ecosystems is the basis for life to continue. So it's not taking care of a polar bear. It's actually understanding that we depend on a functioning planet. And we need that new symbiotic relationship with nature, which we had for hundreds and thousands of years, and we've now lost it over the last few decades. So we also need to measure development based on hope, based on happiness, based on education, and not based on GDP. So it's beyond minimizing impacts, which is the dimension, the horizon one, where sustainability is still in. And how do we integrate these 6 dimensions in a holistic approach? Basically based on the bioregional approaches, on the territory. So we work through these dimensions and not within the dimensions. So true transdisciplinary approaches. It is complex. If you map it out, and we're using 7 vortex to do all this mapping, you can start identifying all the different components that have to be taken into account. This is only one small map. We're actually funding a lot of this through Seeds, joinseeds.com. It's a global currency, cryptocurrency, which is a decentralized autonomous organization, so totally different than Bitcoin, and using powerful instruments like the Blue Marble evaluation. So what does it mean on the ground? It means that we need functional landscapes, no matter if it is urban or rural or conservation or production. Every single landscape has to provide ecosystem services for humanity to keep on living. We also need social regeneration, where we have true participation of society in decision making. Local governance will be the future. Central governments will probably go dying off, and local governance will take a real true role if we can empower communities and make them understand and have the capacity to self-manage their futures. We need, of course, regenerative economics, where the community of life is a benefit, not only profit. We need to regenerate the cultural design of our societies, the sense of community and care, awareness of our common origin, of our mutual belonging, and of the future to be shared with everyone. And we need regenerative politics. I wish we had a lot of young women making decisions instead of old men with white hair or orange colored hair, which are not making decisions for the good of everybody. And the spiritual dimension, which is for me probably the most important one. If we want action, we need to go to the hearts of the people, to the values of the people. So going back to agriculture, which is the cause of 80% of our planetary changes, we have to understand that agriculture is biology, not chemistry. If it is chemistry and it is so good, then let's certify the product's chemical and put a label, this is chemical. If you take in the externalities like cancer, all the syndromes that are now in children with allergies and autism, a lot of these are related to the use of pesticides and chemicals. And nitrogen kills the soil. We also need to bring in other knowledge sources, indigenous knowledge. This is a friend, Isla Candon Indian from Mexico. And this is a barren land, wasteland that was regenerated. And on the right, you see Manuel Castellano with 7,000 years of millenary knowledge. And on the left, you see a famous Western university that wasn't able to regenerate the forest. So Manuel has achieved more than 5% carbon in the soil at 50, 60 centimeters deep. So it is very important for us to understand that the Western science is not the only source. It is important, but it's not the only source. Here we have some of the Western sciences now telling us that if we do regeneration, if we do regenerative agriculture, holistic cattle grazing, mixed forestry systems, we can actually go back 157 parts per million of CO2 equivalent. That is getting back to a normal atmosphere. Some of the holistic scientists say that we can achieve that in less than 30 years. So instead of looking at electric cars to solve our problems, let's look at the way we produce our food. This document just came out a few days ago. It is really powerful. And you can see that regenerative grazing systems alone, converting degraded soil, degraded land to regenerative grazing systems, can capture more carbon than what is emitted by humanity every year. So together with regenerative cropping systems, regenerative grazing systems, we can actually reverse climate change in very short time. Now this requires a different education. So education for the future is the future generations need to know that we build the future. and we're still training them in professions that don't exist anymore or won't exist. Probably the 10 new professions that will come over the next 10 years, 9 of them still don't exist, and our universities are still training people to solve our previous problems, our past problems. We need to train them to solve the future challenge that they're going to be facing. And we need to focus on what are called soft skills, which I call the important skills. I mean, the technical things kids are learning on YouTube. You don't need a teacher to tell mechanics or tell technical stuff. But we do need to educate them on these soft skills, which are the real critical skills: collaboration, co-creation, conflict solving, conflict resolution, all these other things that are highly relevant for the future. And this, we need to ask their questions. We know what is that we need to learn to solve our future challenges. How do we learn it? Are we going to learn it in the classroom with the teacher standing up in front of a bunch of kids sitting in desks? That is not going to happen. Why do we need to learn? And where do we learn? And how do we measure what we learn? The biggest stupidity that humanity has made in education is thinking that by doing exams, we can actually determine how much a student has learned. And that is totally wrong. And also standardizing education. Every kid is different. Every kid has potentials. And we measure them with one measuring stick. So we need to move away from the competition-based education of the MBA programs. It's not about competition. It's about collaborating, co-creating, where a farmer that has never gone to school has as much to say as a Nobel Prize. So we need to actually combine different knowledge sources and co-create jointly our future. At the University UCI in Costa Rica, we have developed several new programs, and in January we're going to be launching several others together with Ubiquity University at the global level for regenerative entrepreneurship. And it is a huge possibility for new professions: regenerative tourism, regenerative agriculture, regenerative economics, local development. There's so much opportunity here for new jobs. It's amazing. These programs have been so successful. We don't really, we're not really capable of satisfying the demand. So we have to join efforts. We have actually created also the Regenerative Communities Network with Capital Institute. So these are bioregions that are actually doing regeneration. So the students are going to be on these virtual academic programs, can then choose where around the world they want to go and actually practice regeneration. So cases like Regenerate Costa Rica, we can accept students from around the world to actually see how you do regeneration on the ground. And instead of having degrees hanging on the wall, we're looking for a passport. So in the passport, the student can report his contacts, his achievements, his networking, which are probably a lot more relevant for the future than having a diploma hang on the wall, which he managed to get through doing exams. So I just hope that my son, who's now 8 years old, my younger son, will be able to thank me for having tried to give him a future. I don't want him saying, how did you end up wasting any chance I had for a future just for you to be living in your satisfaction. So maybe I'm lucky enough and he can thank me for having changed the way the world is going. I still have hope. Humanity is waking up, and especially now during the COVID. And if we exchange experiences and values and enrich ourselves, we can really complete ourselves mutually and move to this new future. And those people who are denying, who are with obstructionist attitudes, forget it. Let's not fight that system. We need to move into a new universal solidarity, and that is what we require. So I ask, how do you want to emerge after COVID? How do you want your community or your country, your planet to emerge after? And what are you going to do? How are you going to be part of the solution? We cannot keep on pointing fingers at the people to blame. That's one of the things kids like Greta have to learn. It's useless to keep on pointing the bad things. We need to have Greta tell solutions so all the young people can actually understand. We're actually setting up a global program starting the next month to educate any kid beyond 10 years old on how to do regeneration and using Instagram and all those networks that they are using right now. So my question is, will we act on time? Will we really give these kids the opportunity? And that transformation that happens in the caterpillar to a butterfly is what we actually need. We need to rebuild and regenerate ourselves from the inside. So regeneration starts by regenerating ourselves, our family, our friends, our community, to the country level and to the global level. So thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Edward, for that presentation and keynote speech. In fact, some very salient points, Raj.
Yep, definitely, definitely. I like the way you look at it from a business perspective, about the economy, about the leaders, politics. Politicians obviously play a big role in driving and leading the change and all that, don't you think?
That's right. Edward, I just wanted to revisit some of the very salient points that you've made. You said we need to be actors and co-creators of our future, and this involves us relearning or unlearning. What would you say are some of those starting points, Edward?
We need to change our priorities. I mentioned already that we had to understand that we depend on a functioning planet. The planet does not depend on a functioning humanity.
Yep.
So we are dependent of the planet keeping us alive. If we could have understood that a long time ago, an environmental impact assessment might be legal, but it's immoral because it allows us to do damage. And right now, we cannot keep on doing damage to the country, to the planet, to our community. So the whole thought of linear extraction from mine to garbage to waste is totally wrong. And the circular economy kind of tries to fix that, but it's still within the first horizon. So if you want to be able to move forward, study the three horizons approach and see how you actually can move away from that mindset, because we will not solve the current problems. And that is one of the problems with the SDGs. They are very top-down, and they're very mechanistic, and they're very within the same framework of thought.
But
So,
Edward, you were involved with that phase of developing the SDGs, and now you say that there is a problem with it. It has a top-down approach.
okay, yes, I was several times in New York, especially for SDG 17, and every single session started out with the person, I won't mention his name, thanking Nestle, Coca-Cola, Syngenta, Monsanto for their support for that meeting to happen. And if you look at SDG 17, the corporate sector is a savior, and the way to implement SDGs is through the corporate sector. If you look at the Pope's encyclica on the environment, it actually points the finger on the corporate destruction of the planet. So I'm not against corporations, but they have to reinvent themselves. So yes, the SDGs are fundamental. I'm not saying we don't use them. They're fundamental, and they have included a lot of different topics that the previous efforts of the UN system had not been able to achieve. But we need to go beyond that mindset. We need to go beyond circular economy. We need to go beyond philanthropy. We need to go beyond corporate sustainability or corporate responsibility, sorry. Corporate responsibilities is cleaning up a little bit of your junk. We need to change business models. So any business, no matter what it is, gives three positive outcomes, like this, the B Corp or the Sistema B in Latin America. Money, environment, and community have to benefit from every single activity. The planet is too much beyond in damage that if we don't regenerate that capacity, we just won't survive. So we cannot eat gold, we cannot eat money.
Right. Obviously, it makes sense. The corporations, it just can't be a PR exercise. Obviously, you need to be doing it because you want to do it rather than purely for the benefit of consumers, benefit for marketing and all that. Now, we have a very interesting question from one of our viewers as well. Regenerative entrepreneurs, how can they get involved? How can they start off if they're interested to get into this space?
I suggest, I don't know if, who is aware of Humanity Rising. It's an event that started 22nd of May. Every single day during the week now, before it was every 7 day, all 7 days, now it's only during the week. From the 12th of October to the 16th of October, log on to Humanity Rising. We'll be working exactly on the development of the knowledge platforms that are required to train humanity to do regeneration for all ages. So if you come to those 5 days, it's 2 hours a day, you'll be able to follow us and help us, because there's going to be a mural to have a global participation. We have over 20,000 people listening into Humanity Rising every day. We actually organized an event from July 23rd to 29th. You can also follow that on the Next Economies, Donor Economics, Regenerative Economics, Wellbeing Economy Alliance. Bouncing Beyond was there. But that part of capacity development, we'll be developing and exposing what we're going to do on those dates. But anyway, just look us up on the internet, and we are already offering programs for regenerative entrepreneurship.
Well, that is Humanity Rising. Be sure to check that out. Edward, one other observation I made. You said one human family, one earth community. And that's the sort of mindset that we need to move forward with. You keep repeating these words, bounce beyond and not just bounce back. It seems to me you're saying, let's go back to the basics in terms of tapping into humanity and the human spirit. And a lot of times this gets confused as well. We've got another question that's come from one of our participants today. Alvin Long asks, how are we able to empower marginalized communities through the innovation while they are way behind from the basic norm? That's right, we're in the new norm
Yes,
now.
well said.
And one of the key, perhaps, findings of his research, he says, is the governance and, or rather, governance to end the sustainability program, if I can read this correctly. Basically, what is required to ensure these are able to sustain innovations? Edward.
If you want to solve any community's problems, don't bring them the answers. Ask the questions. It has to be a down-up approach. And the best tool you have to work with communities is giving back their self-esteem. They have to recover their cultural basis. If you do not do that, communities won't be resilient. So you have to work at that level, giving them back. And actually, many of the cooperation and philanthropy things actually increase the dependence of communities and breaks them apart. There's nothing worse than giving somebody money without him asking. At the end, you'll turn him into a beggar. So it's the opposite. It's going and asking the questions, sitting with them, and helping them feel that they can actually solve a lot of their problems. And actually, you can solve 80% of the problems that humanity has without much resource and without foreign aid, just by solving behaviors, by solving community issues at the local level. And you have to bring in the kids because they are able to dream. So when you establish a vision, you have to do it with young people. The old people have a list of current problems that are solved as their vision, whereas kids have imagination, have creativity, and we need to bring the youth in to co-create those solutions and that innovation.
Well said, Edward. Yeah, basically, end of the day, we shouldn't have a top-down approach. We should have a bottom-up, because it's the future generations who are going to have to take the lead moving forward.
Thank you very much, Edward Mahler, all the way from Costa Rica, sharing his thoughts and, of course, his presentation on how we need to bounce back and be resilient. I guess, ladies and gentlemen, there couldn't be a more crucial time for us to reverse climate change, protect our biodiversity, and restore our planet.
Yep.
Here's a reminder, a clarion call from Edward as well, reminding us that we need to take this seriously. We have the data, we have the facts. Let's act before it's too late. We don't need to build more castles. We don't need to build electric cars. What we need is to solve fundamental, basic, on-the-ground issues.
And I like the way he said humanity needs to wake up. But end of the day, for people out there, communities, businesses, it's about dangling the carrot or the stick. Because, you know, it's all about self-preservation. It's all about oneself. But as you can see what we're going through right now with the COVID-19 pandemic, Mother Nature has responded. And now all of us have to take note and take action because it's impacting us on the very basic level, which is our everyday lives.
Absolutely. A shift in our conscience towards the decisions that we make. Back to basics once again. We need to give more than we take. That rhymed a little bit.
Yeah, well done, well
It's
done.
time to bring on our next keynote speaker, Raj.
That's right. And now moving on to
Bye-bye.
our next keynote speaker, who's still on that side of the world in San Francisco, USA. He's a senior fellow at the Post-Carbon Institute, a serial author, and the authority on all things climate change and energy issues, especially in relation to fossil fuel. With that, we have Richard Heinberg with his topic on resilience thinking. Hi, Richard. How
Well,
are you doing?
greetings. I'm doing well. It's great to be speaking with you from so far away by the magic of technology.
There you go. One positive things of modern day advancements, and hopefully we can use that to take humanity forward.
We can't wait to hear from you, Richard. The stage is yours.
Great. Let me see if I can get my PowerPoint going here. Great. Okay. Well, I'm going to be speaking mostly about the concept of resilience today and its significance for this moment in history. I'm actually speaking to you from my home in Santa Rosa, California, not from San Francisco. And Santa Rosa is a place that's been beset by a whole series of natural disasters related to climate change. We had a devastating wildfire in 2017 that wiped out part of the town. Then in 2019, just last year, we had very serious flooding that took out many houses and buildings. And then just 2 days ago, we had another devastating wildfire. So our little town of about it's about 150,000 people has had more than its share of disasters recently, weather-related, climate-related disasters, and I think it's a harbinger of what many places are going to be facing. And in many cases, it will not be just a single kind of trauma. It's likely to be different kinds of challenges converging from different directions. So that's why the concept of resilience is really gaining cachet among environmental analysts and leaders. I'm sure you're familiar with the idea of sustainability, which was the watchword for several decades, the idea that we have to remake society so that it can be maintained over the long term. That's still very important. But the reality is that we've already pushed the boundaries beyond what is sustainable. And as a result, we have impacts that are already arriving, not just that are inevitable, but that we're already having to deal with. And that's why we need more resilience. Now, what we've learned here in Santa Rosa over the last few years is a few lessons. First of all, in times of crisis, people really band together and help one another out in all kinds of ways. And it really, for the most part, calls forth really the best of human nature. The tricky bit is that if the crisis is sustained for a long period of time, that well of good feeling can run dry, and people can get very tired and traumatized. And existing inequalities in society can be worsened. Here in Santa Rosa, for example, after the wildfires, the cost of rebuilding increased, the price of real estate went up, and so people who had low incomes suddenly found they couldn't afford to live here anymore, and they had to move someplace else. Also, the natural impulse of people in crisis is to want to get back to normal as quickly as possible. Well, that's certainly understandable, but in some cases, and I would argue this is true for us globally now, it's the normal way of living, the normal way of doing things, our business as usual, that's actually creating the crises. So getting back to normal is not the answer. Another thing we've learned from these crises is that the best time to build resilience is before the crisis arrives, because once you're in crisis, then the best you can do is to minimize the casualties and get through it. And then if you have some time later on, then you can get back into the resilience building business. But if you're not actually in crisis right now, it's really important to be building resilience into your community. In order to understand the concept of resilience and how to go about building a more resilient society, it's important to start with systems thinking. And this isn't something that we're taught ordinarily in schools. Systems have boundaries, they have inputs and outputs, stocks and flows, and two different kinds of feedbacks: balancing feedbacks and self-reinforcing feedbacks. This is not a place for a systems thinking course, but I would urge you, if you haven't had a systems thinking course or read a book on systems thinking, that you do that, because there are some basic concepts that are really important to get. I'll cover them very, very briefly, but this is not really enough to get you going. Take, for example, a food system. If you wanted to diagram that in terms of feedbacks and stocks and flows and so on, it would look something probably like this. And to the layperson, the uninitiated, well, this looks like mumbo jumbo. It's impossible to understand. But all of these symbols with the pluses and minuses and the arrows really do mean something, and help systems scientists to understand the relationships between the components in systems. So I mentioned before that understanding feedbacks is really important. Self-reinforcing feedbacks are one kind of feedback. And here's an example. If we increase our energy usage, chances are that's going to increase carbon dioxide emissions, which will destabilize the climate. And that's going to lead to more very hot or very cold days, probably more very hot days, which means more people are going to be turning on their air conditioners and using more energy. And so this is a feedback loop that just keeps getting worse and worse. This is only one of many feedbacks that's involved in climate change, but this is just one little example. Now, how do we reverse that feedback? Well, you have to start by reducing your energy usage, which reduces CO2 emissions and climate instability, and so on. So in that way, you can create sort of a virtuous cycle, but you have to understand what's going on if you're going to do that. If you just find that suddenly you have way more hot days and your only solution is to use more energy, you're not going to solve the problem. You may cool yourself off for a few afternoons, but you'll be exacerbating, worsening the underlying problem. The other kind of feedback is a balancing feedback. And we all know about balancing feedbacks because we experience them all the time. Homeostasis, the process by which our body temperature remains relatively constant, is the result of a set of balancing feedbacks inside our cells, inside our respiratory and circulatory systems, and so on. The thermostat in a room or in a house is also an example of a balancing feedback, as are predator-prey relationships in nature. As prey species proliferate, that causes predator species to reproduce more, to take advantage of this increased food source. And that causes the population of the prey species to be depleted, which then forces the population of the predator species to decline. So you get these lagging cycles of predator-prey population. So in short, we need more balancing feedbacks and fewer self-reinforcing feedbacks. If you're a systems scientist and you're examining a system and you come across a self-reinforcing feedback, you can be sure that that's going to be trouble. A healthy system is one that's characterized primarily, if not entirely, by balancing feedbacks. So here are some of the problems that we're facing in the world today, and they appear often to be completely separate, nothing to do with each other. It's just a coincidence that somehow all of these things, biodiversity loss, climate change, water stress, food insecurity, increasing economic inequality, political polarization, increasing flows of refugees. It seems like it's sort of a coincidence that all of these horrendous problems are converging on us at the same time. Well, in fact, there often are relationships. We know that as climate change worsens, that worsens also biodiversity loss. It also affects water stress, more droughts and floods. And we could go on. Climate change also impacts food insecurity, as does water stress. Food insecurity leads to increasing flows of refugees, and on and on. So if we want to understand this system of problems, we have to understand the relationships between them. That's systems thinking. And that's the basis of the kind of diagram that I was showing you earlier. Well, the fact is that our world system, our global system, is experiencing very, very serious self-reinforcing feedbacks. And the mother of those self-reinforcing feedbacks, if you will, has to do with fossil fuels, because fossil fuels have given us sources of energy completely unlike anything that human beings had access to previously. Fossil fuels represent millions of years of ancient sunlight that was gradually, over more millions of years, compressed and transformed into materials that were relatively easy to access and that represent energy that's stored, easily transported, and easily used. So over the last 200 years, we've increased our energy usage globally dramatically. Per capita energy usage has increased eightfold, 800%. Meanwhile, population has increased during that time also eightfold, 800%. So that's 64 times, 8 times 8 is 64, 64 times as much energy that we're using today as we were using in 1800. And the vast majority of that energy is fossil fuels. As you can see in this diagram, we're still using what this calls traditional biofuels, which means basically firewood, cattle dung, and so on, as we were 200 years ago. And we're using just as much of it and even more, but we've added more energy sources on top of those, including coal, oil, natural gas, nuclear, and some modern renewables like solar and wind. So altogether, we've increased our energy usage dramatically, and energy is what makes the world work. Both the natural world and the human economy is entirely based on energy. Often economists think of energy as just one component of GDP, but really it's the whole show. With more energy, you can do more things. With less energy, you can't do as much. And with so much more energy, we've been able to increase the rate of resource extraction, resource transformation, manufacturing, and therefore consumption. In order for all of this to happen, we had to have some things in place. We had to have a culture of private ownership of resources. We had to have a culture that supported capital investment and that supported the invention of new technologies. All of those things were present. Actually, they were present 1,000 years ago in China, ancient China. And the Industrial Revolution almost got its start 1,000 years ago. The Chinese were using coal in quite large quantities, actually. They were developing many new technologies. Capital investment was beginning to happen. But the Chinese government saw the emergence of industrialism as a threat, and they suppressed it. And so instead, it happened in Britain 800 years later. And we're in the full flowering of industrialism today. This is a diagram of the economy that you can easily find on the internet. And this is the way most economists understand the economy, with producers and consumers. Well, what's missing here is, of course, the planet. All the resources that we use have to come from somewhere. They come from the planet. And therefore, as we're using more resources, we're depleting the finite stocks of resources, including fossil fuels, that nature originally put in place. As a result of increasing energy usage, we had economic growth. Producers produced more, consumers consumed more, and the economy grew, and population grew. And everyone said, well, this is wonderful. Economic growth came to be seen as the one important thing. Every politician promised more economic growth. Every economist said economic growth is what we need more of. And during the Great Depression of the 1930s, we had a problem, particularly in my country, the United States, which was a problem of overproduction. With all of this cheap energy and manufacturing potential, it became possible to make more stuff than people were accustomed to buying and using. So politicians and industrialists collaborated, and they came up with a solution to the problem of overproduction. And the solution was essentially the creation of the consumer economy. So this included several components: advertising to talk people into wanting more stuff, consumer credit to enable people to buy more stuff than they could actually afford. And this led to all kinds of new debt instruments and financial instruments and government management of the economy. Suddenly, the economy became a thing to be measured with GDP and unemployment. We created central banks in order to manage interest rates and the velocity of economic growth. And the result of that is something that we've gotten very used to. Probably all of us on this call have grown up in the era when all of these things are just taken for granted, as though this is the way people have always lived. Well, of course it isn't. It's radically different from the way people lived before fossil fuels and before economic growth. But growth is perilous. Growth is one of these self-reinforcing feedbacks that I was talking about earlier. As the economy grows, it uses more stuff, population grows, and therefore we need more stuff and we need more growth. Growth feeds on itself. But growth always implies a doubling time. If you have any quantity that's growing at 1% per year, just 1%, that quantity will double in size in 70 years. If it's growing at 2%, it will double in size in 35 years. So we've gotten used to thinking that the economies of industrial nations should naturally grow at least 2% per year, maybe 3 or 4, or in the case of China, maybe 7% per year. But what does that actually mean? 7% annual growth means that the size of the Chinese economy is doubling every 10 years. So over how many decades can you continue to double every 10 years the amount of resources being extracted, the amount of coal being burned, the amount of waste being dumped into the environment? Well, obviously a few decades, but certainly not many. We can't continue doing this for centuries or thousands of years. This is an unsustainable way of living on the planet, but by definition. So the global economy has doubled in size in the last 25 years. So what does that mean? It means that just since 1995, we've used half of all the non-renewable resources ever used in the entire history of humanity, going back at least 10,000 years, and you can go back into prehistoric times before then. Add it all together, and it's basically the same amount that we've used just in the last 25 years. Now, the realization that there would be limits to growth is certainly not original to me. This was something that environmental scientists saw quite early on. Back in 1972, a team of scientists at MIT in Boston used early computers and systems dynamics software to model the global economy. And through various modeling scenarios, they came up with some proposals. The standard run scenario, in which basically business as usual continues for decades to come, looks something like this, with a peak and decline in world industrial output in the early 21st century, a peak and decline in pollution, peak and decline in food per capita. Available natural resources begin to decline before the year 2000. And it looks pretty grim. So the limits to growth scientists presented this to world leaders and said, well, look, this is not a guarantee that this is what the future will look like, but it might look like this if we don't change what we're doing, if we don't reduce population growth, if we don't reduce consumption and stabilize consumption at sustainable levels. And unfortunately, world leaders listened to this and they said, well, no. we have to continue economic growth because we have engineered our global economy to require it. And so therefore we would prefer to come up with justifications for why growth can continue forever, even if they're fanciful, even if they're completely unreasonable. We would rather believe in those fairy tales than actually have to do something about our consumption and population. This is what population looks like. We're just coming on 8 billion now, probably get there around 2024, where we were at 4 billion, just half that in 1974. All of this together, population, consumption, has impacts on our world, increasing rates of pollution, resource depletion, habitat destruction, and of course, climate change. So we see the relationships between all of these things, between energy usage and population growth and economic growth and so on. Where do you intervene? One of the obvious places to intervene would be with regard to energy. And mainstream environmental organizations have largely pulled back from advocating an end of economic growth or an actual reduction in global consumption. Instead, they've advocated a conversion or a transition from our reliance on fossil fuels to a reliance on alternative energy sources. Some advocate nuclear, more commonly solar and wind power. And the proposal is that we'll be able to continue growing population and consumption, but we'll be able to do it in a way that's not so destructive of the planet. Well, I'm entirely in favor of alternative energy and making some kind of transition to renewable energy sources. And this, by the way, is a book that I co-authored on this subject, and you can download it for free at ourrenewablefuture.org, and I highly recommend it. David Fridley and I spent a year. David is staff scientist at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, and his field is energy analysis. So I was able to benefit from his expertise, and it was a very fruitful year of work. The conclusions we came to are there's very little likelihood that nuclear power will be able to grow substantially to offset fossil fuels. And solar and wind are inhibited by some serious problems. They are intermittent sources of electricity. And that means we have to do something about that intermittency. Energy storage, a lot of people talk about batteries, and that's important. But of course, batteries require energy and materials for their consumption, and also they're expensive. Also, batteries tend to store energy over short periods of time, so day and night diurnal intermittency can be offset with batteries. But what about seasonal intermittency? What if sunshine and wind vary from month to month or from season to season? Well, you need different strategies for that. Probably using solar and wind power to make synthetic fuels out of captured carbon dioxide and hydrogen from water and put those together, and you can make some kind of synthetic fuel that you can then use to operate aircraft or ships or big industrial machines or high heat industrial processes. Some things you can electrify directly, like automobiles, electric cars. But there's a huge problem of scale with all of this, because even though all of these things are technically possible, the scale of our current energy usage is mammoth. It's extraordinary. And imagining that we can replace all of our current energy usage with renewable energy sources and continue to grow our energy usage at the same time is quite unrealistic. In fact, that was our conclusion after a year of analysis and study. So if we want to make that transition, and it's necessary, obviously we can't continue using fossil fuels because they're changing the climate and they're depleting away from us. But if we want to transition away from fossil fuels, we're going to have to reduce our energy usage, and substantially so in big industrial countries like the United States and Europe, while we're doing that. Again, that's not a popular idea. Very few policymakers want to hear that, but it's the only realistic pathway ahead of us. Now, if we do that, if we reduce energy usage, then we put ourselves in a virtuous cycle where we actually are able to solve a lot of other problems at the same time. We are able to build societal resilience at the same time. Now, resilient scientists have studied resilient systems, resilient natural systems. That's where they started their work back in the 1970s. And they started, for example, by looking at how forests recover from forest fires. And they saw that forests as systems go through a cycle, what these scientists came to call the adaptive cycle of renewal. And these adaptive cycles pass through phases of exploitation and growth, then conservation, where the capital, if you will, of biomass has built up to its maximum extent in the forest. Then at some point, there inevitably is a release of that capital in a forest fire or some other kind of event. And this is in social systems, this would be called collapse. But the material that was and the organizational capital of that system is released to reform through a period of reorganization and further exploitation. Well, this is our situation as a society. We have exploited the earth to a dramatic extent. We have built up a global society that's extremely large and interconnected, and we're about to pass through a phase of release. So our role, those of us who are aware of this, is to help society as much as we can make that release phase survivable, so that humanity is able to come out the other side, so that it's not as destructive as it might otherwise be. So major foundations and think tanks are talking about resilience currently. There are two different ways of discussing resilience, and many of the big think tanks and environmental organizations are taking what I would call a conventional approach to resilience, which is assuming industrial, consumer, urban society.
To jump in here right now, thank you so much. We
Yes.
are a little bit constricted with time. I would just like to give you a couple of seconds to summarize and round up your presentation today.
Sure. Sorry that I've gone over time. Resilience is a subject that is a subject of intense research among environmental scientists right now. And if we work at building a more resilient society, we come up with solutions that work not just for one thing. For example, with carbon farming, we're solving the problem of climate change by drawing carbon out of the air and putting into the soil. But at the same time, we're producing healthier food. We're producing more rural occupations for farmers, because we'll need lots more people on the land to do carbon farming. It's transformative for society. So resilience thinking is all about transforming our way of life so that solutions support one another, rather than having a self-reinforcing feedback that's making more problems all the time and making those problems worse. We're actually producing solutions that are reinforcing one another and making further solutions that much easier. Okay.
Thanks so much for that, for all the insights on resilience thinking. I think it's a very powerful notion, right? Resilience thinking. We have to change the consciousness, as we were talking about earlier, and in terms of spreading the word, spreading that message that all of humanity is on a line on one path.
That's right. The question of, or the concept of resilience, as pointed out by our keynote speaker, Richard Heinberg, to change or go down to the core of systems thinking, the very fundamental. And I guess his call to action is we need to be resilient on so many different layers. Richard is once again helping the world transition away from fossil fuels, also to talk about the effects of growth and the acceleration of climate change. We need to get through it, he says, through the crisis, and minimize the impact and casualties that we are facing right now. This is a global issue as well. Once again, a call to action. It is on each and every one of us.
And the best time to do this is before times of crisis, as opposed to after. So we all have to have a clear state of mind and to enroll everyone on the mass basis in order for us to move forward. So something to ponder about.
That's right. Truly exciting indeed. We've just heard from three keynote speakers. The formalities, so to say, are slightly over. As we relax and ease into the next 48 hours, ladies and gentlemen, lots of topics coming your way. We're going to take a quick breather. Raj and
Yes.
I need to go grab a cup of coffee. Or well, Raj doesn't drink coffee. More on
Apparently
that
not.
later. Just wanted to say that upcoming in the next few minutes is our speaker all the way from Taiwan. Ms. Julia Chiang joins us, and she's talking about how nature gives us an architecture for us to solve complex human problems,
Right.
Raj.
And the topic is biomimicry. It sounds like something you hear from a science fiction movie. So I think all of us are very, very excited to hear what she has to say very, very shortly. But we'll take a quick break right now,
A
right?
quick break, and we'll go straight into a video we want to showcase and show you about women in East Malaysia and the state of Sarawak, touching on issues of reproductive health, inequality, women's rights, children's rights, so on and so forth. We'll go right to that. Stay tuned. Lots more happening right here on ESG TV.
The women of Sarawak in Malaysia and Mindoro in the Philippines are no different. Climate change has taken a toll on their communities, and the women are burdened the most. In Mindoro, there is a decrease of fish catch caused by climate change and an increase of childbirth, creating an imbalance to the fishing community's needs, as the lack of family planning creates a vicious cycle of poverty and leaves them vulnerable to disasters.
Fishermen, fisher households where we conducted the study in Oriental Mindoro have bigger families. So they're even above the average family members of four. They go as many as having 7 children. And fishers being the most vulnerable, uh, partly because they're also the poorest of the poor, dependent on the coastal resources, are most affected by climate change because of the decreased fish that they get and that they catch, which is the main source of food and livelihood of the fisher households.
With population growth in rural areas, the need for the awareness on sexual health among these areas are a necessity. With less fish coming in causing less income, families are not able to provide for their children's needs, including their education. In return, their children end up with the same hardship that their parents have gone through, taking over the same jobs, leaving the community in a continuous vicious cycle that wouldn't be sustainable in the future. In Sarawak, the women of the Penan and Kayan tribe are left in their homes as the frontliners in natural disasters, since their husbands are away to work. As deforestation and rainfall increases, severe flooding poses as a major threat to their livelihood and safety.
Marung kami doh ni tegu lepanu ni. Adang kami busahala adang kami do alang jita ngayat na urip na kami tegu lepanu ni. Am tangayat sang nunut tukta ilaw kumantala abilake tati tilaw iat na ke lo belajar ta tugo pinta udara lepati ke senunut tukta kuman katalang antatuhuh palim.
The Penan tribe has also been encountering problems with the deforestation process, as the timbermen who come from logging companies take advantage of the women.
When we do our development processes and our planning, when we do not have greater insight into our ecosystem and how the ecosystem functions, and we don't take that into consideration, it brings tremendous impact to the communities. And this impact, as I said, based on location, based on class, based on economic background, are very critical because they impact on how these communities cope with these changes. And many times they are unable to cope with these changes and they face many, many difficulties. So one aspect of it is to look at sexual and reproductive health. And because sexual and reproductive health just not only look at reproductive health, but also look at the holistic health approach of a person as an individual. It's also important because in terms of body politics, in terms of our bodies and who owns women's bodies, and the right to one's body. And that is something that's far deeper.
It is clear that sexual and reproductive health and rights is an important priority for climate change action and dialogue. It is central to their social and cultural identity and a key to empower resiliency. Recognizing women's voices by making policies through a gender responsive approach can make a community stronger and prepared for a continuously changing world.
Men generally will go on to a much more leadership capacity, but women are really the true champions for climate change actions. They are there, they get their families together, their children together, their husbands mobilized. They are the champions. And they do it so willingly and so open-heartedly. And that's the reason why, yes, they accept that. Yes, that's fine. But I would like them to express themselves, articulate themselves, and celebrate. I think this is also about celebrating how they build resilience. They are coping. They are not waiting for anybody to come and tell them, oh, you should do this or you should do that. They are coping. They are finding technologies. They are finding ways forward, and they are working very hard at the ground level, at the grassroots level. For me, for doing this research, is just coming to them and embracing their stewardship, basically their environmental stewardship, embracing them for all the work that they have done within their community. And that's not an easy task, and especially not an easy task when you have to do it invisibly.
And you're back on ESG TV with me, Raj Arya and Jessie Chahal. It's truly shocking to find out that we are living in the 21st century and we still see this happening right at our doorsteps. In fact, here in Malaysia as well.
Absolutely. I think that's a great point, that sometimes perhaps we are oblivious or ignorant to the sufferings of our fellow humans around us who live in non-urban areas, who have been stigmatized or have been marginalized, especially as you move away from city centers out into the outskirts as well. What we've just seen is a regional research documentary on sexual and reproductive health and rights of women. Circumstances are such, but I think moving forward, Raj, what we need to look at is to together build a more resilient but empowered community. And salient points made, as we heard in the video as well, that yes, women are victims of climate change. That is the truth, but we need to come together to find a way out of it. Body, our sexual rights, our body, we decide. And women are and can be the true champions of climate change. They just need to be empowered. And that starts with you and I right here, right now.
And how we can go about doing this? Obviously, all of us will have to play our role. But I guess one stakeholder who could take the lead could be the government, for example, through creating awareness by the public, through us, through the political system, through our members of parliament, our state representatives, to highlight that some areas, economic growth is still not there. Infrastructure, education, healthcare, all these pertinent basic human rights.
Absolutely. And this can happen through dialogues within communities, government, other NGOs, other authorities, policy reforms as well. Another great place to start. We'll be taking a quick break. When we come back in just a moment, we'll be joined by our next speaker on biomimicry. So interesting, Raj.
Fascinating.
Definitely want to tune into that. Julia Chiang joins us all the way from Taiwan. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, there you go. Welcome back.
That was a quick one.
That was a quick one. Because I've got lots of things happening here. Just want to bring you towards what's happening behind the scenes. Of course, we're on a green screen here. The crew members are all there. Big shout out to our production crew who have been working tirelessly for days to put this event together. A global event, Raj, in the new norm, borderless. We're truly an e-conference.
Exactly. And not forgetting our media sponsor, Rintat Sejuta as well, who's putting the word out there of this amazing two-day conference. And of course, the benefits to our participants who will be able to get insights. And one of the interesting insights is biomimicry.
Absolutely.
All the way from Taiwan.
All the way from Taiwan. We have our next speaker. She's already online. Julia Chiang joins us. Welcome, Julia. Take it away. We can't wait to hear from you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes,
oh, thank you so much. Okay, well, thank you for having me to this wonderful conference, especially during this difficult time. So today I'm going to introduce biomimicry in a nutshell. So I probably should share my screen now. Okay, on behalf of Biomimicry Taiwan, I'd like to introduce biomimicry, a sustainable solution inspired by nature. Okay, so before my introduction, I'd like to introduce my organization. Biomimicry Taiwan is established in 2014. It's nearly 6 years. And for now, we have over 100 members from all walks of life. To sustain ourselves, we also have our sponsors from Biotechnology Industry Studies Center of Taiwan Institute of Economy Research and the Ministry of Science and Technology in Taiwan. So as you can see, that biomimicry is actually a interdisciplinary area. So we have our board members. They are economists, they are engineers, they are material scientists, and they are business players in the agriculture industry or architect industry. And of course, there are some biologists in our board members as well. And to communicate this so-called biomimicry concept, we have designed several outreach events apart from international forums or salons. We also have a very special workshop that we bring the biomimetic ideas for practice of design challenges, such as to some entrepreneurs or so some C-level person or some R&D persons. And the most important that because biomimicry is actually a quite a new concept in Taiwan, so to connect with the university students and the entrepreneurs, we started to hold a biomimicry global design challenge Taiwan competition. And this competition actually aligned with the global challenges. What we have done is that we choose a very crucial topic. For example, some water resources or friendly transportation or food systems or climate change, and of course the SDGs. We recruit some new university teams and to see if they can solve the challenges with us. And we're happy, we're thrilled that in 2020, there are 2 teams from Taiwan that enter the global top 10 finalists. And I hope we could continue this work. So it's a brief introduction of my organization, and also we're part of the global network of biomimicry. As you can see, there are 36 networks around 21 countries. So you might be curious, how come this so-called biomimicry is so popular among our communities? And when we first started this organization, so, most people, they are curious about what biomimicry is. And actually...
I'm sorry, Julia, just a moment, please. We can't seem to see your slides right now. Could you just
Really?
check? Yes.
Yeah,
just have a quick look to see if your slides are up, because we seem to be missing out on that at this very moment.
What about now?
Nope, still can't see it.
No? What about now?
Now, yes, we can see it coming up.
Oh my goodness.
But it's not on presentation mode. Yes, that's right. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
All right. Fantastic. You're back on track.
Oh, okay. Okay. So now it's a quick organization of a quick introduction of my organization, and we're part of the 36 global networks. So what exactly is biomimicry? I've been asked for many times, and of course there are some confusions, but there are some ambiguous interpretation. So now I'm going to do a very quick text to all the audience behind the screen. One of my friends asked me that, hey, Julia, our buildings, we introduce lots of plants in our house, and we make it like a nature-like environment. Can we call ourselves a biomimetic building? Well, I would say that, hey, friend, what you are doing is actually a biophilic. You're showing your love to nature, but you're not emulate or take the biological strategies from nature. You're just introducing plants. So you're doing we call it biophilic. And not to mention about those lamps, looks like a bird shape, or a building. On top view, it looks like a crocodile. We call it biomorphism, because you're not actually emulating or understand the biological strategies behind of the nature. You just mimic the shape. We call it biomorphism. And if you use only the natural materials to produce your product, for example, silk, and you're not mimicking or emulate its characters, or it's science, it's scientific researches. You're doing just bio-utilization. And some of the scientists, they are doing that, they collect algae to function photosynthesis to create energy for their light, for their lamp. We call it bio-utilization. For biomimic, we are not actually want to do or produce a silk. What we do is that we learn the strategy of the silk and to see if we can adopt it and apply it into our design. So biomimicry is actually the conscious emulation of life's genius. And according to the founder of Regenerations, the founder of Biomimicry Institute, Regenerations, in 1997, she actually wrote a book. It's called Biomimicry, Innovation Inspired by Nature. And she collected several case or some researches. Their inspiration actually from the sun, the photosynthesis, or you can learn how to run a business like a forest, like a rainforest. So the actual meaning of biomimicry is actually imagine if there's a bridge across the river, and on one side of the river there are human design challenges or social challenges or technology challenges, and on the other side there are biology, there are nature's wisdom. If we could learn how to abstract those types of principles and take out the functions to resolve our challenges, that would be fantastic. We know that no matter in the Eastern or in the Western culture, our ancestors, they try to learn from nature, to emulate. But if there are some methodologies to follow, that would be much easier, right? So, but we know that to emulate nature is fantastic. But what exactly are the essential elements what we are practicing biomimicry? A company called Biomimicry 3.8, also founded by Regenerations. They have three definitions, three essential elements included in this concept. The first one is quite important, is called ethos. Ethos is actually the philosophy of why we are doing it, why we want to practice biomimicry. It shows our respect and the responsibility and the gratitude of our Mother Earth. We know that the Earth has 4.6 billion years history. If we try to compress the Earth's history in 1 year, we can know that we human beings, our ancestors, Homo sapiens, appeared only 20,000 years ago, which will be only 24 minutes in 1 year. So we're still very young species. There are too many things we didn't know, and we don't know if we could survive on this earth. So what we can do is that if we keep this gratitude to our the Mother Earth and the other species, and we learn from them humbly, perhaps we can find some inspiration or solutions. And through the practice of biomimicry, we can actually reconnect to nature. Sometimes humans isolate ourselves to nature too long. We isolate ourselves in a high technical buildings, not knowing the temperature or the humidity of the natural world. It sometimes, somehow it will decrease our ability to respond to the environment. So if we could learn more about what is going on in the natural world, we could reconnect to nature. And the other essential element is actually emulate. You can see a lot of fantastic cases in the media or in the article that emulate the form or the process or the ecosystem of nature. So now I'm going to give you 3 examples. Okay. As for form, there are a famous physics. His name is Stephen Vogel. One time he said that form without function is a corpse. Function without form is a ghost. That means in nature, when the form actually embed with functions. So if you want to do a biomimetic solution, what you can do is not only mimic the shape, but the function. Here I'll give you some examples. Forms, there's a company called Chocolate Technologies. They figure out that in shark skin, there are micro structures. It's called a denticle. This denticle structure can prevent those bacteria attached on shark skin. So they mimic this structure to prevent the bacteria attached on it. And they can use it in a hospital because in the United States or in Taiwan as well, there are some patients, they die in the hospital because of the infection. The hospital, inside hospital infection. So if we can use this kind of film, this shark-like film, rather than spray those chemicals on the gadgets or those devices, they can help to prevent the attachment of the bacteria, but are friendly, are chemical friendly. And as for the process, there's a company in Taiwan, it's called Lotus. They want to solve a challenge that because the weather in Taiwan is actually it's humid, so they probably will generate some molds on the walls. So to solve these challenges, they take inspiration of how skin sweating and the hydrophobicity of the lotus leaf to push out those waters or the humidity inside the wall. Excuse me. If they use these building materials, they can help those buildings to remove the walls and prevent the molds to generate. It's the process part. And as for ecosystem, there is a company called Agri-Gaia Social Enterprises. They want to create a irrigation system in a greenhouse. So they learn from the circulation system of the human body and create an underneath irrigation system. So what can do is that imagine the whole system is like the function of inside our body. We take nutrients. Those nutrients will be transported inside the soil. So if they through this irrigation system, they don't need to use chemical fertilizers, and they can also fertilize the soil to let the plants grow healthily. And because of this irrigation system, the whole greenhouse could be created just like a rainforest ecosystem. So the nutrients and waters will be sufficient, but save lots of energy. These are 3 examples of biomimicry. And so when people see that there are so many fantastic and amazing cases, how nature can do to the human technology, they want to know how to do it. So as I mentioned, that Ginny Benius and her team, that they try to answer this question, that how can we bring biomimicry concept in the design process? So they create a sort of design framework that when you have a certain challenge, you can discover some biological strategies and started to create. And after the creation, you can do the evaluation of your solution. To do the evaluation, they also create and develop some principles. It's called life's principles. These life principles is actually abstract living strategies from the organisms on Earth. For example, life only use life-friendly chemistries, and life are locally attuned and responsive. And of course, life adapt to changing conditions, and they use resource efficient. The most important is life evolved to survive. And when they want to develop, they integrate develop with growth. These 6 principles are actually the abstraction of how life could sustain on Earth. And you can use life's principles as the inspiration to your design, or the evaluation to your design. And the biomimetic design should keep one core value. Life creates conditions conducive to life. Just think of how nature do it, or what would nature do? It's not enough. What we need to ask is, what wouldn't nature do? So after you finish your solution or your design, you need to ask this question: what wouldn't nature do? And since biological strategies are quite crucial in the biomimetic design, so not all of us are biologists. So you can whether go outside or go to nature centers, or even ask a biologist or do some researches to get the biological inspiration. And also, I would like to introduce an online platform. It's called Ask Nature. It's generated by the Biomimicry Institute as well. They collect more than 1,000 biological strategies for those designers or engineers or material scientists, or anyone who wants to do a biomimetic design. All you can do is get in this platform and key in the functions you need to your challenges. For example, here I key in prevent fracture. If we want to prevent fracture, it will come out some result from the plants, from nectar, or even from the spiders, or from microbes. How do they do to prevent fracture? And then you can start to choose to map those biological strategies to your design, to see if you can find your champion species to solve your challenges. And these are some brief introduction of the concept of biomimicry and its methodology. Okay, and now I'm going to introduce the project. Now we're working with the Biological Study Center and the Ministry of Science and Technology. Now we're working with a project to deal with the marine waste. We know that the problem of the marine waste is quite challenging and critical around the world, including Taiwan. So we try to bring these biomimetic ideas to solve these challenges. Not only working with the material scientists, we also want to recruit these new teams, entrepreneurs. So we designed this global design challenge. And through these 6 years, there are many good ideas of turning marine waste into a value-added application. Okay. And if you have any ideas of or want to collaborate with us, we're happy that to be connected. And if you want to do more inside your company, for example, a CISA project or a team building or an industry networking, you're free and very welcome to contact us. We will support you to bring those biomimetic ideas into your company.
Right. Thank you very much, Julia, for the wonderful presentation. That's right. Hashtag thank you, nature. Innovations inspired by nature, Raj, as we understand nature as a role model.
Well said, well said. And of course, for all of you out there, if you like to immerse yourself more into biomimicry, as Julia has mentioned, there's a website, asknature.org, where you can find out a lot more information and interact and see what role it can play in your daily lives, right?
Right. Julia, I had a couple of questions that I really wanted to pose to you. I'll start with this first. Would you say that this subject is still in its infancy, i.e., will there be a lot of cost involved to grow this area of research?
Yes. So far, those biomimetic ideas, they are facing a challenge of scaling up. And we know that, for example, when you develop a new drug, it may take like 7 to 10 years. But generally, for a biomimetic solution, starting from the biological strategies to the prototype and to commercialize, it may take about at least 10 years to develop. But with the technology of AI or the big data, that we could faster. It's possible that we could faster this process. So now what we are working is that we introduce this concept to the entrepreneurs.
Fantastic. That's right. Early adoption and perhaps low-hanging fruits in this area where we can apply this to the masses as well. Perhaps that's a great starting point. Once again, thank you very much, Julia Chiang, all the way from Taiwan on the subject of biomimicry.
That's right. And now moving on, we have another very exciting speaker. We've been talking a great deal in terms of various facets of the world in relation to sustainability and regeneration. Now we're going to look at it from the flip side, from a capitalistic point of view, perhaps. Now, a lot of people say capitalism is the root of all evil. Well, perhaps we might find a differing approach, or maybe what you have to do is you have to shift our mindset in terms of what role that plays in the bigger scheme of things. And to do it today, we have Rui Figueiredo, the Deloitte United Nations Team APAC lead, who's going to talk to us about moving away from capitalism. How are you doing, Rui?
Good morning. All good. Thanks for having me today.
Fantastic. Well, the room is all yours. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to start to share my screen. The classic approach, the title will be probably inspiring in the sense of we are going about capitalism. And I guess there is nothing wrong against that or about that, but it's just for us to start to give an idea. So I'm going now to move full screen. And I do not see your comments. I do not see the chat box. So therefore, if anything, please interrupt me. So in the time that we have, technically more or less 15 minutes, I will just give you a snapshot on what does it mean and why this is happening. Me, as always, LinkedIn is the best to stay in touch. Otherwise, you can always follow our Deloitte webpage, where you have my phone and official email. This said, let's then jump into the topic. When we talk about capitalism, we usually keep in mind some keywords, and keywords like assets, debt, equity. The idea of it is somehow to define how a company is performing, as well as to determine how investments can be decided. And as you can see, the sense of investment is usually driven by risk, returns, ownership, and finally performance. So those are usually the activities that you look at, especially when you talk about capital structure. And capital structure and sustainability is very much linked, because in this of being a sustainable business, it also takes into account a sense of performance and outcomes. And what is actually the point of moving away from capitalism is somehow looking differently about what are the key elements, where we start to talk about something else than just assets, debt, and equity. Why are we doing that? Because the lifetime of the biggest companies in the world, what we will name here the S&P 500, is changing. So as you can see, in the 60s versus now, we somehow are reaching the life span of 10 years, what we somehow believe is the new life cycle of business. At the same time, you can also see on the right side of my screen in the number of listed companies. And in here, you can see that the number of listed companies, especially here referring to the US market, is decreasing. Decreasing because companies are leaving. The reasons why they are leaving can be multiple, but we can consider the sense of being private. We can also take into account the sense of M&A, meaning to say companies acquire each other, and finally companies also getting bankrupt. But what you can definitely see is that the sense of investment, the sense of capitalism is changing, because in the context of lifespan plus number of listed companies in the case of US, this number is reducing. And what's important to keep in mind is, therefore, that as an investor, you start to ask yourself, how can I invest and which company should I target? And that's where you start to take into account that capital is not enough to measure and build a sustainable business. And that's where you start to keep in mind that what you see on my slide, the sense of disruption. So this is a slide that somehow shows you a snapshot where you can see the axis of timing and you can see the axis of impact. What you see is, in the short term, you will have specific sectors that will be disrupted close to 40–45% to some of them. We know retail, we know media, we know banking, insurance, we know other activities. Obviously, this doesn't take into account the COVID crisis, but just gives you an example of what is happening and what are the businesses that are disrupted. And that where comes in the sense of how we define business today. And for sure, capital is not enough. That's why we move away from it. And the idea of moving away from it is not something really new in the sense of the concept, the model. And as you can see, we start to talk about the structure of capitalism already in 1776. I'm here referring to Smith, that is known as the father of capitalism. And somehow you have the sense of what he wrote in the Wealth of Nations. Men of inferior wealth combined to defend those of superior wealth. And you have really the sense of capital being the reference. What you can see in my input-output model in the left side is a very classic way of seeing a firm and seeing a corporation, where indeed you have this interconnection, this flow. And I have highlighted in green the sense of money flow as well, where indeed customers help investors to increase their capital, and investors take care of employees. And together, they are the firm. In the sense of recent, I will say, theories, you start to see a new term. We are not looking at investors and shareholders in this context. We are now moving into another topic that we name stakeholders. And the stakeholder model that you see on the right side is presenting arrows going in both ways, meaning to say the win-win must be to both interactions. It's not just suppliers selling to the firm, but the supplier needs to win also something. The sense of value creation is therefore relevant. And together we talk about ecosystems. Recently, in 2015, there was a sense of post-capitalism, and the idea, and you can search about it, is that with the full integration, with the full automation, with the digitalization of our world that my previous slide was highlighting with disruption, is technically moving the cost of production close to zero. Why? Because technically everything is digital, so technically everything could be replicated, and since you purchase services online, you can therefore scale them multiple times. So that's where the sense of post-capitalism comes in, because you start to ask ourselves how we create value if everything is online. A picture of it, and that's the link between the theory and what is happening in sustainability. If you read a report of your favorite company, most likely here as an example I'm presenting Unilever, and that's the latest sustainability report available. You can see in this report, again, two dimensions. You have the sense of business, what we have been presenting as a firm. You have the sense of stakeholder importance. Technically, what I was presenting in the previous slide. And those are technically the two dimensions. What is important for business versus and what is important for the ecosystem, what we will name here stakeholders. Together, you start then to understand that the company will start to focus on what is very high, right? And very high means very high materiality in the impact and as well as in the opportunity. And that's where we start then to look at investment again, and we start to think about, okay, if I look at my model, right, I was talking about assets, I was talking about equity, I was talking about those very specific terms that are not really new, but how can I measure, how can I integrate that? And that's where we start to talk about ESGs. And ESGs is technically what we are now considering as a sense of value creation as well for the environmental perspective, the social, and the governance. And this is technically what I mean by moving away from capitalism, in the sense of sustainability is now a very important measure to define the value that the company is creating. And not only for shareholders, but here talking about stakeholders. What are ESGs and how we measure performance? So here is just an example and the interconnection of the three pillars, so environment, social, and governance. And those examples here link with the 10 themes, and finally 37 ESG key issues. So you cover from climate change, pollution, human capital, social opportunities, stakeholder oppositions, and obviously the classic corporate governance and corporate behavior, where we talk about ethics, transparency, anti-corruption, and stability. And all of it is obviously very strongly linked with SDGs, and that's where, again, you see the interconnection between ESGs and SDGs. And that's where sustainability is definitely something that business is now measuring, and this is definitely something that is a strategic value, a strategic definition of capital created for stakeholders. As an example here, and that's an example again, sustaining the sense that business is now very much concerned about ESGs. You are here referring to index that you can have access to is MSCI. MSCI, they have been considered as a worldwide reference to define and to score companies. So if you have your favorite company, please visit MSCI. You can go to the index and you can have the opportunity to discover the score of Amazon, to discover the progress of Amazon. You can compare with Alphabet if you are a big fan of Google. You can look at Facebook. You can look at companies also in the region, banks. I mean, they have multiple sectors, multiple companies, and you can really discover that. But what is important here to highlight is why ESG, because we are talking about disruption, why ESG are important in the definition of creation and the increase of capital, is because you can see that over time, companies being considered as ESG leaders perform better. And you can even see in here, that's the crisis. And we compare in the context of Asia, the emerging companies, and we compare in the same context of Asia, leaders in ESGs. And you can see that overall, ESGs perform better, and even after crisis, recover better. So that's technically a driver. And since time is important, I give you here an opportunity to read. So you probably know the person on the right side is Warren Buffett, a well-known person, also known as the Oracle. It tends to be the reference, and he has been well-known for his acquisitions of shares and investing in companies and increasing the capital of multiple shareholders. What happened here, and that's what you can see, is a screenshot of an article on CNBC, where technically in 2016, at the time of the Paris Agreement, a scientist that was known for climate change went to the Berkshire annual meeting and asked Buffett about what is he doing or what is he considering. And that's where comes his comment, and we do understand that he was aware, but he was not really prioritizing it at the time. And as an example, as you can see here, I took and I share with you the opportunity to compare. If you're an investor at the time and you were following this well-known person and you decided to purchase Berkshire Hathaway, you could also decide that or make your choice at the time to purchase another stock that was MSCI, the stock of the company I was referring to before, that is technically focusing on ESGs and indexing, measuring those companies. And as you can see, over time, again, looking at the past 5 years, you can definitely see the performance of MSCI being way better, 10 times better than Warren Buffett. And that's technically an example to highlight that capitalism, the definition of capitalism is changing, the drivers are changing, and obviously it's more and more ESG driven, and ESG is the sense of value creation for the society, and especially the long-term value creation. So that's all for my snapshot today. I invite you to have a look, to visit MSCI, to look and to do some research on stakeholder capitalism. And if you have any question, any comment, happy to come back to you. Over to you. Thank you for the snapshot, and thanks for your time today morning.
Thank you so much, Rui, for all your insights. Coming from a financial background, I can totally relate to what he says, that these days, companies cannot just focus on making profits, maximizing shareholders' wealth, and being a zero-sum game. Now, it has gone beyond that. Thanks to the internet, people are more aware. They know what's going around the world, and it goes beyond just making money, don't you think?
Absolutely. And I think this resonates a lot with the younger generation. Besides wanting the adults or the elders to leave them planet on which they can live on, they also are quite particular about ethics and reason, having a sense of belonging and driving those particular pillars that will really help to bring communities together to protect our environment and our planet once again. This is Jessie Chahal and Raj Arya coming to you live via ESG TV. This is the Entrepreneurship and Sustainability and Regen Asia Conferences 2020 happening. We're actually coming to you live from the heart of Kuala Lumpur, right here in Malaysia. A big shout out for those of you joining us via Facebook, as well as those of you joining us from different parts of planet Earth.
That's right. And we still have a lot more interesting topics to touch today. And of course, our next speaker who's going to talk about something that is very relevant because we're in the COVID-19 pandemic era, and this is on post-COVID carbon capture. And the next speaker is Andrea De Rosario, who is the Managing Director of ePhase Energy Sdn Bhd. Andrea, are you with us right now?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. Excellent.
Thanks for joining us, Andrea. Of course, your
Hi,
topic
Jessie.
today is one that I think many people also want to tune into, and we can't wait to hear from you. So take it away, share your screen, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes after your presentation.
Okay, excellent. Okay, let me see, which one is it? Regeneration. Okay, great. Can you all see me as well?
Yes.
Yeah, you can. Okay, excellent. Okay, so I've had this very nice introduction from these two lovely presenters. Okay, so basically ePhase Energy is a consulting and training firm, and I've had many years in energy audits and setting up energy management systems for companies. So, you know, there's a lot of background and experience in development of green buildings as well as green certification for buildings. And so I'm going to share a little bit with you on how that's going to help with post-COVID carbon capture, which is my topic for the day. Okay, now we know we've all been affected so badly by the pandemic. Yeah, not that, you know, people have lost their homes, you know, some their lives, some okay, unfortunately many have died because of the disease. So many have lost their livelihoods, yeah, just because of this. But that's not the only thing we're fighting. We've been fighting for a long time climate change, but I won't say it's climate change anymore because climate change has been happening for years. It's not something new. I think now we're at a time of crisis. So, you know, we're seeing really chronic symptoms that's happening. That's just that, batting our Earth, and this is Mother Earth for us, our home to everyone. Unfortunately, I think in many cases we're really at the stage of being out of control because we really can't stop the storms that's happening, the flooding that's happening, and the fires that's just raging in the wildfires especially. Yeah, and we have a crisis on hand. So it's a bit too late to talk about sustainability, and that's why we're talking about regeneration. So we really have to get our hands together, our minds together, and get things going, yeah, to regenerate our Earth as much as we can. Now, carbon capture. Now, carbon emissions. We're just, by using energy every day, we're just burning, we're just burning electricity, and these emissions are going out into the atmosphere, right? And now, where are we in terms of carbon emissions? This is a question we need to ask ourselves. Now, there's lots of information on the web, on the internet. Even people are still currently doing studies and getting data on where we are. Now, if we see what happened during the pandemic, we can learn a little bit from that, because what had happened during the lockdown when the pandemic came, we saw a reduction in traffic, road traffic. Yeah, we saw maybe some say 50% to 75%, but again, these are only numbers to help it to guide us, right? But with the reduction in traffic, it also helped reduce pollution in the air. Now, not only just traffic, because everybody had to stop working. Everybody was caught off guard. Everybody had to stay home. So when people started staying home, what had happened? The building industry, or let's say the commercial industry and the industrial industry, most of them went into shutdown as well. So when buildings and industries go into shutdown, what happens is they don't consume so much energy. Know that everybody's at home, so there was an increase in energy in homes, in residential, right? But compared to industries and buildings, that's really not very much, right? So at the same time, studies were being done and conducted. The measurements of the carbon emissions into the air is being continuously carried out all the time. Okay, now to give you an idea of what's been happening. Now in the 1960s, okay, they did carbon measurements at the Mauna Loa, what do you call it? The Mauna Loa Laboratory, Observatory, okay? And carbon dioxide measurements at that time was only about 315 parts per million. Sorry, just one step behind. From the mid 1700s, that's when the Industrial Revolutions first started, with carbon dioxide levels, emission levels were about only 280 parts per million. And in the 1960s, when they did the next measurement, it went up to 315 parts per million, thereabouts. Yeah, but our current measurement today is about 418 parts per million. So you notice the trend, right? It's increasing. It has increased since then, 280 to 418. And if we don't do anything now, by the end of the century, we're going to be hitting maybe 900 parts per million. Now, just to let you have an idea of what this parts per million is, okay, on carbon dioxide levels. Now, if you see the little box here on the top right, now we have this little colorful dots, right? Yeah, the lowest dot, the green colored dot, is representing about 400 parts per million, which is where we are roughly. And at this type, of course, these are indoor conditions, but it's just to give you an idea of what it feels like, right? So at indoor conditions of 400 parts per million, it's still considered, comfortable and breathable air. And as it decreases to about 1,000 to 2,000 parts per million, you start feeling, a bit dizzy, a bit tired, and you feel like there's a slight lack of oxygen. And that's only 1,000. So if by the end of the century, we're going to reach about 900 parts per million, so you can roughly have an idea of what it's going to feel like, right? So we have to start doing something now. Of course, there have been things that's been happening in trying to reduce carbon emissions, but it's not enough, right? Now, if you look at the chart in the middle here, we can see that little trend. It's a bit light, but the blue line is showing the trend. And at the moment, during the lockdown, if you see this red arrow here, you can see there was a drop. So overall, there was a drop about 5 to 6%. And if we continue the lockdown, it can go up to maybe 9% only. So that's still not very much to fight to bring down the CO2 levels. Yeah, so only 5 to 6% at the moment. And unfortunately, the lockdown has been eased off in many countries and started again in some, but still, it's not sufficient. Now, this is another chart, a very simple one to show our ecological footprint. Why this and why it's important to use this as a reference to our carbon emissions. Now, on the left-hand side, we see a chart showing the ecological footprint. Now, we're at a stage where we need 1.5 Earths, right, to absorb all this carbon that's being emitted into the atmosphere. And if we don't do anything now, it will increase maybe by 2040, 2050 to 2 Earths, which is already beyond our capacity. On the right-hand side, we see the map of the world. And this is just to give you an idea of what kind of biocapacity we have. Now, when I talk about biocapacity, it's the amount of greenery or plants that can absorb the carbon that's emitted in the air. And we see very little of dark green areas and so much more of the red areas. And the red areas is where we're producing so much carbon into and emitting so much carbon into the atmosphere. And this isn't good, right? Now, what's our next step? Okay, one, we're talking about carbon capture, which is what our topic is about. But carbon capture, where are we in terms of carbon capture at this stage of time? Now, we know the IPCC, they've come up with reports and studies and saying, but we need to limit our global warming by less than 2% by the year 2050. If not, we're in deep trouble, right? Now, carbon capture storage actually has been used in the oil and gas industry. So, since the mid 90s and maybe even earlier, but utilization and storage has been used since the mid 90s. Prior to that, they've only been capturing carbon and utilizing it to bring gas from the gas and oil, to push up the gas and oil from deep within the Earth's surface, right? So it's not new technology, it's not rocket science, it's very simple, very basic, and the ONG has been using it for a long time, right? So, but carbon capture, utilizing, and storage, where they're storing this carbon dioxide, is still very early in stages of commercialization. Okay, and why this has happened is because it's only in the last few years, maybe the last 5-6 years. I think the earliest plant ever built was 1996. So maybe 25 years, where there was this company that built a carbon storage system, and those were like one of the first few plants. But at the moment, the capacity to capture carbon from the air is only very little. Okay, it's not even 5% of what we should be collecting from the air. Okay, just to give you an idea, they say the current capacity of carbon capture in total globally is about 2.5 megatons of equivalent. But we need to capture at least 300. Some people say it's even higher than that, right? So we're nowhere near to what we should be capturing from the air, right? So what we're looking to is we're trying to get people, especially like power plants and industries, to have carbon capture, utilization, and storage in every single one of them. We need their support, we need their cooperation. If not, we're just not going to be able to capture enough carbon from the air. Okay. By doing that, power plants and industries can also promote the low carbon hydrogen production, because oxygen is used with carbon dioxide, and in the process, the chemical process, you can produce hydrogen, which is actually usable for many applications, especially like transport, or even to use in other products, right? So what we want to do is hit a net zero emissions target. We're producing carbon, but we also need to absorb it. So we see that from our forests, we don't have enough. Our seas are also not sufficient to absorb all this carbon. So we need to do something more. So now we need to create artificial carbon sinks. So in this way, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. If you look at this picture on the top right, this was one of the first CCUS, short form for carbon capture, utilization, and storage plants, and built in Zurich. And what happens is right behind there, far behind there, you can see a greenhouse. So what they do is they capture the carbon dioxide, and then from the air. Yeah, so it's called direct air capture, and they pump the carbon dioxide into the greenhouses, yeah, for the plants to grow. So that is one example of an application. Of course, there are many more, right? Now, what are the challenges in storing captured carbon? You capture carbon from the air. How are you going to store it? How are you going to get rid of it? We can't release it back in the air. So, there's only so much you can use for greenhouses and for other applications. So we need to look at other possible ways. Now, the technologies are there, but it depends how fast we can get them up and running, right, to fight climate change or climate crisis in this case. Now, if we look at some examples of carbon capture storage, right? Now, at the moment, it's really costly. I think there's some plants are reporting to, have $600 per ton of carbon dioxide captured, and that's really expensive. And some experts say that we need to bring these prices to about maybe $100. Some even lower, to about 65, maybe 45. But that all depends on the economies of scale and scalability of this, and how many people jump on the bandwagon soon enough, right? So it's, at the moment, it's still very costly. So there is going to be a lot of dependency on government action, coming up with policies and we need economic incentives, especially from international corporations or international bodies, or expertise from overseas, like in Norway or in Switzerland. They're already doing this. Yeah. Of course, Malaysia does have a lot of oil rigs around, and I'm sure they're also already doing that. But probably the storage is still an issue that's quite new. Yeah. And so basically there's many uses for carbon dioxide. So once we decide or identify where we can use this, that will probably be the next step on where power plants and industries move towards, right? Now, there are three ways, basically three ways how carbon dioxide is captured. One is post-combustion, where the carbon dioxide goes up the flue gas in industries or power plants, and you capture them through the flue gases. And of course, it goes through a whole chemical process to separate the carbon dioxide from all the other gases, and then you trap it, and you send it through a pipeline to a storage area, or you can either change it to solids as well, right? There's also pre-combustion, where you capture the carbon dioxide before it gets burned, and use of oxyfuels, where you use oxygen to go through a chemical process to separate hydrogen, carbon dioxide, and oxygen. And so there are few ways, various ways of doing it, and various chemical processes. Now, the storage, basically there's three areas of storage. One is through forest sequestration. Now, forest sequestration, this is one of our biggest challenges. And why? Because it's not that we have nice, lovely forests. We don't have enough space. We don't have enough forest area. And on top of that, we're having wildfires happening, and we've seen the spate of wildfires going on in the last last few years. Australia, Siberia, and now California, and it's still burning. So, as much as we want to capture this carbon, there's so much more being released. So we're really at a stage of crisis now. So we really have to work fast to get this up and going. There's also ocean sequestration, which is what the oil and gas industry has been using. What they do is they send down the captured carbon dioxide right deep into the ocean. But deep into the ocean, meaning that it have to go more than 3,500 meters. But there are also risks in that, because there could be leakages of carbon dioxide coming back into the water, and destroying our marine life. So so that's that problem. And finally, we have geological sequestration, where we pump the carbon dioxide deep into the Earth's core, where they go between the rocks. And what happens with this rock formation, this porous rock formation, they trap the carbon dioxide in return, in place of drawing up oil and gas. Yeah, so again, it's used by the oil and gas industry. So the rock formations underground act as a seal, so they can trap the carbon dioxide there for years. But then again, how much capacity or how much space is there, right? Now, for ocean sequestration, not only there's damage to wildlife. Now, the thing with seawater is that because of the rise in temperature in the last few years, the seawater has become warmer. So because of the warm water on top, there has been a difficulty in getting the cooler water from below to mix. And so at this point of time, we're also having problems with the oceans absorbing carbon dioxide as well. Yeah. So, and it's not helping with people throwing more and more rubbish into the sea. It's really heartbreaking to see all these things, you know, caused by us humans. We destroyed the earth. We had the earth in our hands and we destroyed it. And we're still not slowing down. So I think the pandemic has actually opened a lot of our eyes, everyone's eyes, you know, to show us where we are and what we really need to do, yeah, to bring Mother Earth back, right? Now, the only drawback about carbon capture, because it's new, it's expensive, so we need to get more people on board to bring prices down. So that is our one challenge that we have to do. Photovoltaic started like that. In the beginning, it was crazily expensive. So we have to start with carbon capture. I think this is just one area. But my final message before I finish is that there's still a lot of research more to be done. But we need to push for it nevertheless. But the thing is, we can't just depend on carbon capture, utilization, and storage only, because it's only a very small part of what we can do for carbon emission control. Now, the challenge is for us to reduce our carbon emissions into the air first, right? So how is carbon emissions reduced? It starts with two areas, and one is the in industries and residential. Now, if you look at this little chart here, we've got you know, the amount of energy being consumed by commercial buildings, residential buildings, and industries. That's a huge chunk. So if we start there, we can reduce our carbon emissions by a lot. So of course, there's a push for zero carbon buildings, net zero carbon buildings. And if we look at also at our dependency on renewable energy, it's still very, very little. I think what 9% in the whole global energy from energy production from renewables is just about 9%. So we've got a long way to go to hit our targets by 2030. What more, 2050? So it's a lot of work to do, guys. Okay. Now, key points in industries for them is to, of course, conduct energy audits, which is my area of expertise. But why it's important is energy audits gives you a look into what's going on in your plant. And it should be something that every industry, every building, even your homes, you should be doing this continuously, right? You don't have to do it every year, but do one main one, get an idea of what's going on in your building, and work from there to bring down your energy consumption, get rid of wastages, improve your efficiencies, optimize your systems. If you can, invest in cleaner energy like renewables, or you know, if your country has like wind, and go for that, right? Yeah. And for power plants and industries, yeah, their next move is to install carbon capture technologies. Of course, there's this question of money and profit, investment and profit. So in Malaysia, personally, I feel that many people are not into this because we're not serious enough about climate change.
Raj.
Yeah. And energy efficient in buildings, same thing. Just that you don't have the option of installing carbon capture. And this is just an example of a typical energy efficient building. So it's not that it's impossible to do. It can be done. It's been done. We've been running this building this building has been in operation since 2004, 2006, and it's still running very efficiently. This building doesn't have renewable energy, so it's not net zero. Yeah, but there are lots of things you can look into, like natural ventilation, green data centers, energy efficient equipment, good building design, especially like the passive elements that reduce heat from getting into the building. That's the main challenge, heat gain into the building, which increases air conditioning use. The same thing applies just the other way around in colder countries where you have heating, right? This is another example of a use of renewable energy. This was not quite net zero, but we managed to bring the energy
Move the
index
Q&A
quite
up a
low.
bit. Cannot see.
Okay, and finally, I will finish off with us changing our lives. Look at the chart again. Transport, energy use, carbon emissions through transport takes about half of the carbon emissions globally comes from transportation. So public transport, electric vehicles that is dependable on renewable energy, not coal and fossil fuels. If you can, ride electric bicycles. That picture you see there is of my ex-colleague, yeah, which we're still very much in. He's also an expert in green building certification and green building design. And he rides his bicycle, electric bicycle, to office nearly every day, right? And of course, carpooling. So, yeah, that's the end
Fantastic.
of the presentation. Yeah. So,
Thank you,
open for
Andrea, for all
questions,
your.
guys.
Yes, in fact, there is a question, Andrea, from our audience here. The question is, do you have any examples of forest sequestration right here in ASEAN or around the Asia-Pacific region?
Forest sequestration.
Anything that you can think of?
Not really. It's just that maybe they're just on a very small scale. People are just planting trees by their own efforts, but there's not really a push from any government or things like that. Not from the Asian countries. Singapore has hardly any space to grow trees and plants, so maybe on their buildings they've done it in the building industry by growing plants on the buildings. But again, it's really insufficient at the moment. Yeah.
Right, Andrea, you mentioned this keyword as well. These are small efforts. What, in your opinion, can be done on a larger scale or a greater scale to get the buy-in of corporations, for example, for them to drive these efforts? You saw your slides, spoke about how we can be more energy efficient via green buildings, or the GBI, the Green Building Index, and so on and so forth, in terms of containing our carbon waste output as well. So having all this, in our view, what would you say are some of the efforts that can be done almost immediately or in the short term to drive a bigger adoption of these efforts?
Right. Okay. I'm currently working with a government agency, and they're SEDA, if you've heard of it, Sustainable Energy Development Authority. Now they're pushing for all local, local the local town councils to start pushing for building green and encouraging green practices in their local communities. And we're also talking about low carbon cities. So low carbon cities also includes green buildings, as well as urban transportation, and making sure that there's facilities for the public to use, interconnectivity, green vehicles, electric buses, bicycle lanes. So that's quite
right, Andrea. But besides it being an effort to save our planet, what would you say are some of the most sexy points towards getting people to adopt this? Because ultimately,
dollars and cents, right?
Exactly. You also mentioned that it comes down to the cost.
Yes. Yeah. I would say that a lot of local, let's say companies, MNCs, now most of them buy into the idea, but if they don't see a profit here, they don't see a way of making profit, they most likely won't go down that lane. Okay, just to give you an example, when we talk about energy audits, 25 years ago, nobody was interested.
Yeah.
Nobody's interested, and even till today, people are not really interested. It's just that because the next person, the next company, or the next organization is doing it, then they say, oh no, okay, maybe it's good. I want to change my chiller, but they only go to that extent because it's also they're just trying to make the least possible move. So I feel that a lot of people, especially organizations, they're more, like you say, dollars and cents. They're more driven by that rather than the
Trying
importance
to make
of
a positive contribution and doing the right thing, so to speak. End of the day, it's all about ROI, right?
It's all ROI.
Return
So
on
I
investment.
think, so I think we need to drive in that message further. So I think like sustainability reporting and the push from the government, I think that's really crucial to get these people to move. If you ask me, I think it's
difficult.
a hard sell.
On that note, just one quick question. You talked about carbon capture, utilization, and storage, where it's currently not economically or financially viable to do on a large scale. So based on your opinion, where do you foresee that happening further down the road? How close are we to that?
We're not close. We're really very far away, and it's really going to take a lot of effort, like I said, from the government and from corporations itself, power plants and industries.
If it's one place, then perhaps here is where the top-down approach, is necessary.
It has.
Right,
It has. The top person, the CEO, the managing directors, they have to make that decision and push for it. Also, one thing I wanted to highlight was that there was also a discussion, an argument between the climate change, people fighting for climate change as well as the oil and gas industries. Now, oil and gas have been using CCU as carbon capture for many years, but that is because they want to get more oil and gas from the ground. So there is an argument between climate change. Climate change, you want to reduce emissions, not bring more oil and gas up. So there's also that challenge that we've been faced with.
Well, thank you very much, Andrea, for your presentation and your sharing. Andrea Di Rosario on post-COVID carbon capture. Insightful indeed. Do stick around, Andrea, as well. The conference continues right here from us at the ESG TV studios. Raj Arya, Jesse Chahal taking you through. Today's main focus is more on entrepreneurs and they can do in the realm of climate change, regeneration, sustainability. Raj, the word sustainability.
Exactly. And of course, doing business, end of the day, is also about making profits, generating shareholders well, but more in line by creating a balance, doing the right thing, giving back, making sure it's a win-win situation for all stakeholders concerned.
That's right. The question is this now the new norm? Is sustainability now the new norm by default of the pandemic? Has this been sort of pushed to the forefront? And should all corporations and organizations or even big industry players adopt this as a default, as part of the new norm?
Or is it just a publicity stunt? And our next speaker will probably be able to touch more on that, right?
Absolutely. Our next speaker is joining us all the way live from Hong Kong to address the issue of sustainability. Is it a cash cow or a cash burner?
That's right. With that, I would like to invite Sania Redka, who will be interviewing Desmond Marshall, the Managing Director of Rouge International and Rouge Ventures, on this very important topic. Sania, over to you.
Hello, everyone. And we're going to be starting on a few questions to Desmond on how COVID affects the sustainability in businesses. So Desmond, could you please tell us to what degree has COVID affected corporations and public's viewpoint on the term of sustainability itself?
Hi everyone, Desmond Marshall here from Rouge International and Rouge Ventures. Addressing to this question around here, actually it's a lot, and as we can all see right now, there's really nothing more impactful or more serious than COVID. Which is actually affecting everyone. So everyone's well-being and health right now, survivability right now, is on everyone's mind. And the thing is, consumers are more and more concerned about the air that we breathe, the food that we eat. Is it virus-laced? Will I eat it and then I'll catch the coronavirus, etc., etc. So the thing is, a lot of people are actually scrutinizing the public companies as well, right outside. And they're saying, hey, are you using the proper tools to clean and disinfect? are your employees actually taking the necessary precautions, or are you wrapping my hamburgers with cancer-causing chemicals around here? So there were quite some revelations by the public that things like McDonald's has been using something like this already. And so the thing is, it's all over the news, and everyone's more concerned about that. So which means that in this case around here, will you still be eating these kind of food packages? Maybe, maybe not, but you'll be rethinking again. And so this actually hits the bottom line revenue. And of course, this means that the revenue or the income is going down.
Thank you, Desmond. And the second question would be, how can sustainability strategies help a corporation gain more money and profit from incorporating sustainability practices at the core of their business strategy?
Well, the thing with sustainability was a few years ago, even like last year, people are still thinking that this is charity. This is like a tree hugging thing. We're trying to protect the earth and stuff like that. And when you tell this to the more mature CEOs, the board of directors, or the chairman, they say, okay, forget about this. We're in for the money only. So the thing is, right now, okay, you're not in for the money. You can't do any money right now because no one's coming in, because everyone's looking into your company, whether you're being responsible or not. And so the thing also will be in terms of, if you're just looking at your consumers, if you're in the business, the thing with large corporations with history is that your consumers or your customers grow old as well. So which means that you have to find a new way of tapping into a new younger audience. And the younger audience will be asking, hey, I care about the next 20 years more than a 70-year-old caring about his life later on. So they will be thinking about, okay, am I going to eat the right proper food? Are you going to make the right things for me? What's going to happen to my kids? So the thing is, if the companies or the corporations are doing sustainability properly, and not just by lip service or just by packaging on their end, the customers will be looking at this from a different perspective, especially in the COVID area, in the COVID period right now. So they will have a better audience. They will have a larger audience because people will be more willing to pay for it, and for a longer period as well, which means that it's better to survive and also better revenues. And of course, at the end of the day, investors will be more interested in, hey, I'm investing in a more responsible company than, hey, if I'm investing in a bad company, it's gonna hit me back with a new PR crisis by tomorrow.
Thank you for your answer. And why do you think corporations find it difficult to implement sustainability-related strategies into their operations? What are the main obstacles and challenges in the world nowadays?
Well, the thing is, we talk to a lot of different companies around here, and many companies are still thinking about sustainability as just a good-to-have thing. It's just an add-on. So if there are any people working in corporate CSR, sustainability divisions around here, I think they will share the same feeling and say, hey, if we're going to a board meeting or if we're going to a strategy meeting, I'm always not the first one to actually say anything. And everyone's looking into the sales and marketing and also the sales quota and operations, supply chain, and et cetera, and et cetera. So the thing is, with because of COVID, and we're seeing a lot of different changes as well, everyone, even consumers, are forcing the companies to actually become more sustainable, become more responsible. So which means that they're rethinking that this should be become a core strategy, influencing, complementing with their original normal business objectives. If not, it's going to be difficult. Say, for example, hey, I have to make the numbers, the quota right now, but can we at the same time think of it and put a more sustainability angle into it? It can be, because things like, hey, let's change using straws. Let's use less plastic. Let's use something better. You can source for something more sustainable, more eco-friendly, or you can use a better supply chain operator as well. So corporations are rethinking about that. The only problem is many companies, they do not have the knowledge, do not have the vetting knowledge as well to really think about the new sustainable innovations and say, hey, is this really a plastic, a non-plastic straw? And there were quite some interesting examples before, especially in China, when in some of the larger chains in with coffee shops around here, they tried to change into from plastic straw into something else, and they didn't do a good job, and they were sourcing with the lowest competitors outside, and they just believe it on face value and say, hey, this is non-plastic, eco-friendly, but the press got a wind of it. They tested it themselves and say, hey, this is actually plastic as well. So it became a PR crisis. So the thing is, if you don't have that knowledge or the due diligence skills in terms of checking these companies' innovations out, then it's going to be very difficult. So the thing is, they do corporate companies lack this visibility as well. So they need professionals like ourselves. We help out the companies too in terms of opening up their eyes in terms of what kind of new innovation is there, and keep it sustainable. And most important of all, keeping the numbers, keeping the revenue, and also the expenses down as well.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next question, which is going to be related to the investors and how much they're interested in investing to sustainability within a company, and what are the key points investors are actually looking into when choosing a company to invest into.
It's very interesting because of COVID, even before COVID, like the beginning of 2019, actually, people were talking about impact investors, green investors, and they and for the rich and high net worth individuals as well. They were already thinking about moving the portfolios. And back in the old days, people had a portfolio normally from a family office's point of view. And from private investors' point of view, they have a portfolio of 5% only back in those days for impact investing. But at the beginning of 2019, that was before COVID, they were already moving into the 20% mark already. So what does that mean? That means that the investors with real money, they are already seeing that it actually has a better return than the other stocks or the bonds that they have already. So they're willing to pump up at least 15% more of that. Now with COVID, of course, things change a little bit, but the thing is, we even seeing more and more of that coming along here. So we're actually seeing like normal traditional VCs, PEs as well, and they're switching into a more sustainable focus, impactful green kind of investments as well. So like I said, the thing is, if I'm an investor, I'm investing in a company, I would invest in a company that will be a little bit more long-term sustainable and without any PR crisis happening by tomorrow, right? So if I'm investing in irresponsible company, by tomorrow I may have a PR crisis on my hand, and which is not a good thing. So the thing is, and we're also looking into, hey, let's invest into a company that actually can attract more customers. Like I said, a younger audience with a more affluent wallet. And I just say, hey, this is a new group of people you haven't tapped into before. And this group is actually willing to pay a lot more than before because they have the kids, they have their own 20-year health in front of them. So the thing is, in terms of the investment itself, the actual revenue is getting even better and better. And of course, from a branding point of view, when you're coming out and say, hey, during this COVID period, I am the more responsible company, and it's easier to, if you're running a little bit faster than your competitor in this terms around here, then you'll actually be much more successful than other people. So take their example, US Tyson Foods. They have a whole factory of people infected with COVID, and they have to shut off their factory. And this is not a good PR for Tysons as well. So the thing is, if their competitors outside and they say, hey, we're being much more responsible, we are doing all the necessary precautions, etc., and we're dealing with new innovations going inside as well, which you've never heard of. So it actually attracts a lot more attention, good attention, positive attention by a new audience. And the new audience right now, a good example is alternative proteins. So they're looking into, hey, let's try something new around here. So as you can see, many of the companies, the traditional food companies like Tyson, is actually being cut in terms of the market share to newer companies like Beyond Meat, Beyond Beef, Impossible Foods, and all these alternative proteins as well. And they're having massive, really massive kind of investments going in.
Thank you, Desmond, for answering those questions. We now welcome all the questions from the audience. Thank you.
Hey, anyone?
Here in Malaysia again. So yes, as you can see, sustainability is in fact something that all companies should look at in terms of investing in the long run, isn't it? Whereby you get to see the ROI and the benefits from that perspective, rather than looking at it as a short-term, quick fix kind of situation. Don't you agree, Desmond?
I totally agree, and actually, it's much more quicker right now these days because of COVID. So, and like I said, back in the old days, people are saying, "Oh, this is much more longer-term thing, investment. So it's not going to generate a lot of revenue coming back in quick." As well, listed companies, or so the chairmen or the board of directors or top management is pretty reluctant to do anything on that. So, but because of COVID. The thing is, consumers are asking this question at the very beginning. So if you're not responsible, I just leave. So if you want your customers to continue, or you want a new group of audience, because everyone needs new consumers these days, because everyone's losing a lot of money. So if you're losing these new audiences around here, then in the long term, you'll actually see that there's more and more layoffs, more and more shutdowns happening around here, and it's happening already. It's, even last night, we're seeing all the layoffs being announced.
Well, that's right. I think, it's really interesting to note that perhaps change is impending. Change wants to happen internally from organizations as well. But Desmond, what would you say? We spoke a lot about the change of mindset, to shift from mindset to its consciousness. How can you drive or encourage or motivate this change internally for organizations and corporations to take that sustainable route? I'm sure there's gumption, but how do we encourage and get them moving along so that they can adopt the right kind of ethical sustainability?
It's interesting because I will be talking in a workshop later in this afternoon exactly on that, how to convince and motivate the chairmen in the corporations. But I think it's actually a twofold thing. Number one, internally, of course, you'll need people, smart people, the right people to convince, to say the right things. Like I said, it's not about saying in front of the chairman and say, hey, this is sustainability, and people just shut down. That's it, because they think that's a charity thing. They think it's a tree hugging thing. It's going to waste a lot of money and time. So when I go in, I just say, do you want to make more money? That's pretty much it. So, and they say, hey, okay, let's have the next 2 minutes. Let's talk a little bit more about that. And I say, keep on saying, let's achieve how these business objectives are. Right now, you don't have your old customers. We need to find new customers. There's a new group of customers outside. Do you want to tap into them? Yes, I want to tap into them. How? Okay, use these kind of things. That's very much it. That's number one, to say the right things in front of the right people. So that's internal process number one. The outside process, actually, it's also important as well, is how the public is scrutinizing these companies as well. and they're doing a lot of things already and saying, hey, let's check this. Say, for example, COVID. Let's check this hotel. Is this hotel infected or not in the first place? And if they're infected already before, what are they doing? What are the processes or methods that they are doing in place to keep me safe? And if it's not safe, then I will just announce it outside. I will tell everyone outside that this hotel is not safe, this food is not safe, and then no one's going to come in. So by public scrutiny, it actually forces the companies to say, hey, right now we don't have a lot of customers already because of lockdown. So if you have bad press like this coming along here, it just speeds up your death, the corporate death. That's pretty much it. So, and if the chairman don't realize this, and when it happens, it's going to be too late. So the thing is, if back in the old days when we're saying, hey, let's try to make changes individually, it's going to be difficult. Back in the old days, yes, it's going to be difficult because you're saying, hey, this water is not good, and people don't really care about that, right? You put it in the news and it's not even in the news. But right now, because of the COVID, people will be this will be the top of their mind. So if you say one thing and reveal, of course, I'm saying that you reveal the truth, and then there will be more and more people coming in and to say, hey, I've experienced this as well. I also see this, to back you up with evidence. Then it forces the companies to become more responsible.
And I guess at the end of the day, the internet also plays a big part in all of this, right?
And what more social media
Exactly.
as an
Consumer
agent of
awareness,
change.
public awareness. There's more engagement between the public and the companies, and everybody is watching. So if you do something wrong, everyone will know about it, because all it takes is a click of the button, and the next thing you know, it's out there in the internet space.
You can't run away right now.
You can't run away. And the other interesting aspect is, like, we need a black swan event like what we're encountering right now, the COVID-19 pandemic.
True.
That
Yes.
forces people, it forces company to actually take action, to step up, to take action, because you are forced to do the change, because otherwise you will not survive this very, very difficult time.
Yeah, exactly. It's like at the very beginning of 2019, people were talking about, oh, let's do climate change and whatever in the United Nations, in EU already, and Trump is saying, hey, let's not do Paris Agreement and all that stuff. The thing is, no one really cared. So if we rely on ourselves to do stuff, nothing happens. So the planet is actually doing something right now with COVID.
That's right. Thank you very much to both of you joining us all the way from Hong Kong live. That was, of course, the topic of sustainability. Is it a cash cow or a cash burner? We have some answers there, Raj.
That's right.
Lots more in store for the rest of the day.
Exactly.
Once again, it's Raj, Arya, and Jessie Chahal coming to you live from the studios in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. A big shout out to all of you watching us via Facebook Live, and those of you dialing in from different parts of the world.
Right. And now, to mix things up a bit, we have a guest right here in the studio, right here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, where we'll be speaking to Elina Jani, who is from Green Tech Malaysia. And she has a very, very important topic as well.
That's right.
To lead on from Desmond's topic earlier, sustainable innovations, the need for climate change. And we know that's such a crucial subject, right?
Such an apt subject as well, as we're seeing forest fires in the world, flooding, so on and so forth. Could there be possible sustainable solutions via innovations that can happen from all layers of society, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're a child, or whether you're an elderly, retired, technician? The options are wide and open for anyone to step up and make a change.
And who better to talk about that? As I mentioned, Elina, who's the Director of Green Innovations here in Green Tech Malaysia. So, Elina, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, thank you. How are you?
Oh, very, very good as well. We look forward to hearing about your presentation and in terms of how innovation can play a big part.
All right, sure. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Raj, and for the introductions earlier. Has been very interesting sessions, at least the past two panels that I've witnessed. And I think it leads on nicely to my session for today. So the topic that I will be presenting today will be on sustainable innovations, the need for climate action. So to introduce myself to the audience, my name is Elina. I'm the Director of Green Innovations from the Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center, in short, MGTC or Green Tech Malaysia. So my first slide will focus on what are the current things that are happening globally. Do we need more green tech innovation? The United Nations Framework for Climate Change Convention, the UNFCCC, estimates that an additional 200 billion US dollars in global investments, financial flows will be required per annum just by 2030 to return the greenhouse gas emissions to the current levels. But when you look at the numbers, the clean R&D spending that is being done globally right now is less than half of that amount. So this is where there's a call for spending that is required for research, development, and commercialization of technologies and innovations, because only innovations can be long-term solutions to addressing climate change. Furthermore, why is green technology is very important? If we are limiting ourselves to the kind of technologies that are available globally right now, we need to achieve stabilization of about 500 parts per million. Andrea Rosario, the previous speaker, talked about this in her presentation. It will be requiring $20 trillion greater than with the expected developments that are in energy efficiency, hydrogen energy technologies, advanced bioenergy, and wind and solar technologies. Therefore, there is a dramatic action that needs to be done to accelerate technology development to reduce the cost of these stabilizations. Therefore, this is what is required from governments, from multinational companies, from public listed companies, even SMEs and entrepreneurs all over the world, that there is a need to look into R&D for sustainable innovations. So when we look at what kind of technologies that are out there, the most common adaptation or mitigation technologies that can be seen globally right now is predominantly mostly in the energy sector. When you're looking at temperate countries, there are technologies that's required to provide heating mechanisms for buildings, for offices, for homes and households. But in the tropical countries, there's a need to actually cool the buildings, the offices, and the households. That's why the energy sector, there's a lot of energy technologies that's required to bring energy efficiency and energy demand to a proper energy management. Of course, you look at industries, equipment, parts, machineries, manufacturing processes, there's always a need for technologies there. Transport, basically sustainable or low carbon mobility. Furthermore, in adaptation, we can look at agriculture, forestry, and also waste technologies. So when we talk about these technologies, in Malaysia specifically, we have the 11th Malaysia Plan. There is a chapter 6 in the 11th Malaysia Plan that looks at green growth and also sustainability. The strategic thrust number 4, pursuing green growth for sustainability and resilience, demonstrates the Malaysia government commitment towards sustainability and also green growth for the country. Furthermore, in 2009, there was a national green technology policy that outlines 5 strategic thrusts, which looks at strengthening the institutional framework for green technology and sustainability, producing or providing a conducive environment for green technology developments, intensifying human capital development, intensifying green technology research and innovations, and the last thrust, of course, the most important of all, is to create the promotion and public awareness. But I highlighted in bold there is a need to intensify green technology research and innovations, not only in Malaysia, but also globally. So we have this Green Technology Master Plan. We call it for short the GTMP, that was launched in 2017. This is a 13-year Green Technology Master Plan that actually looks at, specifically when we looked at that in 2017, 6 industries that has the highest potential for green growth, but at the same time, the highest carbon emissions in the country. This is looking at the energy sector, manufacturing sector, transport, building, waste, and water. So on the right side, you can see what are the target targets that's been outlined in the Green Technology Master Plan. Targeted growth by 180 billion ringgit, 200,000 job creation, targeted SMEs and entrepreneur development under our My Hijau program. My Hijau stands for Malaysian Green. And then ultimately, of course, looking at the research and development and commercialization funding, public-private partnerships, and of course, establishing Malaysia as the regional green technology hub. So when we look at this, there were two significant global, reset events or occurrences that happened. On the Earth Day globally, on the April 22nd, the Chief Secretary General for the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, in his message during the Earth Day, urged governments in the race towards business recovery post-COVID-19, there is also a need to also look at environmental recovery. So in the race towards financing for post-COVID-19, the European Union Green New Deal that's looking at green economy and digital technologies, there is also the need to have environmental recovery at the back of everyone's minds to couple that with the economic recovery. So this was a very strong message from Antonio Guterres that this is the kind of message that we want governments to be urged to look at closely. So other than that, of course, you are familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically for the areas of at least 7 to 8 Sustainable Development Goals, you'll be looking at innovations that's required for sustainable goal, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, of course, providing work and economic growth, industry innovations, and of course, cities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, and partnerships for specific goals. So this is where there is a need to look at one particular sustainable development goal, which is looking at sustainable goal number 12, sustainable consumption and production. Here in Malaysia, we're focusing that to push consumers and also producers to be sustainable in terms of their usage and consumption as well as production. So the program that we have in Malaysia, we call it the My Hijau program. So under the My Hijau program, it looks at providing incentives for producers and manufacturers to produce sustainable and eco-friendly products. But at the same time, through the government policies, the 11th Malaysia Plan, we have a government green procurement guideline for government ministries, and also through Bursa Malaysia, we are pushing all the sustainable reporting from the public listed companies. These are the potential consumers that will consume and also use the products from the My Hijau manufacturers and producers. So the idea here is that we want to look at reduction of net imports. So last year, Malaysia imported close to 850 billion ringgit in terms of foreign products. And the top 5 sectors that the imports are being done from the E&E sector, chemicals and chemical products, oil and gas, machinery, equipment and parts, and of course, manufacturers of metal. So in Malaysia, we are 3rd in ASEAN behind Singapore and Thailand in terms of net import. So the need here, and this is a call specifically for local entrepreneurs and local R&D in Malaysia, we're looking at sustainable innovations to be developed in Malaysia so that we as a country can also reduce our net import of green technologies internationally. But at the same time, the call for international technology companies and entrepreneurs to come to Malaysia to collaborate with our local entrepreneurs. So what we're looking at, what are the kind of climate change and also solutions that we need in Malaysia, specifically for marine litter. I just went for a scuba diving trip in May of this year after the movement control order was lifted to restricted movement control order. There's a lot of ghost nets that are being littered and also marine litter that's happening along the coastlines of Peninsular Malaysia as well as the Borneo Island. So what you can see is that all these ghost nets are actually damaging our coral reef. So this is but one of the problems that we're facing in Malaysia from human activities, but as well as changes to the monsoon seasons that we're facing, and of course, ultimately affecting life below water in Malaysia. Other than that, of course, we have a lot of municipal solid waste issues that we're facing in Malaysia. And of course, we're looking at other types of problems, for example, sustainable water efficiency, building solutions. So these are but a few of the kind of issues or challenges that we're facing in Malaysia, that we're calling for submissions for partnerships and of course innovations to be the long-term solutions to the kind of problems that we're facing in Malaysia and also the region in ASEAN. So other than that, these are some kind of issues that we're facing technologically. So currently the incinerators that we have in Malaysia, I give you, for example, a case study, most of them, they can't process these fishing nets. Due to the fact that there's an embedded steel in the polyester or the nylon of the nets. So therefore, these ghost nets, even if we collect them from the marine coastal areas, they are also being strewn about in Malaysia. So this is where we need a kind of solution for a more sophisticated kind of incineration systems in Malaysia, or sustainable waste management integrated facility that could help. But from the public side, it always starts from the source. So when we go to beach, we go for holidays and all that, for the public, for the citizens, for the youth, for the students, try to recycle your waste. Try to not litter when you go to vacations and all that. So it starts from each and every one of us. So the best way to start at your source, separate your waste at home, try to do recycling, don't litter, and let's collaborate on better green technologies to solve this kind of waste problems that we're facing, not only in Malaysia, but also globally. So other than that, just a little bit of explanation about who Green Tech Malaysia is. We are a government agency under the purview of the Ministry of Environment and Water in Malaysia. This is a picture of our office building in Bangi in Malaysia. We are the lead implementing government agency to champion green growth for Malaysia. So we are focusing on 6 sectors, but we are not limited to that. With the change of our role to also the National Climate Change Center, we are looking beyond the 6 sectors which were originally in our green technology master plan. Energy sector, manufacturing, transport, building, waste and water. And these are the kind of subsectors that we've also identified to look for partnerships in innovations and technologies. The arrow that goes around the 6 sectors here are actually our functions and our roles to create that promotion and awareness, creating market enablers, training, also intensifying R&D, and also last but not least, also institutional framework. So when we talk about our role as the National Climate Change Center, we're not only looking at from the business perspective right now in terms of providing incentives for green growth, but we're also looking at more adaptation and mitigation strategies, looking at water and beach resources, our coastal areas, food and agriculture, biodiversity and forestry, infrastructure and public health, but of course, looking at technologies and innovations for energy, agriculture, and also other areas that we're looking at. So these are our enhanced roles as the National Climate Change Center for Malaysia. Other than that, these are part of our achievements. We've got our products under My Hijau now, over 4,000 products actually right now. And these are also the government ministries that have been purchasing the government green procurement. 556 million ringgit was procured last year in terms of buying green technology products and services. We provide a financing scheme. We financed also, we provide certification for over 300 projects. We provided investment tax allowance and incentives for projects and assets. We have an initiative for low carbon cities. And of course, I'll be talking about our exhibition in a short while, iGEM. So this is an incentive for our green technology financing scheme. It's open to producers and users of green technology, of course, energy service companies as well. You can find more info on our website. And in terms of our tax incentives, we have investment tax allowance for assets, acquisitions, but also projects, and we also provide income tax exemptions, pengecualian cukai for manufacturers and also service providers under My Hijau. Just to cap a little bit about our building is called the Green Energy Office Building in Bangi, Malaysia. We completed our construction in 2007. We are integrated with photovoltaic, about 142 kilowatt peak. We have the first floor slab cooling system in Malaysia, and our energy bill is just about 5,000 ringgit to 7,000 ringgit a month. So this is where we welcome visits from interested parties to come and visit our office and find out how this award-winning building is able to be energy efficient, but as well as utilizing a lot of green technology applications. This is our building dashboard, our bills for the month of August 2020. Our bill was for our energy was only close to 5,000 ringgit. Our water cost was about 1,300 ringgit, and we reduced at least 84% in terms of energy consumption and water consumption, and our building energy index is only 23. So just to highlight about our upcoming event, IGEM, International Green Tech and Eco Products Malaysia, is coming soon. Also virtual exhibition, 19th to the 23rd of October. We've got exhibition, conference, and of course business matching as well. And we're looking to have countries participation over 22 countries and 250 exhibitors. So it's a virtual platform similar to what you're seeing today. We've got conferences, we've got exhibition, and also we welcome you to participate and register. So I think I'm coming up to my last slide right now. So thank you for watching and see you soon, hopefully at our event on the 19th to the 23rd of October. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. It's a really powerful message that you have given us, and in terms of what's happening here in our country, Malaysia as well. So just to ask you a quick question, it's quite clear that what we're trying to do right now is to dangle the carrot by providing all kinds of incentives, benefits for companies to take it forward. But as you can see in recent times with the water pollution here in Selangor, which disrupted the water supply throughout many of inhabitants in this state.
That's correct.
It sometimes doesn't work. So does wielding the stick sometimes need to be enforced? Or should we have greater enforcement to get the message across in terms of doing the right thing?
Okay.
What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so because Green Tech Malaysia, we're a facilitating government agency, so we're not exactly the stick in this situation. We facilitate and encourage, but at the same time, to look at this particular crisis in general, looking at it, there's a lot of elements that can be done by a lot of parties. From the enforcement perspective, industry players should really look at what is the need to actually not pollute, and looking at the values of how you can actually get values for your waste. So that's another item that can be looked at. For waste that does not have value, to look at the proper disposal. So that's the most important message to industry players in Malaysia and also globally. But from the perspective of the people, from household, if we reduce our water consumption every day, we will be able to have 20% more reserve margin in our water treatment plants. So I give an example. If you just take a shower for 3 minutes to 10 minutes in a day, you can actually reduce our per usage consumption per capita.
Yep.
So basically, Singapore is doing very well in that sense. Malaysia, we're not doing so well. We're not really water efficient. But when we do that, we can actually reserve 20% more margin at our water treatment plants. So 20% margin, what it means is, in layman, is that we can close the water treatment plant to do all the necessary, improvements and all that for 20 days without affecting any water, supply to household. So each one of us, we can actually do a part in this.
That's right. And that's a great way to highlight, and I think to share to the masses as well, how it has a cascading effect on one person's behavior, one person's adoption of good practices towards a greener earth as well. Elena, I also wanted to ask you, of course, the key word here in your presentation today as well, with IGEM around the corner, energizing sustainability. Where would you say we are as a nation, as a region, perhaps even using some countries out there as case examples? Where are we where are we on this line of green technology adoption, or is it still some sort of fallacy?
Okay, so everyone can Google where Malaysia is at in terms of global sustainability rankings. We're not that bad, but at the same time, we have a lot of area to improve. So when you look at the top 10 countries in the world in terms of sustainability rankings, each of them really looked at what are their local problems or their local issues. So that's the first step that we ought to do. So basically looking at Malaysia in terms of adoption and all that, we have a clear, areas that are red flag that we need to focus on. Water quality, of course, and water supply. A lot of Malaysians still don't have access to electricity. We're looking at, food supply. We're looking at, household, and also, of course, green tech adoption and also consumption in Malaysia. So there's a lot of areas to improve. And when we're talking about a level of adoption, the level of adoption, I think, has been improving a lot over the past decade. So when you look at government ministries, I showed you the numbers earlier. From the perspective of government ministries, government is making the first move in terms of procuring and also adopting green technology products and services. When you look at public listed companies in Malaysia, a lot of them are already compulsory to submit sustainability reporting to Bursa as part of KL Stock Exchange requirements. But when you're looking at maybe perhaps SMEs and startups, there's a lot of area to improve, a lot of awareness that needs to be done. But when we talk about public adoption, this is where there's a lot of areas that we can actually focus on. So awareness, a lot of it more in the urban areas, but there's also a lot of now uptake also from the rural areas. A lot of the villages are also trying to implement their own solutions. We see a lot of creative ideas that would come from the rural areas, and everyone can actually make a part. So the message here, the key message here is that sustainable ideas or sustainable innovations can actually come from anyone. Schools, students, we can get it from universities, we can get it from public, we can get it from retirees, as you mentioned earlier, industry, and also not just depending on the government. So this is where it's not a fallacy. There's a lot of areas that Malaysia has improved and a lot of adoption is there, but there's a lot of improvements that can be done.
Fantastic. And you are leading by example, your team at Green Tech Malaysia, as well as we saw the numbers on the cost savings that they manage to do on a monthly basis. Thank you very much, Elena Jani from Green Tech Malaysia.
That's right. And for those of you who are following up on that, don't forget iGEM will be taking place from the 19th to the 23rd of October 2020. So do check that out. Now, speaking about this, Malaysia is a country or nation which is very blessed. We are rich in biodiversity, having one of the oldest rainforests around the world, and something that which will lead on very nicely to our next topic.
Absolutely. Joining us right now via Zoom as well is Dr. Adrian Chu from FSC Malaysia on forest certification and the Forest Stewardship Council. Dr. Adrian, are you with us? There you go. Thank you and welcome to the conference, of course. We've talked about so many various topics today, Raj, but this time I think towards the heartbeat of our land, and that is our forest. Dr. Adrian, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me here, and looking forward to a good presentation to you all. So let me just start off with basically the reason behind forest certification. So my talk today is actually on forest certification and the Forest Stewardship Council. So there is a reason on why we actually need forest certification. I think a lot of us are actually aware if you are participating in this conference as well. So we, unfortunately for the world, we have been losing a lot of forests in the past decades or so. And among the chief causes of this deforestation would be, of course, large-scale agriculture, industrial plantations, and to an extent, illegal logging. And the deforestation rate around the world, according to the FAO, from 2000 to 2010, is about 13 million hectares per year. That is quite an alarming figure, which would actually equate to about 0.41 hectares a second, which is like losing a football field every second. That is a massive impact to the world. And as you can see from the pictures, it's Worldwide, it's a global phenomenon. It's unfortunately, Malaysia was facing quite a bit of this, and is still having a little bit of deforestation at this point of time. And the impacts are great. Species are losing their habitats. A lot of them are at risk of extinction. We know that, and we hear that there are many species that is just going extinct day by day. And another big impact that some people might not realize is that deforestation actually contributes to about 20% of carbon emissions worldwide. So that is quite an alarming figure as well, besides, of course, the transport and the energy industry. So going quickly, these are among the things that we can find in a forest that is managed. So we're not talking about a forest where nothing happens. Of course, then there the forest thrives. But in a forest that is being managed for extraction, logging, and other activities, there can still be a healthy forest. So let me go quickly on what is FSC as well as forest certification. So in 1992, during the Rio Earth Summit, there wasn't a very good consensus on how do we deal with the deforestation issue. So a group of business representatives, social, environmental organizations, they all came together and figured out a solution, or at least one of us, a possible solution to addressing deforestation. So that was when the Forest Stewardship Council was born in 1993 and officially formulated in 1994. It is an independent, global, non-governmental, not-for-profit membership organization. So what it really wants to do, the vision of the FSC, is to provide responsible forest management to keep forests on Earth, while at the same time providing benefits to us who are living on it. So at the same time, it also provides a globally and internationally recognized certification scheme to ensure that whatever that is certified under the FSC is actually responsibly managed. And I will I say this many times throughout my presentation, where it is always founded upon the three principles of sustainability, where social, ecological, and economic importance are always emphasized. So for the social, it's for the people who are in and out, and the laborers who are working, the workers, the staff, they're all taken care of. Ecological, quite clearly for the habitats itself, for the ecology, as well as for the flora and fauna. And of course, the businesses that depend on it. So people, we as humans still need a lot of things from the forest. So the forest still would need to provide some of these things, but at the same time, all three pillars are protected. So it is a large organization, an international organization that is widely supported. You can see from this slide here, it is supported by major social and environmental civil societies and NGOs. For example, the Forest Peoples Program, Oxfam, CIFOR, and the National Trust, the Center for People and Forests, sorry, not CIFOR, and then as well as environmental civil societies such as WWF, Greenpeace, the ZSL, the Rainforest Action Network, lots of NGOs for both social and environmental do endorse the FSC. There are large corporations out there who believes that it is considered the gold standard when it comes to forest certification. As you can see from the slides here, some of the large companies are here. So why is the FSC important? How has it impacted the global forestry situation? So what it has done for the past 20, 25 years is to provide a tool that measures whether the products that come out of the forest is actually considered sustainable. And there are studies and impact research to show that it has prevented forest degradation, provided a lot of social and environmental benefits, and especially on HCVs. So HCVs are basically high conservation values areas, which encompasses both social and environmental importance. It is a very robust system. Again, things cannot be carried out within the FSC without the agreement of all three chambers in the FSC. Like I mentioned earlier, the social chamber, the environmental chamber, as well as the economic chamber. All three needs to agree when something is passed, and when something is adopted in the FSC, hence the strength of the FSC. So when the FSC actually adopts a new criteria, a new practice, a new method, I would say, it is done through a very rigorous consultation process, and an agreement has to be achieved among all three chambers. It is a strong system as a whole because the compliance to the system is third party. So the FSC themselves, the FSC, we ourselves do not actually issue this, to tell a company that they are complying to the system. There is a third party audit that actually says yes, that company does or does not actually comply to the standards. There's the standards are annually, sorry, the audits are actually annual. They have major audits and annual audits, and there are publicly available reports for these audits, so people can actually look at them. There's a strong stakeholder consultation that is carried out. Lots of policies that is to protect the forest basically and the system. And it is, like I said, a truly global organization. It's present everywhere in the Americas, in Europe, in the African countries, in Asia. And for our part of the world, the Asia Pacific Regional Office is located in Hong Kong since 2011. And we have one here in Malaysia, of which I'm representing. And the Asia Pacific region actually has the highest growth rate in terms of certificates since the past decade, because I think people are getting more aware. Generally, I would say the more developed countries have embraced the system as a whole, and countries here in our part of the world, as well as the other slightly less developed countries, I would say, is beginning to pick it up, beginning to understand, and I think it's a great progress towards better sustainability, at least in terms of forests. So there are 9 national offices in our region, which is in Australia, New Zealand, China, India, Japan, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. And there are network offices that are operated in Myanmar, South Korea, Singapore, Philippines, Taiwan, PNG, as well as Nepal. And for the standards, there are 12 countries in Asia Pacific that has a national forest stewardship standard. So how does it actually work? So the FSC has an accreditation system that actually monitors certification bodies who issue these certificates. So what happens is a company decides that they want to go for FSC certificate to show that they are sustainable. So they have to consult a certification body, which is separate from the FSC. The certification body then assesses the whole compliance of the company, and then they issue the certificates if they are found to be compliant or not. When not, then of course they do not get the certificate. And these certification bodies, they themselves are assessed by another body, which is called the ASI. They audit the auditors. So there is a pretty robust system to ensure that the FSC system as a whole is strong. So how, for those who are not very familiar with the system, overall what happens is, of course, first we have the forest. We need to have a forest that is sustainable. We need to have a forest that is managed responsibly. So of course, the first step that is in this whole chain of forests and timber industry is the forest management itself. So the FSC does have a certification system for forest management. So for example, a company has achieved FSC certification. So what next? So the timber that comes out from this forest are then passed down a chain. So as we all know, if you are in the industry, a manufacturing industry, there's a long chain that happens before a product actually reaches to people like you and me, the normal consumers. So in the timber and the forestry world, this from you can see from the slides, a very quick representative, a short, simple representation of how timber from the forest reach to us, the consumers. Here it shows as the retailers. So the timber is then, for example, goes to the sawmill, then the sawmill cuts the timber, it goes to a factory that then produces, it could be many things. It could be furniture, it could be moldings, it could be your little utensils as well as stationery, and then it goes to retailers. So the important thing to show here is that how do you know whether the product that you use, that you and I use every day, for example, the pencil that you have, is actually coming from a well-managed forest. Here comes the chain of custody certification. So these businesses who are in this chain, for example, a sawmill, they can also apply for FSC chain of custody certification. So this certification ensures that the products that they are producing comes from a forest that also is certified as FSC. So it's a robust system to ensure that the product that you finally see on the shelves as a consumer actually comes from a well-managed forest. So it's not mixed up with questionable sources. So of course, there are many different types of forest types, forest products, like I said earlier. The more common ones will of course be paper. There's tissues, there's cork products from many trees. I've been personally to a cork plantation. It is an amazing experience. Of course, lots of visits to forests, FSC and non-FSC forests, and you can see how the companies are actually managing the forest really well in FSC certified forests. There's lumbers, there's of course toys, which is for the children. There's paper, again, like I mentioned, books. So there are so many things that we as consumer actually rely on the forest for. There are non-timber, non-traditional forest timber products, such as even latex gloves, rubbers. There is some honey. There are many rattan as well. So there are so many things that we actually benefit from the forest, and we can still get it all, and the forest is still maintained properly. That is the key that I want to put out here. We are all using resources from the forest that can be produced sustainably. And this is where the FSC provides an assurance here. So for wooden products, you can see, for example, here again, the fences that you use, of course, the plywood, the tables, the furnitures. Then you see non-timber products like I was mentioning earlier as well. You have baskets, you have honey, you have even some, to an extent, some food products such as nuts. And for example, a large company that provides wetsuits. I think if some of you who actually like diving, called Patagonia, they actually source FSC certified latex for their wetsuits because they believe that they would want to be a sustainable company. Food and beverage brands. So there are so many here that I don't want to mention all of them, but you can see that a lot of the packs that you use, for example, the Tetra packs, the SIG packs, the paper products that lines your coffee cups, a lot of them are from the forest. And again, what is important is to see where these things come from. So a lot of these brands are moving towards that, trying to become more responsible. They believe in sustainability and they are looking towards the FSC as a solution to this. So another one, tissue paper thing. The recent COVID scare has made you think about stocking tissue paper a lot, right? So this is one of the things that we actually, even as consumers, of course, health comes first. Let me put it there. But sustainability is very, very important at the same time. So look at what you buy, where you are sourcing it from. It's actually extremely important. So there's another facet to the FSC system, which is called the trademarks. So these are for companies who would like to promote, for example, to say that they are using FSC products. They are using them in their manufacturing, they're using them in their businesses. So it is here that they can apply for the trademarks, they can use the trademarks to say, yes, we are using it. So the important thing is why. Why would they want to use it? Why would they want to communicate this? Of course, to show, one, from the chart here, from the little image here, is that they are responsible, to validate their practices for communication purposes, to fulfill demands from people who actually say, yes, I want sustainable products, visibility, and etc. So what is important here, I just want to reiterate the fact that FSC has a goal to maintain the forest, and our tagline is actually forest for all forever, which is, in the end, we want to ensure that we have the forest at the same time while enjoying the benefits from the forest. So we help take care of the forest for future generations. In the end, I think that's what we strive to do. We protect and preserve wildlife habitats, including, of course, the important endangered species. And for example, in Malaysia, we have the Malayan tiger, we have the Asian elephant, we have, of course, the famous orangutan. We have so many important and iconic species in Malaysia that we can and we should protect. We protect water sources. We protect things that we take sometimes for granted. Water. The forest actually acts as a huge sponge, a huge storage of water for us. Losing forest equals to having a lot of problems in water supplies. And we are beginning to see that more and more with climate change being very real. A country like Malaysia has abundance of rainfall. And yet, unless I'm very mistaken, 5 states in Malaysia actually has a critical water issue, water problem. So we have to take care of the forest that we have. We can say we have X amount, but it is critical. Every little bit is actually critical for us, not just for the wildlife. In the end, it's for us as well. And again, like I mentioned earlier, it is the FSC still wants to protect the economic value of the forest, to say that yes, we are protecting all this environmental and social issues. We are trying to protect all of them, but at the same time trying to make sure that it is also profitable. So we are, FSC is committed to respecting the forest that we have. The people that work there, that live there, that actually use the forest itself, the indigenous peoples, the orang kampungs, they are very important, and FSC strives to protect their rights as well. So like I said earlier, our tagline is forest for all forever. It's for everyone. It's all encompassing. So how do you actually, so there, again, these are just a few examples of the few companies that are sourcing FSC products, using FSC products. And it is gaining momentum. It should gain a lot more momentum in the future as people are getting more and more aware of how important it is that what we do as individuals impact the forest. So there are even like big brands, fashion brands are actually looking at this as even as a leverage to reach out to more people. So it adds a lot of value to business. So this is one of the studies that we actually had, I think it was conducted some time ago. It adds a lot of credibility to a brand. I'll not mention everything here, but basically it increases the value of the brand. It gives a good image to people. It ensures legality of the timber itself and satisfaction to consumers. And like I mentioned earlier, also there is a strong support from NGOs such as WWF and even the social NGOs as well. So again, there are many reasons why businesses as a whole should choose FSC. Besides, of course, the sense of responsibility, there are also reasons for consumers like you and me who shop every day in the grocery places, just look out for what is being produced sustainably. So for FSC itself, it is balanced. We have high standards. We are respected. So what is important is we have important impacts as well to the environment. FSC as a whole does strive to become better. So what can we do? This goes along the whole line of the forest timber supply chain. As a business, you can develop responsible forest-based material in your resourcing in your company and have a good procurement policy. You can share the message to other colleagues, to other business, your own supply chains, as well as ask your clients to buy. But we as normal consumers, we can also look and find out what are we purchasing, what are we sourcing as consumers. Look for the brand to show that you are sourcing responsibly, that you do care for the environment as well. So that is the end of my very short presentation for you. If any inquiries, you can, of course, please feel free to visit the website, and which is stated here in the slides. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Adrian, for your insights. Obviously, it's what the Forest Stewardship Council is doing here in Malaysia. It's a wonderful thing. But one perennial problem, as we can see in this part of the world, especially in Malaysia, which is getting quite a bad rap, is like, for example, illegal logging, deforestation, then the displacement of wildlife, and of course, to a lesser extent, indigenous people as well. You mentioned that FSC also does play a role in trying to protect the forest, the environment, and so forth. What's your take on this, and how do we address this perennial problem?
Yeah, so the FSC is a tool that can be used by the businesses who actually want to say that we are addressing this problem. So the standards itself contains all the little things that do try to address these problems, try to have very good stakeholder management issues. So for example, let's go straight to, for example, social issues. So the standards have provisions to say that you have to have labor rights is very important in the standards. There are specific criteria for indigenous people's rights. There are specific criteria for local community rights. And then of course, from the environmental side, then you have to consult the environmental experts. For example, the wildlife department, you have to show that the wildlife isn't being, for example, what they are depending on in the forest is not trampled by your operations. And also, like I said, these are all the big issues, but also to address all these issues, you still need to be economically viable. So in the principles, there are also little things that say you have to operate properly. You have to have a good management system to ensure that you are a profitable business. Because if you are not, then you can imagine that all the other things go down the drain as well. So FSC has all the different facets of all this addressed within its system. Yep.
So to raise awareness of responsible forest management around the world, that's the role of FSC as well, the Forest Stewardship Council. Dr. Adrian, thank you very much for your presentation. At this point, we've also got a question in our Q&A chat box coming from Abhineet, who asks, what is the procedure to get accreditation from FSC, as we are a certification body and we are into this area?
Yeah, I think the first thing that you actually need to do is to contact the ASI, which is the Accreditation System International. So you can shoot me an email, because it can be quite I can guide you through the process, or at least try to find out exactly what are the process that a certification body needs to be a officially recognized CB for the FSC. So basically, you need to contact the ASI first, and if it's not very clear, you can please email to me as well. Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that, Doctor. So very insightful, right? Something that's close to our heart, the rainforest, and in terms of timber being one of our major exports as well.
That's right. And again, it affects the wildlife, flora and fauna,
Yep.
and it goes on so on and so forth with water sort of
The whole
flooding.
ecosystem.
The whole ecosystem is affected. And I'm sure all of you joining us from across the globe are also aware of the many issues that deforestation brings to us. Now, of course, in a short while, we'll be taking a breather. At 1:30 p.m. Malaysian time, we will feature an interview with our guest, Philip Liu. He's an entrepreneur in the area of urban gardening, and we will be talking to him a little bit in a while.
Yep.
But also later on, he'll have a presentation on. After we come back from our break as well, talking about wildlife, we have Dr. Henry Chan of WWF Malaysia, that's the World Wildlife Fund, talking about wildlife conservation.
Right. So we'll see you back very, very shortly. My name is Raj Arya with Jesse Chahel. See you soon. and welcome back to the Entrepreneurship and Sustainability Conference and Regenasia 2020. I'm Rachar together with Jesse Chahel. We hope you had a quick makan just now, for those of you obviously in this time zone. But coming back, we of course have a very special interview, a preview of sorts to the main session later this afternoon.
That's right, Raj. So many things in store on day one today. Our theme today is entrepreneurship. Tomorrow we move into a more educational perspective. But yes, so much that we have spoken to throughout the day as well, from helping to protect our forests to reducing our carbon footprint.
Biomimicry, something new for all of us out there.
That's right, and an array of other topics. If you're just joining us, welcome. This is the Entrepreneurship and Sustainability Conference in line with Regenasia for the first time ever happening on this platform as well. Almost 1:30 p.m. Malaysian time right here in Kuala Lumpur. And we're about to bring on one of our speakers that will be appearing in a session in a short while. He is Philip Liu of Liu Urban Farm. He's a social entrepreneur, and he basically contributes to farmland, carbon footprint, and global warming reduction. A good guy indeed, who's gone out, onto the realm of entrepreneurship in an area where not many people would consider going. He also has got the first vertical aquaponics urban farm right here in Malaysia. We want to discuss the idea behind this, the chances and opportunities for other budding entrepreneurs like you perhaps out there. We're going to bring on Philip Liu right now. Philip?
Hello, hi, good afternoon. I hope that you have everyone have got a good sessions in the morning.
That's right. It's been a great start, we must say, so far, and of course a lot more in store as well. We'll be bringing you on with your presentation slightly later, but at this point, Philip, we just wanted to have a quick chat with you for a couple of minutes as we are on a sort of a breather from our sessions today. Philip, you are a social entrepreneur. You entered the realm of urban farming at a time where many hadn't explored this as a business opportunity. But also, as you've also mentioned, Raj, that it is a chance to do good, and that organizations and other businesses out there always want to associate themselves with brands or products or services that are doing good. So take us to the beginning. Where did this idea come from? Where did the guts come from?
This is a long story. It's way back in 2014, where my health was in the alarming stage where I was sick almost every month, and I have been taking antibiotic almost every 3 months. So that I thought that I need to give a change to my life, the way I live. So I went to Taiwan to learn about aquaponics. So I went there for a month. I learned a lot of things from Taiwan, and that gave me a fresh, totally new impression of what farming can be in the middle of the city of Taipei. With that, then I come back. I decided to make a change, and I rented a 7,000 square foot bungalow right in the Georgetown, Penang, and start my journey to build my urban farm, first ever vertical aquaponic urban farm in Malaysia. That was the beginning, and that also the beginning of excitement, and also that was also because I have underestimated the challenges and the difficulty to actually build the farm, run the farm, and make it working. So along the line, we have gone through a lot of challenges after 1 year building the farm. A lot of challenges, and we hit us, and then also after we built the farm, a lot of people has come to us to visit our farm. But from there, we move on to innovate. We find that the technology is new, and there are lack of components, there are lack of knowledge, there are lack of infrastructure to make it easy for people to grow food in the city. So we started our journey to build the components and integrate 5 different farming techniques into one integrated system, which is hydroponic, aquaculture, vertical vermiponic, and aeroponics together to make it work as a powerful integrated farming methods that can very is practical and easy to use.
Right. I assume that'll be something you go into greater depth and detail when you have the session with Jesse later today. And a quick one, you mentioned about challenges as well. Now, as we are going through the COVID-19 pandemic, how has that affected you? Has it been an opportunity for you and your business to take it forward, given the crisis? As they say, there's sometimes opportunity in crisis as well.
Right. Actually, this crisis, we have been talking about food security, food safety, and urban farming back then, 5-6 years ago. But at that time, it's very difficult for people to imagine and to see how important is it to actually grow your own food in your backyard or in your community. Yeah? But with this COVID-19, suddenly everyone realized that food security become a very critical issues when pandemic break out, where the producers from the remote farm are unable to ship to the city. Yeah, so a lot. In fact, I was very busy during this pandemic sessions because a lot of people has bought our home system to start trying to grow their own food at home with their MCO leisure time, so that so that they can actually enjoy fresh, healthy, and non-toxic food straight away from their garden. Yeah.
Right.
So beside that, at the same time, we also build a lot of system that is we not only build the components, we build the system, but we also innovate SOP, standard operating procedures, to use our system to ensure that everyone can grow like an expert with our system. So,
right. At this point, I wanted to ask you, in fact, of course, as you mentioned, Raj, the crisis brings an opportunity, also brings a sense of education and awareness towards how we need to have, as you mentioned, Philip, as well, food security and food safety. How has this influenced the younger generation, perhaps to use the word the youth, to come forward and start to explore urban farming?
Given the fact agriculture and farming is not a very sexy industry, especially among the younger generation.
Right. Actually, there is a lot of people are still stick to the old mindset where when we talk about farming, they still think of the soil, turning the soil, planting, weeding, and all these things. But actually, with Hawa technology, we are doing away from soil. Everything is grown without soil. So grown vertically and grown aeroponically even. Where the root is actually dangling in the air without any media at all. So the changes of perceptions of farming needs to come in. So we have educated a lot of people with our Hawa technology. We run workshops to teach people how to build their own system and start growing their own food at home. Yeah. At the same time, we also design a well-tested system that people can quickly buy and then forget about all the technicality behind the farming and just jumpstart enjoying growing their own food by seedling, feeding the fish, transplanting and harvesting. It's so easy.
That
It's just a
sounds
four-stick
fantastic.
thing.
Sign me up. I'll be buying the starter
That's
pack.
right.
Sure, not a
And that's
problem.
also a reminder to all our viewers today from anywhere in the world that you're joining us. Do stick on. We'll take a quick breather. When we come back, more panelists on our session today. Philip, of course, will be back with his presentation. If you'd like to find out more about aquaponics and vermiponics and so on and so forth. So, Philip, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you so
Okay.
much. We'll speak to you in a short while as well. That's right. As mentioned, many more speakers coming up. After this break, we'll be joined by Dr. Henry Chan of WWF Malaysia on wildlife conservation, and of course, an array of other speakers as well.
Right? You stay tuned and
All right. Thank you.
And you back on ESG TV. Now, before the break earlier, we were talking about forest certification as well as the Forest Stewardship Council, where we are very blessed. Malaysia is very blessed with a wonderful diversity in terms of our rainforest and, of course, the various inhabitants as well as wildlife amongst it. Now, which leads on very nicely to our next topic in terms of where all the various stakeholders, especially us, the human species, have to live hand in hand together with the wildlife. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be a very balanced relationship right now, is it?
That's right. And that propagates the movement of conservation. And if we look at conservation, you can break it down to really four different types or modes. The environment, marine, as you mentioned, human, and also importantly, animal. And while we have all this talk about everything else, we also really should focus and give that much of priority and attention to our friends who cannot say anything to
Speak for themselves,
to
right?
defend themselves. That's
Exactly.
right. One compelling benefit that comes from wildlife conservation efforts worldwide is that it also ensures food security, which is another hot topic that we've seen come out through the crisis, or rather the crisis that we're going through. And of course, a few of our speakers has also reiterated this particular point. As we look at wildlife, we also look at protecting the forest and avoiding issues like deforestation and building or rebuilding forest habitats to preserve biodiversity. Raj, another keyword that we have spoken about a lot in the past few hours as well. Providing new economic opportunities and guarding against erosion, just to name a few. But to give us a better perspective on wildlife conservation efforts, particularly here in Malaysia, please help me welcome right now Dr. Henry Chan from WWF Malaysia to tell us more about wildlife conservation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It is my pleasure and my privilege to share with you how WWF works with various parties to support conservation. WWF Malaysia is a national trust organization that was registered in 1972. Our mission is to build a future where humans live in harmony with nature. We work with governments, government ministries and agencies, with private sectors, with communities, and so forth, to work together in searching solutions for the environment. Today, the topic of my presentation and my sharing is about working with corporate Malaysia to achieve our mission, which is to build a future in which humans live in harmony with nature. I'm going straight to a very contentious issue, the issue of palm oil, and the issues that are related to deforestation and the campaign against it. For many years, palm oil has been associated with deforestation, which is the loss of forests, conversion of forests into plantations. And this large-scale forest conservation is associated around the world with soybean agriculture in the Latin America. And closer to home here, it is about palm oil expansion in Southeast Asia. And with that, it comes with the loss of orangutan habitats as well as elephants. And that results in human-elephant conflicts. And because the tropical rainforest that we live here in Malaysia and in this region is very rich with biodiversity, with a lot of trees, the loss of that forest is also associated with the loss of our green lung, which absorbs carbon dioxide and which produces oxygen. And for that reason, there emerged campaigns against palm oil. And in Europe, we have seen that the European Parliament has come up with a new law where palm oil that has been processed into biofuel, the subsidy will eventually be taken off over the next couple of years. And now there's an emerging campaign of what we call a palm oil free campaign, where anything that is associated with palm oil will have to be taken off. And there will be labeling of food products that shows that there's no palm oil. And this is happening across countries like Switzerland, Austria, and Sweden. Now, what then is the Malaysian government's effort in addressing these issues? So we look back into our policies. The first policy that is very crucial is that the Malaysian government has established this policy, or what we call national policy on biodiversity. And in this, the goal is to ensure that 20% of Malaysia is protected as national parks, as well as sanctuaries, and so forth. The second thing that is very crucial is that way back in 1992, during the first Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, Malaysia then has pledged that we will retain 50% of Malaysia as forests. And just last year, WWF, through our various sources of information, we have done analysis, and we have found that actually 48% of Malaysia has been legislated, either as protected areas or for forest reserves. Forest reserves are meant for the production of timber. And the last government administration has also established a new policy, which is to cap palm oil plantations to 20% of Malaysia, which stands at 6.5 million hectares. And what is also very important is that there's also policy framework called the Central Forest Planning Master Plan for Peninsular Malaysia and Harbour Borneo Initiative in Sabah and Sarawak that looks into how large blocks of forests can be constituted, can be integrated for conservation. And where areas that have been fragmented or been deforested, there will be attempt to reforest them through wildlife corridors. And lastly, pertaining to palm oil plantations, Malaysia has already made it mandatory for all palm oil products to be certified under the Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil. And along with that, there is an initiative to look into traceability to avoid palm oil products that are being grown into forest reserves from getting into the supply chain of the palm oil industry. I'll now move on to the role of the private sector, which is the main essence of my topic. How can private companies and corporations support wildlife conservation? First of all, the issue is that if you have been given a license for palm oil development, it is crucial that you adhere to the Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil, which is the Malaysian standards, as well as to volunteer to go for the RSPO, which stands for Round Table for Sustainable Palm Oil, which is an internationally recognized system. And these two certification systems provides a comprehensive assurance systems to ensure that all the activities that you have undertaken will be in compliance with the principles of sustainability. And earlier on, the speaker on the Forest Stewardship Council, FSC, has brought us along the journey how forests can be certified. So in this particular case, MSPO and RSPO are meant for palm oil certification. And one very crucial element in terms of conservation is to look into high conservation value, HCV. HCV is a tool where we can identify what are important for conservation, and in the presence of that conservation value, we will then manage them. And specific for wildlife conservation is attribute number 1. You need to identify whether your plantations or your concession contain elements that are important for conservation. And the third area that WWF Malaysia is supporting governments and private companies is to promote what we call the 3 pillars of protect, produce, and restore. Protect is to ensure that all the important habitats, such as forests, rivers, and ecosystems, as well as species, are protected. And areas that have been designated for production, for palm oil, for rubber, and for timber production, you can then produce them in accordance to the principles of sustainability. And where areas that have been degraded, then you undertake restoration, particularly if an area has been identified for wildlife conservation. I will now move on to a very important topic of human-elephant conflicts, particularly in Sabah. Now, elephants in Sabah are called the pygmy elephants or the Bornean elephants. They are of the smaller species as compared to the Asian elephants. The latest population estimates for Sabah in about 2010 is that we have about 2,040 individual elephants. According to the red list status of the International Union for Conservation Nature, IUCN, elephant is of the endangered status. And for under the CITES, which is on international trade on banning of trade, it is listed under Appendix 1, which means that elephants cannot be traded at all. In Sabah, elephants is considered as a totally protected species under the Sabah Wildlife Conservation Enactment. Now, what are the threats about elephants is that the habitats which they live on, which is the forest, have been converted and fragmented. And because of the loss of habitat, elephants have to venture out into plantation areas, into community farms, and that results in human-elephant conflicts. And lastly, over the last few years, the elephant tusk has also been poached. So here is various reports showing how elephants conflicts happen. We found that in about 2013, there are 14 individuals elephant found to be dead, and so on and so forth, as mentioned here. And even elephants, even strolling into the school canteen. Yeah. And in this context, then, the WWF has a program on elephant conservation. We work with the government agencies, the Sabah Wildlife Department, and various companies, and set up a joint working group looking into options how elephants conservation can help reduce the conflicts. And secondly, we identify herds of elephants and then look at the matriarch, which is the most mature female, and we try to color them. And this coloring of the elephants is being tried to satellites. And for every 4 hours, we know the movements. And from the movements, and this map here shows how we monitor the movement of elephants. Over a 1-month period, each of the dots here represents one of the collared elephant, and our project has 23 collared elephants. So knowing the movements and putting the movements together over time, over 1 year, 2 years, we began to identify patterns of movement, and we know where exactly are those areas that elephants would use to do, would use move about. And there are two proposals that we're working with the companies to reduce the elephant conflicts. The first is to realign the electric fences to cover only vulnerable areas. Vulnerable would mean that these are housing areas as well as young palms, because elephants love eating the young palm shoots. And by only fencing certain areas, then the elephants are free to move about. And from there on, we then advocate places that are frequently used by the elephants as corridors. So in terms of corridors, in the palm oil plantation landscapes that have elephants, the main priority is to allow movements of elephants from place to place. And the corridors should be dependent on the topography. It shouldn't be too steep because elephant wouldn't be able to climb steep areas. And in terms of the collaborations with the private companies, I will now look into one case study of Sabah Softwoods, a company that we have been working together since 2012 in terms of elephant conservation. Prior to our engagement with the company, Sabah Softwoods served as attempted various ways to prevent elephant from intruding into the place. And you find that elephants, when they move about, they go into housing areas, they'll damage properties, they'll damage the crops for the food. And the way they have been doing so far is to identify individual elephants. They are naughty in that sense, who will rampage through the areas. They will capture them and they will try to translocate to other areas. They also use various methods such as the saying that even horseshoe crab can help deter elephants, or chili powder as they found from other countries, or even to light up at night time using oil lamp, and using various methods such as making a lot of sounds, firecrackers and so on. But all these do not deter the elephants from coming in. So what companies in Sabah and elsewhere in the world do is, for plantation, they will put up electric fences. And this diagram here shows about how the poles will be used. You use a tractor to drive down the pole, and you line up the poles using electric fences. But however, having to fence up large area is very costly because you got to maintain them during occasional period when the wind is strong. The trees will fall into the electric fences, and it will be rendered ineffective. So beginning 2012, the WWF Malaysia started to collaborate with the Sabah Softwoods. And the outcome of the collaboration is that through the satellite coloring and the movements of the elephants, we have recommended, and the company has agreed to take up this corridor project, linking two forest reserves. The total area is about 1,000 hectares, and the length is about 14 kilometers. And the whole objective is that this corridor allows movements from two forest reserves, one at the south and going to the north. And the company has undertaken activities to plant trees to do reforestation. And with that, the WWF has been able to obtain support from various international organizations to provide fundings to jointly reforest this corridor. And the second very important recommendation is to place the fencing, as we mentioned earlier, only on vulnerable areas. And these are newly planted areas up to 8 years old, and to realign the fences around young palm area. And this then allows the whole areas to open up for elephants to move about. Now, as a conclusion, what then happens after the collaboration with Sabah Softwoods? The first is that the most important element is the elephants are allowed to roam freely in the plantation instead of being fenced out. And this has reduced conflicts of the elephants. So the first recommendation is that there are two corridors that have been established. One is the large one, which is about 1,000 hectares, and the second one is about 80 hectares, which is based on the coloring of the satellite colors of the elephants' movement. And second, as we mentioned earlier, is about fencing around certain places. And with the elephants roaming about in the plantations, the conservation team of Sabah Softwoods have become familiar with the resident elephants. There are basically three groups there, and two groups have been satellite with collars. And with this familiarity with the elephants moving about in the plantations, this has allowed the team to do harvesting plans as well as the maintenance operations. So wherever elephants is found to be about in the area, the operations will be temporarily halted until the elephants move on to new places. And of course, there are certain times when elephants do cause damage, and this is usually resulted in the negligence of people. Could have forgotten to put up fences and so forth. Yeah. But what is important is that the damage that has resulted is very little, and this slide here shows the damage that has reduced from $500,000 ringgit over from 2004 to 2012, and after taking up all these measures to reduce elephant conflicts, you can see that the damage has dropped drastically from $500,000 to 22,000, and over the years, over the last few years, down to 1,000 to 3,000 ringgit. So it shows that by adopting elephant conservation measure, the damage that the company faces is very negligible, and for that reason, the company has also set aside, titled land worth millions of ringgit, set aside for elephant conservation. So with that, thank you very much, and I hope that with this time of sharing of knowledge, we could eventually share how orangutan can also be incorporated into palm plantations as well as forest management corporations. And in Peninsular Malaysia, we are also looking at how tigers, tiger conservation can also be incorporated into the landscapes to address problems of plantations and human and wildlife conflicts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Henry, for your insights in terms of wildlife conservation. Now, as we know, we are living in very strange times thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we can see that the root of it all is basically transmission from wildlife, the virus from wildlife to humans, whereby we encroach in their areas, we rear them, we eat them, for example, exotic wildlife, as we can see in China, and we can see how the mutation takes place, whereby now we are feeling the effects of the pandemic, which has caused tremendous chaos throughout the world. So could this be an eye-opener for us, humanity itself, that we have pushed Mother Nature too far in terms of what we are doing, and this is its way of fighting back? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so basically a lot of research organizations, WWF included, looking into the causes of this COVID-19, as well as previously in Malaysia, we have H1N1 disease and so forth. Yeah. What happened is that the finding is that the animals in the wild have no more place to go, but they'll go out. So what is important is that we must retain the natural condition and allow the wildlife to thrive within the natural environment. Therefore, the Centre Forest Pine Master Plan for Peninsular Malaysia and Hal Abono initiatives are very important measures to ensure that the natural habitats are retained in the intact condition without deforestation and without conversion. And these large forests allow wildlife to remain in the forest. And where places where we need to have plantations and activities, we could have buffers, which is a natural condition that separates this wildlife from the human environment. So that's about land users to ensure that our forests is being retained in a large context. As for consuming wildlife and so forth, I think this is exotic and this is due to culture and so forth. I think we are now live into the 21st century. I think many societies have now decided that eating wildlife as a form of cultural attributes and exotic food are no longer in practice.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already outdated.
Yeah.
That's right. So we move towards a more clearer conscience as well,
Exactly.
a more uplifted conscience as we come together to once again save our wildlife, our planet. And perhaps for those of you watching, joining us live on Facebook or from anywhere in the world, perhaps you'd like to leave your comments as well on all the panel sessions that we will be having. Leave your questions, suggestions, ideas. Perhaps tell us a little bit about some issues that are happening in your part of the world. Dr. Henry, thank you very much. Before I let you go, one very quick question though. We talk about conservation. We know the situation is grave. We know something needs to be done immediately. How would you suggest we get the buy-in of corporations or other organizations who have the resources? And when I say resources, I mean influence and money to drive these changes and help us conserve wildlife better?
Yeah, first of all, before we look into the positive, proactive actions of the companies, is looking into the negative ones. There are a lot of consumer pressures. As I started at the beginning, that the campaigns around the world in Europe trying to ban palm oil, will affect your bottom line. Yeah, so you have to take up measures. And in terms of climate, the Paris Agreement that countries around the world have signed on has also pledged to reduce the rise of the temperature. Corporations and companies sign on to these pledges, and they have already set aside, the profits into CSR and so forth. So, in terms of your own, initiatives, it is important to embrace the sustainable development goals, the 17 goals that you're looking into, and one of which is that it's about sustainable consumption and production. When you embrace this set of goals, you will naturally want to improve your management systems, and therefore you will ensure that the things that you produce will be in compliance with standards. After all, when there's no more forest left, there will be no more green lung to absorb our carbon dioxide and to produce oxygen. Yeah, we will then have to buy oxygen. So it is our joint responsibility to ensure that planet Earth is healed back into forests, and our green lung it can be recovered. Thank
You've
you.
put things into perspective, Dr. Henry. Perhaps one day in the future, if we don't act now, we'll have to buy our own oxygen. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Henry Chan, joining us from WWF Malaysia to talk about wildlife conversation. Right now, we move into yet another interesting and important topic, Raj, on the topic of regenerative operations and supply chain trends and challenges. We know that this is a framework that is needed to develop a circular economy. Through it, we can also identify the indicators to enhance the economy.
That's right. Something very, very important on the corporate side of things as well. As we all know, the supply chain is very, very crucial as we move upstream, downstream, all the way to the consumers. And of course, along the way, each of the stakeholders hopefully will play their part in order to work together hand in hand to create the desired result, right?
Absolutely. And to take you over to this particular session, Sunita Devi and Francis Joe of DevCom Trends and Acuvio Asia will join you right now on the topic of regenerative operations and supply chain trends and challenges.
All good to go? Thumbs up? All right. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Raj. Thank you, Jesse. My buddy partner, Sunita, is she on? Sunita?
Hi, team. Hi, Francis.
Hi, Sunita. Hello to everyone. A very good day to all of you. We're signing in from around the world, and I trust that you're keeping safe. In today's coffee talk, Sunita, do you have your cup of coffee with you?
Had one in the morning.
Yeah. Okay. So, Sunita, can you share the slide 2, please?
Sure. Here you go. I'm sharing that screen right now. Can you see the slides?
Yes. You do a full screen.
Excellent.
And page 2, slide 2.
Excellent. Here you go.
Okay. My name is Francis Xavier Joe. I am the General Manager for Acuvio Asia office. Acuvio is an Irish company based in Ireland. We have offices in Sydney, KL, where I am based, in London, and in California. I would like to invite you to connect with me on LinkedIn. You can see my profile there under Francis Xavier Joe. And if you're interested in what Acuvio does, then I also invite you to check our website at www.acuvio.com. It's also listed there. My co-host today is Sunita Devi. Sunita?
Hi, everyone. I am a corporate sustainability reporting specialist, certified. What I do is I review reports for public listed companies, and then I address those gaps through training and workshops for board of directors to senior management, right down to the executive levels. So a lot of what I do has got to do with compliance reporting and content development for compliance. Interesting journey. I'll allow Francis to share a little bit more on what else that we do.
Okay, thank you, Sunita. In today's session, Sunita and yours truly will talk about a very important topic called regenerative operations and supply chain. We'll address what are the trends and challenges. Like Sunita in her intro, she said, I've known Sunita for some time. She has extensive experience in working with corporate clients on sustainability as a consultant. So Sunita, back to you, Sunita. Could you share with us a little bit about sustainability and supply chain?
Sure. Actually, at this moment, when you talk about supply chain, their biggest issue is cost of doing business. It has become really difficult due to the MCO and the pandemic, that a lot of times businesses find that they have to go back and rely on standards which they have been adhering to in order for them to convince their clients to continue doing business with them and not to drop prices at any point. Other than this, corporate clients are also required to modify their reports, because technically every report that we're going to read or that I have been reading in the last couple of months is every annual report and sustainability report says, okay, due to the economic, we have got an economic slowdown and everything, but the responsibility of the organization has to become more transparent in the way that they've been able to manage the business economically, environmentally, as well as paying attention to the social aspects. So really, that is what the investors are looking for. And to do this, they need to have measurements and disclosures which are more responsible. That's what we found, and we've been actually addressing this with a lot of this reporting agencies as well as board of directors. So it's quite interesting. They know the problem. They know they have to disclose. They know they need to be more transparent now, because there's no other way of describing responsibility, especially in the board. So that's really where we are right now in terms of what we found on how organizations use international frameworks for sustainability reporting to measure how they manage their business, especially now at this stage. So, Francis, I believe you're also dealing with this when it comes to GHG emissions, although they are a little bit more lesser GHG to count these days. But what is that like at your end?
Okay, in my line of work, because what I do is I provide corporates, a software solution. And what we notice is that CO2 emissions that comes from supply chain, known as scope 3 emissions. Now, they are the biggest source of emissions. According to a research report, supply chain emissions are 5 to 5 times more than companies' direct operations. Okay. So what is happening now is that, there is actually an increasing rise in supply chain engagement, where buyers are asking, that means people like, for example, Unilever, Cargill, they're asking the supply chain, that means the suppliers, to actually disclose, measure, and act on their environmental impact. So one of the agencies, like Sunita mentioned earlier, that there are actually a lot of frameworks out there to help you do your reporting. So one of them is CDP, So what they do is that they conduct a supply chain survey every year. So in the 2019 report, they mentioned that suppliers, those who have replied to the questionnaire, now they have actually reduced emission, scope 3 emissions by 633 million metric tons annually, And the other interesting point is that they've also managed to save close to 20 billion from their sustainability programs. So what this means is that major buyers can now deselect suppliers based on their environmental performance. And at the same time, they can still benefit from environmental, environmental performance. So, so Sunita, coming back to you again, my question to you is that, you know, we have seen, all right, even yourself, based on your work with clients, and also from some of the reports that I just shared, there are substantial benefits when it comes to sustainability and supply chain. So I want to ask you, based on you working with your clients, what do you feel are the threats, all right? Threats to supply chain from the perspective of suppliers and buyers?
Well, at the moment, when you talk about sustainability, there are three angles of sustainability which is really has come under scrutiny during this pandemic season. One is the employee relations and employee retention strategies of organizations. That's on the social aspect. Then you've also got the environment, which is on effluent and waste, how you manage affluent and waste measurements, and also the economic section is where procurement and pricing is concerned. But that is as far as local companies are reporting and how they should report more responsibly. But when you talk about the global supply chain, a report by Baker McKenzie actually revealed that the global supply chain now is being threatened by these 5 factors, which is insolvency, basically looking at suppliers going off the grid because they cannot maintain and manage their business anymore. Second is cybercrime. Typically, a lot of companies are coming under attack for DDoS attacks, and this is very easily ascertained when they actually see that their websites, access to the website becomes slower, or any e-commerce transactions on a web page becomes much more difficult to handle. So those are 2 areas when it talks about supply chain threats. And the other is actually the changes in the Eurozone itself, simply because you're talking about new inclusions of UK's Anti-Bribery Act, new inclusions where Euro New Deal or Green Deal is concerned. All these aspects actually affect supply chain because largely, like it or not, there are some export controls that is benefiting us, Malaysian companies, simply because operations that cannot be managed in China or in America are now being placed here in Malaysia. So it's a good thing for supply chain in Malaysia to look at partnering with companies from China and companies from America, but they need to actually show that they are operating sustainably and more responsibly. Of course, the other global supply chain threat, which is really difficult to mitigate, is bribery. We do have in Malaysia, we're very lucky because Malaysia typically has policies and regulations on anti-bribery, anti-competition, and a lot of other policies. However, implementation and enforcement is really what the investors, your clients would like to see, especially from corporates. This is particularly the threat that's facing most supply chain right now, Francis.
Oh, that's a very insightful information, Sunita. Let's assume, Sunita, that you know that I am your client. Like you mentioned, there's a lot of opportunities. Like, for example, because of the problem between China and the US, for manufacturing to move out of China into the other countries. So let me ask you that, assuming that I'm your client, all right, and then you are my consultant. So my question to you is that, how do I capture the benefits and at the same time mitigate the risks related to my supply chain as a vendor and also from a client's perspective as a buyer?
The first thing that we need to do as a business is we need to have in place systems and processes. These systems and processes have to be aligned with international frameworks that is recognized by your clients, wherever they come from, whether they are from North America or whether they're from China or Japan. Just drawing on an example, there is a client whom we spoke with a couple of months back, and they are really marketing agents for latex gloves. And as a marketing agent, they really don't have to comply with any international supply chain audits or standards or framework, because there is no requirement right now. However, they took up the initiative to cross-reference their processes and systems with the global supply chain and audits for social and ethical practices, because they want to show that I have a report card that gets me into this platform where I can now do business with Europe, I can now do business with America and around the world. So that has really saved them, because they did this somewhere in April, and they are right now experiencing 400% supernormal profits. So there you go, it works. And it doesn't have to be mandatory, it's voluntary.
Yes. Yes.
So
Sunita,
what is it like for I do realize that in dashboards and GHG counts, one of the other aspects that I noticed from what you do, Francis, is that we need to have more illustrative dashboards. Like the one that that's on the screen right now is talking about carbo thefts and trends, which are available on this supply chain audit called the SCI. A lot of companies are already on the SCI supply chain audits. They have the certification. But in terms of GHG, Francis, what do you see the current practice being here in Malaysia?
Can you share, Sunita, the slide 12?
Sure. That's right. Yeah.
Slide 12, yes.
Yeah.
So like you mentioned, Sunita, it's that what you call, like you say that the glove company, all right, they are actually benefiting from, boost in sales because of COVID. And what they have done is because, if you're buying from the US, they've got very strict criteria in terms of supply chain. So if you are, although you're not complied by the law to actually do your reporting and make sure that you have all the you comply to their standards, but you're doing it because it makes business sense for you, and you're doing it on a proactive basis. And then what you find is that when opportunities come, like for example COVID now, especially the glove players in Malaysia, they are enjoying a very robust growth in demand. And not only demand in terms of volume, but also in terms of price, because what you find now is that there's actually a mismatch between supply and demand. So because of that, you can actually charge a premium. So like you mentioned, if you look at the glove companies, all right, for example, in Malaysia, I own some of the glove stocks, all right. Now, the price has gone up from what? From $6 to close to 30 ringgit, all right. So they have moved up, 3-4 times. And one of the glove companies, all right, it's the second largest market capitalized company in Bursa Malaysia. Just less than 10 billion away from Maybank stock. So coming back to your question is that, for companies, you don't have to worry because there is actually support in terms of your reporting frameworks. There are already frameworks to allow you to do reporting. And at the same time, there are also what you call software applications that will help you to do the reporting. So, for example, from my perspective, what I do is that I help companies. We help companies do their reporting on their carbon, also ESG and sustainability. So, what's happening now is that we deal with a lot of big companies. All right. So what we see is that from a buyer's perspective, like I mentioned earlier, they are interested in emissions, sustainability, and ESG performance of their vendors. So at ACU, what we do is that we provide you that digital platform to help you to keep track of your suppliers' performance. And what you do is that they will do an audit, all right, of the supply chain every year. And what they'll do is that because with the data, they can actively engage the suppliers. They don't want to actually remove the suppliers. They want to get into an engagement with suppliers and tell them that these are the areas you need to work on. And then they give you a timeline to meet those goals. So if you see, Sunita, would you mind sharing the next screen?
Sure.
So if you see on this screen, all right, so this is an example of the dashboards that we have for our clients, all right? What we do is that, we will take in the feeds, all right, then it flow into reports and dashboards. So can you share the next one?
Sure.
So, but when you deal with supply chain, all right, what you find is that, getting that information from suppliers is not easy for the buyers, all right? So fortunately, at AccuView, we do have a solution. So what we do is that we have a module in our system called a survey module. What it does is that it allows you to design a questionnaire that you can send out to all your vendors around the world. And what you do is that you can gather both qualitative, that means narratives, and also quantitative data. And when that survey is returned back to the system, so what the system does is that it will automatically flow the replies, the quantitative data, into dashboards and the reports. So this is one of the modules that, it's very, very popular with some of our multinational clients, in Europe and also in the US.
Well, it's amazing that they mention about data that you had just now, because typically sustainability and reporting for global supply chain is all about data. So if I were to take you back to this slide, where how we are advising companies now is when we talk to them, we ask them to review their supply chain. The first question they say, how do I do that? How do I actually review? And all my data is on pen and paper and files and folders and 2R and 3R folders, this ring binder and that ring binder. What data do you want? For a corporate organization, and I'm talking about a large name here, like YTL, Sunway, they have got departments who have data. However, when it comes to reporting and the reporting team requests for data, they have to be very specific. The data that you require is for which year, which month, and what kind of data do you need. Even if you ask for electricity bill, as simple as electricity bill, okay, what do you need it for? So specifically, when you talk about supply chain, they need to understand how they are being selected. Number one. Number two, when you talk about selection, the RFP process, the request for proposal process, has to be understood not only by the supplier vendor, but also by the compliance division and the legal division in the corporate organization. Because this particular division is the first, I would say, custodians to ensure that the risk is mitigated from the beginning of the engagement between supply chains. And of course, the rest is, you're talking about structuring the documentation requirements for a global supply chain vendor. Simply because when you talk about supply chain, there are two parts. One is you have to, if everything goes smooth, smooth sailing only does not give you a lot of issues. Fine, you just have to fill up the documents as they require. But let's say something like this happens, a pandemic, and you cannot move your goods from one point A to point B, and you have to indicate why, because you don't have, there is no movement in terms of cargoes. So at that point, you need to look at what is the contingency plan. So because the client is just going to ask you, when is my cargo going to be arriving? And you say, I'm sorry, there's no ship to deliver your cargo. That is not an explanation that the client is paying you to give. You have to tell them exactly what are the contingency plans that you have in your processes to be able to supply to that client what they need at the time that they need it. And make sure that it doesn't cost anything extra. So of course, to do all this, you need to also be able to educate your team members. Global supply chain companies like Nestle, Unilever, they provide trainings to supply chain vendors. They even require supply chain vendors to attend trainings these days. So if you're an organization who is planning to work with large corporates, please understand what sort of training requirements they have, what sort of standards they would like you to comply with. And of course, monitoring and evaluation, always make sure that you cooperate with your client when they request for information. Francis, you mentioned just now that whole questionnaire, right? How many
Yeah.
pages is that questionnaire?
Actually, it all depends on the client, because what happens is that we will sit with the client and then work with them to design the questionnaire. So it all depends on how extensive that they want to get the information. So it could run,
Excellent.
I don't know, it could run 5 pages, 10 pages. So what clients normally do in our experience is that if they are engaging a client for the first time, they would not be too extensive in terms of getting, the whole lot of information. So what they'll do is they'll go on a phase basis, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And what they're trying to say is that, I want to engage you. I want to change your behavior. I want to help you in that process. So it has to be a collaborative process, win-win for both parties.
That's interesting, because I have a client recently who came to us and said, my invoices are not being paid because my client has got a supply chain questionnaire, which I filled up, not knowing what I'm filling up because I didn't understand some of the terms. And I filled it up wrongly, I think, and they have actually taken me off my off their suppliers list. So here is the implication of not knowing how you're going to be monitored and evaluated by a global supply chain company. So always remember, even if you're filling up a form, understand what the form indicates and what is the purpose that the company is actually sending this to you, because that is a global company. They may have aspects which they are actually monitoring the supply chain to reduce risks, and the supply chain that is affected is sitting right here in Asia, specifically in Malaysia, and specifically in Klang, who the owner of this supply chain does not read English. He only knows how to deliver goods from point A to point B. You are sitting in the HR department knowing how to fill up the form. You need to now understand sustainability and how global corporates think. Can you imagine how difficult that can be?
Yeah, I think the good thing for companies is that, we do work in an ecosystem. So if you don't have the expertise in-house, they can always engage consultants. So that's where people like Sunita comes in to help you to understand, how to fill up the questionnaires and to actually bring up your knowledge in terms of bring you up in terms of the standard of reporting. All right. So what you don't want to happen is that, because you kind of missed out some very important points in their expectation, and you try and do it on your own, what's going to happen is that you're going to lose the potential of, a sale. All right. So you don't want to do that. So maybe it pays a little bit to engage, an expert, a consultant, to advise you in that process so that you can actually grow and make sure that you win that contract or that bid or that order.
Actually, on another note, there's also the aspect of when something does go wrong, what do you do? How do you remedy? Often remedy requires having one is compliance requirements that you have not met, but you are showing a corrective action plan. That means you know that you are unable to stick to certain pricing because the kind of product that is used to deliver this good to your client is of substandard product, because that's the only closest alternative that is available right now. Of course, this is something which happens in every supply chain, every SME right now, because they need to look at alternative products that are available due to inventory. And, a lot of times we've actually been working on just-in-time management and production. Now we have to have an inventory in our warehouse in order for us to continuously supply to our customers. So understanding how to remedy is very important, and the remedy actually requires you to understand technical aspects of the process. So unless you understand standards, you will not be able to address those technical aspects in your process flow and systems management that needs to be reorganized in order for you to meet production and continuous supply for this particular company. So remedy and reactions is actually one of the other aspects where you need subject matter experts in order for you to deliver and continuously serve your supply chain. So I guess that works for you as well in what you do, isn't it, Francis?
In terms of what we do is that, we just don't sell a software. We are in constant contact with clients. So we do not get involved in terms of, like the things you mentioned, all right, documentation, all that, all right, because there are people in that space. But what we do is that, we will actually help clients identify, what kind of data that they will have. Because most of the time, what you find is that clients have the data, all right, but they don't know where it sits. So what we do is that we will actually take them, all right, from phase 1 to phase 2, because we have a global client of about 200, 300 clients. So we can actually share that experience. So we can say, okay, you know what, you have done phase 1. This is the data you've done. Now let's move to phase 2. So this is where, these are the additional data that you will have. What you got to do is go and find out, all right, where it sits, all right? Based on our experience, it sits in sales, all right? So why don't you check with your sales colleagues? It sits in production, all right? So that's what we do. And in terms of the software, we also have the ability to actually, our system to talk to your system. So rather than you are, extracting from one system, downloading, and then uploading to our system, we actually have connectors. They can read, data from your system to our system. What it does is that it takes away, because a lot of people who are in sustainability, if that's not the main job, it's a side job, all right? So they're actually very challenged in terms of time. So if we can streamline it, pull data in, then getting that data becomes non-problem. So in that
It's
way,
amazing to see what you do, Francis. You actually simplify everything for them, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, with technology these days, all right, it's actually much easier. That's number one. Number two is that because it's on the cloud and also, Web 2.0. So in terms of technology being affordable these days, it's very affordable. The only thing that I see, in my interaction with clients in this part of the region is actually the mindset, all right? People are still very comfortable with manual way of doing things. They're not willing to actually move out into a digital platform. And what you're going to find is that, transparency becomes very, very important, all right? And at the same time, the flow of information also becomes very, very fast. So companies need to react quickly. So if you have your data sitting on a manual system, now you're going to be a bit later, right? So, for example, you look at the COVID incident, all right? A lot of companies were very reluctant to let the employees work from home.
Yeah.
The COVID actually forced them, all right, no choice to work from home. What you find is that the technology is available for you, all right, to actually communicate with your colleagues, all right, sitting at your home, all right. So you find that, like, you've got Zoom, you've got video conference and all that. So technology is available, but clients, because of policies, because of reluctance to change, they're not willing to embrace. So COVID is actually it's a window to a bigger problem, which is climate change. We do not adapt, all right, and consider climate change as important, then we are actually going to be in a big, big trouble. And people
That's
say
very true. I
that
totally
trouble will
agree.
be probably 5 to 10 times larger than what we're facing now.
All the reason why we have Regenasia to educate a lot of us here in the platform as well as the audience, in order for us to actually take baby steps, if not strides, and leaps and bounds. It's a step-by-step process, really. I mean, one of the issues that's happening here in Malaysia right now is FGV has been banned from supplying palm oil by the US. That happened yesterday. Shell is looking at cutting down 9,000 over jobs.
9,000 employees.
Yeah. So a lot of aspects need to be considered if we're going to continuously work with companies, consultants like you and I, continuously striving to tell companies and corporates what is the right method to do this and how should you do this. And often in sustainability reports that I review, I find that responsible reporting, long way to go.
That's very true. But the good thing is that companies are stepping up, but not enough companies are stepping up. So this conference, regenerative conference, actually I find it very, very important to actually educate the masses because,
Yeah.
Each of us in our own capacity, either in a corporate or in a personal capacity, we can actually bring about changes and help to meet, climate change and also other sustainability challenges that we face.
Correct. Really true. With that, I guess we are at the final slide in our discussion. Yes. So, what would you say would be a take-home value for our audience, in your opinion?
I would say, all right, one is that embrace technology. That's number one. Number two is that, if you look at Shell's example, all right, even BP, they cut 10,000 staff. Shell just announced 9,000 staff. So what's happening is that, energy companies, oil and gas companies, they need to pivot, all right? They need to change from fossil fuel to renewable energies. So what's going to happen is that, jobs are going to be lost, but new jobs are going to be created. So, for example, just referring back to the US, all right, they're having an election now between Joe Biden and Trump.
Mm.
So, Joe Biden has actually come up with a clean energy program that is going to create new jobs, new industries, all right, and and that values runs into US trillions of dollars. And even SDGs, all right, SDGs also have said that the opportunities, I mean, we are going to lose some industries, we're going to lose some jobs, but the opportunities, all right, the new businesses and all that is going to far outweigh what we've lost. So my advice to everyone is that embrace change, all right? Go on digital. Don't be afraid of the challenges because there is tremendous amount of opportunities available, all right? And then don't lose hope, all right? As human beings, we must not lose hope. And history has shown that we always will rise from challenges. There's always be hope.
Very good advice. Simply because that is the hope that we all have when we run our business on a daily basis. Bringing it down a little bit from my perspective, I would say that companies should look at a business continuity plan. This may not have existed in the organization before. Corporations need to look at contingency plans. Corporations need to look at exit strategies for certain supply chain pricing reduction or cost reduction. There are a lot of other aspects that the organization has to be reviewing their operations for. Simply put, do a checklist, see where you are, take what you have, take off what you don't have, look at what your risks are, what sort of impact do you want to create for next year. Technically, everyone wants to keep making money, so how are you going to actually do this with your current processes, your people, and also your current manufacturing or even your operations? So if they just focus on the little things, I believe that we can really go far and we can get through this together. But supply chain audit, supply chain standards, there are so many. I'm sure the slides before this and the slides that will be made available for all audiences of this conference, you will find that information is aplenty. You've been listening to all of us throughout the day, right? There's a lot of information, but make sure that you make use of all this information, because one of the key aspects of global supply chain audits that we found, it's not the part that policies or strategies don't exist in corporate companies. They do exist. It is the implementation and the enforcement that seems to be a little bit shoddy. So that really needs to be taken care of. It's time now to take care of it. And with that, I would like to say thank you to the team. I think we have come to our time. So, Francis, it's really good to have a coffee chat with you.
Yes.
Is he ready?
Yes. Just before we close, I just want to say that, like I mentioned earlier, that we all collectively, all right, in whatever capacities, we need to get together, right, and help to solve climate change and other sustainable challenges that we face. I also like to say thank you to Luis and his team for organizing this conference. All right, a lot of information. And what we need to do is that, look at the information there is and choose, what is material for you and then act on it. All right. So I'm also, thank you, Sunita, for being such a great buddy and friend. All right. So that's all I have to say. So I want to conclude with a thank you and bye-bye to everyone who has tuned in.
Thank you very much. Back with me, Jessie Chahal at the ESG studio. That was Sunita Devi and Francis Joe in our session called High Tea with Sunita and Francis. They were talking about the trends and challenges within the operations and supply chain where regen is concerned, or regenerative business is concerned. Lots of perspective shared there, lots of tips as well. One takeaway is that in any business that you have moving forward in a sustainable fashion, it's important to have that checklist as well. So much information available now online, and there's a lot of work that can be done as more companies come together to collaborate and work towards a better future. A short while earlier, Raj and I brought in one of our panelists to have a quick fireside chat, and that was Philip Liu of Hava Agrotech Sendirian Berhad. He, of course, is a trailblazer where urban farming is concerned. Now, to get a better understanding of how he has really spearheaded this industry, I'd like to now bring on Philip Liu in this session called High Tea with Philip Liu and Jessie Chahal of Hava Agrotech Sendirian Berhad, a company based out of Malaysia. Here's Philip Liu with Regenerative Agriculture. Philip, floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome back again. So actually, I just shared some insight of how we have started. Now, I would like to share more about vertical farming. So, why vertical farming urban farming become important today is basically due to the food security issue and food safety issues. Food security issues is become prominent, especially during this COVID. Everyone feel it as I share with everyone just now. Basically, arable land is reducing, and the land cost has become increasingly expensive for the farmers to do farming, especially in the urban cities, in the conventional farming. At the same time, the urban farming activity has been shifted further away from the urban city. Therefore, beside that, is all labor. Conventional farming is labor intensive. It's all hard work, and young generation wouldn't want to venture into farming like what JC has just said just now. As a result, the side effect is our aging farmer don't get replacement. So therefore, what we are looking at is how we can actually innovate and redefine the farming using various farming techniques to change the whole perspective of farming. Well, whether vertical farming is going to be able to address the food security issues. Before we go into that, I would like to share with you or clarify a few questions that are pertaining to vertical farming. First of all, what is vertical farming? Why we do vertical farming? Where is vertical farming being applied? How is being implemented? What is suitable to be grown vertically? So first of all, when you talk about vertical farming, simply we are talking about growing layers of plants upward. Basically, we do that we want to save farming space. As I mentioned, the land cost is increasingly becoming more expensive. We also want to do away from the soil constraint, the soil problem, the soil pests, and also labors, right? So once we move away from soil, the constraint of soil, we can practice it almost everywhere, whether it is whether the land is suitable or not, the soil is suitable or not. It is no longer a constraint to us to grow food. And also it is we can use effective and efficient way of controlling the environment, whereas in the controlled environment, we can grow more varieties and even anti-climatal producers. The next thing is, once we do away from soil, we can actually practice it anywhere, whether it's indoor or whether it's on outdoor. So there's no more constraint on where we can grow our food. When we talk about vertical, there are many ways that it can be implemented. A popular one, convention people usually do is a tower. Yeah, the A tower where people just have the horizontal pipes running in the A shapes and they grow plants on it. It can also be a stacking methods where the layers of a growing tray or plates or whatever being sticking up. In some other implementations, we look at vertical towers. Yeah, so vertical towers, well, each of the vertical stems is being planted with different kind of same kind of vegetables. And there are also other types like spiral. Yeah, it looks more beautiful, sexy ways of designing the vertical planting. Now, vertical planting can also be media-based, where it can be either filled with cocoa peat, you even fill it soil, and then it is being grown vertically. And also it can be implemented hydroponically, where nutrient-rich water is running through the shallow, thin film of water across the vertical, whatever the growing bed is, and it grows on that. It can also be grown aeroponically, where there is no media at all in the vertical planters, where nutrient-rich water is being delivered to the roots that is dangling in the air. So there are so many ways that we can actually implement vertical farming. Right. Then the next thing is what is suitable for vertical farming. So of course, we cannot expect to grow everything on using vertically. For example, it's almost impossible to grow durian trees, yeah, vertically. So therefore, being in the vertical farming, we need to have the right mindset. What are we going to grow? And mostly leafy vegetables are very vegetable, small plants, but not plants like lady's fingers, brinjal, or tomatoes, because they are already a tall trees in nature. So if we were to stack them up, we are not going to achieve much efficiency in terms of the space utilization, but we incur additional costs, which make it not practical. However, the ideas looks good, but there are challenges in vertical farming. Basically, especially during back then when I first started, there is lack of innovations, right? Ideas and concepts to solve the problem. But also the equipments are expensive and it's hard to scale, because if you're the design, like for example, the A tower, when you want to scale it up, it's pretty difficult to actually scale them, yeah? And also once we go into vertical farming, because we are having a lot of equipments that is put together in a small space, so from outlook from the surface, you'll give people a perception that it is a very expensive thing to start off on such a small scale or small space. But the thing is, I think from the perspective of cost, yes, it is more expensive, but it's also important that we evaluate and compare based on cost per planter basis. Once we work out the cost per planters, then it gives us a better way of assessing and evaluating the cost. Yeah. But the thing is, the next thing that is challenging in vertical farming is a lot of design that is not efficient. It will incur a very high running cost. For example, a lot of people comes to me that, you know, I want to grow vegetable indoor using LED grow light. Well, I think I always advise them, share with them is, you know, why you want to run it, do build thing indoor. While in Malaysia, in our country, our sunlight is free all year round, 365 days a year. Instead, you want to create an environment to incur a very high running cost to grow vegetables indoor. So that is a very, very high running cost that that can happen to vertical farming. The next thing is in vertical farming, due to the complexity and things and equipments, it can be technical to the layman. Yeah, so therefore, a small players like home user, it's very hard for them to practice vertical farming at home. So it's very challenging because they don't have the technical skill or knowledge to do that. Also, nevertheless, it's also very time consuming if that has not been designed well or implemented well. You need to take care of the system, attend to the system. And in our urban cities life, I think most people don't have much time because they have a lot. They're traveling to work long hours during their work. They don't have very much time to actually go back to home to do farming. So these are the various challenges in vertical farming. How can we overcome these challenges? In my opinion, and what HAWA does is we want to take away all these technical and skill requirements for people to start, so that with a well-designed system and technology, anyone can just jumpstart and grow like an expert. You don't need a green finger to grow well. Yeah. So this is something that we want that will actually encourage every home or every users, everyone to start growing their food. Secondly is the technology must be able to scalable and flexible. Scalable and flexible, it means that I can start as small as just a square foot space that which I can grow substantially to actually supply food to my families, not on the hobby, not on the growing one or two plants, but enough plants for us to consume. And from there, it should be flexible so that it can be scaled up until a backyard farm, a community farm, and also a large-scale commercial farm. So with that technology in place, then it is very easily adopted and then scaled up as they move along. And also, when talk about physical urban farming and vertical farming, so it should not be should not require a lot of physical strength. Yeah, so that young people, even the kids 2-3 years old, can start to grow their own food, and up to elderly age people, 70-80 years old, even in the case that differently able or disabled people are able to use the technology and system to grow their own fresh, healthy, non-toxic food. And at the same time, also, I think the challenges is to solve the climate issues. Yeah? So, for example, in a hot climates or lowland climates, how can we grow some of the highland crops? So these are the challenges that are surrounding urban farming and vertical farming, which HAWA is trying to solve. Right. So in terms of acceptance of practice in Malaysia, I think it's relatively new in Malaysia. So a lot of people still have an old mindset that farming has to be soil born. You have to be grown on the soil. Anything that is out of the soil is hard for them to imagine that how can is it healthy? Is it have the same quality of nutrients and things like that? So I think this mindset is starting to change, and then also knowledge and skill. Yeah, so a lot of people wanting to try. Yeah, but not many people have able to do it correctly. Yeah, so the knowledge, because there's lack of knowledge and skill. Yeah, and also availability of the components, equipments, and also the techniques to build their own system. Okay, and also I also see that a lot of people try to do the vertical farming or urban farming at home. After a while, they give up because any ecosystems actually evolve and changes from time to time. What we find that we find that people are challenging with, because once they bought the equipment or they set up the thing, they lack of professional support behind them. So that after when they hit problem in growing, they give up because they do not know how to solve the problem. They don't have the time to go and take care of it. They don't have the time to go and figure out what actually went wrong. Yeah. So how does vertical farming, how does Hawa does it differently? We integrated 5 farming techniques into an integrated farming technology that is flexible, practical, and easy to practice. Yeah. So H stands for hydroponics. VA stands for aquaculture, where we grow the fish together with hydroponic. That form aquaponic system. Yeah. So in order to further enhance on this ecosystem, natural ecosystem, we actually add on vertical farming to make that is very make it space efficient, so that anyone, like for example, I have a small balcony space with 1 square foot, I can grow like 30-40 plants. So that makes the efficient use of land possible. And when we integrate aeroponic into the systems, the aeroponics is a technique where the nutrient water is delivered to the root of the plants, dangling in the air. And because the roots of the plant has maximum exposure to oxygen, yeah, so they can grow much faster and healthier. As a result, the plant grow 2 times faster than the normal. Yeah. So what we do is, the concept, putting them together is easy to say, but how to make it work, that is the challenging part. So what Hawa has done is we innovate system and components to make these integrations easy, simple, and seamlessly put everything together, so that anyone or everyone can start growing like an expert. Okay, and also we also, although it's practical working, but the other thing is we must be able to find ways to bring down the cost of the equipment, bring down the cost of the system, so that anyone, no matter you're from B40, you are from M40, or you're from T20, you have a solution for you that is suitable to your ability to be able to grow food for yourself. Yeah. So, and then the other thing is important thing is educations and also workshops. So we do a lot of educations. We educate. We have implemented our system for more than 40 schools in Malaysia. All of them are actually very rural school. Some of them we can't even find on Google Map. Imagine that. So they are using our system to teach and the students, and out of that 20 schools are actually native Orang Asli school. They're actually using our system. Imagine that the Orang Asli is practicing and learning how to grow health non-toxic and fresh vegetables vertically in a very rural kampong. Okay, so and the other thing is we also innovate simple, easy to follow SOP where you see like those native students, native children, they do not need to know anything technical beyond sowing seed, transplant, harvest, and feed the fish. That's it. So as simple as that. So the SOP become a very important thing to just like the fridge or a rice cooker. Yeah, you just simple step. You put in the rice, you put in water, you switch on the light, switch on the power, and that's it. Sit back and wait for the rice to be cooked and enjoy the meal. Yeah. Likewise, I think for urban farming and vertical farming, the same thing needs to come in. So that's what we do, and we have successfully developed our SOP and proven by all these schools, young children in the very rural area. The next important thing is to ensure that food security can be achieved using vertical farming and urban farming is the user needs to come with lifetime support. Yeah, along the line they are bound to hit issues, whether it's pest issue, whether there is infections issue, virus issues, or some technicality barriers. Yeah, so the lifetime support become a very, very critical and important thing to make urban farming and vertical farming become practical. Yeah? So with that, then I think I come to the end of my presentations. Imagine that everyone start to grow hundreds or 200s of plants at every home. Effectively, we are actually we green up the whole urban cities. Yeah, people start to they just enjoy the fresh plucked food vegetables from their garden and cook. They don't need to go to the market to buy and store in the fridge. So collectively, we are actually reducing food miles to zero. At the same time, we are also at the same time all this collectively we are actually saving tons of carbon footprint every year. So I strongly believe that urban farming, especially with vertical farming integrations, should be widely available, affordable, and practical to every home, so that collectively we are actually reducing carbon footprint, enjoy healthy life, and help to moderate the global warming at the same time solving food security and food safety issue, especially during hiccup like pandemic breakout, where food may not be readily available or to ship from the remote farmland to the urban cities or to your home. Right. So with that, it ends my sharing today. And if you would like to have more information, you can reach me at my email address or my telephone number. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. Of course, there an insight and a deeper perspective and understanding of urban agriculture. Philip, if you're still on the line, I wanted to bring you back on to talk a little bit about perhaps the problem. We've highlighted how, urban agriculture is an advantage to many of us who live in city centers. But perhaps this is a myth that you can help to debunk. I'm looking at a lot of conversations that are happening on social media platforms. And one of the points that have been brought up is the fact that urban agriculture is, in fact, perhaps harmful for those of us within the city center area or greater area because of the chemicals that are applied on these plants. What do you
Right.
have to say to that? Is that simply a myth, or is that a fact?
Well, I think there are a few terminology that is surrounding us and confusing us, or to a certain extent, I think it's misleading a lot of people, including myself when I first started venturing into this. I lost all my investment just because after I built my first urban farm in Penang and wanting to get it organic certified. Yeah. Later, do I know what really organic means, or what people thought organics is really means? Yeah. So a lot of people confuse between the word organic and organic certifications. Yeah. So it's a totally different thing. Just like to get certifications, you cannot have a small plot of a lot of land and get certified as organic. Likewise for chemicals, yeah, a lot of people has misunderstand that the chemical that is being used to grow the plant is in fact harmful. Yes, there is a certain problem in using chemical fertilizer.
Philip, I'm
in
hoping
hydroponic.
to see
Yeah.
some visual of you. If you could switch your camera back on,
Oh,
we could
sorry.
bring you onto the screen as well.
All right, sorry. Okay. All
Oh, I'm
right.
sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt. You were saying, yes, there's a
Sorry.
misconception or misunderstanding about.
Right. You see, hydroponic farming is a technique where we actually use we call it precision farming. Yeah. So in the large scale hydroponic farming, all the nutrients are optimized for monocropping, which is a single type of crops. Like for example, if they grow lettuce, they will grow everything, like every whole farm lettuce. Yeah. But after the first harvest and second harvest, the combination of the nutrients in the system is become unknown. Therefore, it's not precise to grow the following cycle anymore. What they need to do is they need to throw away this huge amount of nutrient water, rich water, and restart the system again with new set of nutrients. And when we dispose all this nutrient water, and that is this nutrient rich water that is causing environmental pollution, that is causing problem. Rather, not so much on the chemical itself, because the chemical itself is actually harmless. Yeah. So this is the wrong perception that a lot of people have. At the same time, also there are other options. Just instead of just using chemical to grow, like what I share with you, everyone just now, we actually integrate hydroponic and aquaculture. When hydroponic and aquaculture concept are being integrated together, it becomes a natural organic ecosystem where the fish waste is being break down by the bacteria naturally, become natural organic fertilizer to the plant. The plants will in turn cleanse the water and then put back to the fish. So therefore, it becomes a symbiotic system, circular, that we don't need to change water forever. For those people who rear fish, if you don't change water from time to time, your fish will die because of the toxicity due to the waste. Yeah, but the waste is actually a natural organic fertilizer to the plant. So when we put them together, so practically we don't really need to rely on chemical fertilizer in such setup or such environment, and yet we still can grow very well, very easily, and enjoy the non-toxic fresh vegetables all year long. It is much easier than you grow it anywhere else, and with using any other methods.
That's right. I'm glad we cleared that up. Thank you very much, Philip Liu, for joining us all the way from the Pearl of the Orient right here in Malaysia. It's a state in Malaysia known as Penang, definitely for those of you wondering. And maybe in better times when you can travel to come visit this side or this part of the world. Right now, my co-host and colleague Raj Arya is joined by Dr. Rahmat of Shah's Innovations Solutions. They are about to go into a topic and discussion of modeling regenerative best practice thinking. Raj, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Jesse. Now we are moving on a topic which requires a fair bit more cerebral fortitude, as I like to call it. And as Jesse has mentioned, this is a topic where we're looking more in terms of what is between our ears, which will hopefully translate to tangible actions that we can take forward in our daily lives. Now, on that note, of course, there are many areas that we can look at, but we're going to explore, more importantly, how to regenerate the sustainability mindset. And with that, Dr. Rahman, I pass the floor to you, where we will hear a bit more about this very relevant topic, and we'll take it forward later with the Q&A session.
Lovely. Right. Thank you very much, Raj, for that introduction. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or good morning, wherever you are around the globe. Thank you especially to Regenasia for this opportunity to share the way forward when it comes to actually regenerating mindsets. Now, you might wonder, what on earth does this title really mean? Now, today and tomorrow, you're going to see a lot of concepts, practical applications of regenerative approaches, yeah? But one thing we notice is this. One, a lot of these approaches are really novel. So if they're novel approaches, they're unique. And it's not very easy to actually get people to adopt something new. So there must be some sort of a way of actually convincing the society, the masses, that the sustainability and the regenerative or regeneration mindset is actually critical for us to actually move forward. And I guess in a sense, there is a silver lining with the pandemic coming about. It really forces us to rethink about how we've been doing things all this while, how we've been using up resources without thinking, how those same resources, or indeed something that can replace them, can be used by people of the future. And hence, there must be a way for us to actually ensure that the mindset is not only taken up or absorbed, but it is also practiced again and again so that we can build on top of the existing mindset. So now, perhaps we could actually take a look at some of the presentation material that I had prepared earlier. I'm not quite sure whether those particular slides are readily available. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Now, just quickly, I'll be talking about the title, Regenerating the Sustainability Mindset. Now, traditionally, we always look at people who actually practice this mindset as individuals. Yeah, talk to any HR in any particular company, and they'll say, you know what, we'll think of people as Lego blocks, individual Lego blocks. But guess what? It's only when these people come together, practice what they preach or practice what they believe in, that things happen, changes occur, for good or for bad. And hence, when these people with human capital come together, they bring about social capital. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what I would like to touch upon today. Yeah. Of course, the first question is, what exactly is social capital? Who is Shah's Innovation again? So just quickly, I consider ourselves to be a startup business, and we are a data analytical firm. Data analytics. That's why if you look at our website address, it's shahsinnovation.tech, not .com. We are really focused at supporting human capital, especially employability and suitability for high-value industries, as well as high-value mindsets. And believe you me, the regenerative mindset is a high-value aspect. Now, as we take a look at some of the aspects of what we do and how we actually assist organizations, people, firms to actually move forward with understanding the social capital within the organization. Yes. And let me just skip through this and move on. Now recall I mentioned that HR typically looks at individuals as Lego blocks, and that's the problem. Yes, look at a lot of the methodologies, should I say, initiatives taken, and note that a lot of them takes into consideration that people need to be focused upon as individuals. Again, in order for them to practice what they individually believe, they must come together, and that's when magic occurs. That's when cooperation delivers the value that we need for the planet, for the people, to improve our quality of life. Social capital, as opposed to human capital, social capital is the agglomeration of these human capital, and it measures this invisible value. And that's the challenge. If this value is invisible, how do we even measure it? How do we actually even make use of it? And that is what we do, and that is what we need to achieve in order to sustain the regenerative mindset. So now I mentioned about social capital. There are elements of social capital, and as you can see on screen now, at the top left corner, we have know-how, the cognitive side. So this constitutes technical ideas, technical skill set that you may have, language, the way one thinks, yes, thinking styles, thinking capabilities, how somebody structures thoughts. Now that is the cognitive side, and hence the know-who. And if you look on the right side of the screen, you see what's usually called soft skills. Now, just an aside, if you go into Google Scholar, those websites that help you find out about research, and you type soft skills, you won't find a lot of hits. But if you type relational elements, you will find tons of research that social scientists have actually pursued. In other words, we really understand the sociology of people. Yes, the relational elements, the ones that makes it easier for me to connect with you online, for me to actually connect with Raj, for me to connect with the other speakers, and what have you. So those elements, the elements that actually make up soft skills include behaviors that are indicated, that are exhibited, trust that exists between people, the level of benevolence that you may have, for example, for those around you. You know, you have care for others. And these elements, ladies and gentlemen, as well as the information that we pass, can only pass through, the soft skills will only pass through the structural element of society. And that, the one at the bottom, is what know-who represents. So we're familiar with know-how, and suddenly there's know-who. Again, an aside, here in Malaysia, if you talk about social capital, people wonder, what's that? Now, around the globe, yes, people are very familiar with the term social capital. Here in Malaysia, it's called cableability. How you actually measure cables that exist between you and perhaps other people. And if you think about it, that phrase means a lot. It's these cables, the good cables, the bad cables, the strong cables, the weak cables, that actually help you determine which mindsets you are going to actually adopt, which mindsets you're going to actually act upon, and which mindsets you are going to actually practice. If you think about it, yes? And these three elements, ladies and gentlemen, constitutes the concept as well as the measurement of social capital. And that's what my organization, my company does. We actually measure the social capital elements that exist within an organization. And when you measure something, you can manage it. If you don't, you'll have absolutely no idea what's happening within your organization. Here's an example. Yeah, the one on the left is a typical hierarchical chart that you see on the walls of businesses. You can see there's a senior vice president, there are divisions, but guess what? When you analyze the way the structure and the trust and the technical skills that exist within the organization and how that organization works, most often than not, you are going to see the chart or the structure on the right. And that's the reality. And at times, because you don't have a picture of this invisible network, you lose opportunities. You miss out the fact that actually, for example, somebody who is relatively low on the hierarchy is actually very, very important in your organization. And when you miss that, you miss the opportunity of driving and sustaining mindsets within the organization. It could be cultural elements, culture of the organization you want to sustain. It could be information, it could be behaviors, it could be practices, yes, as opposed to policies. I mean, policies are easily documented, but practices, that is difficult. And it's these central players within the society, the social element, or rather the social structure, that have the social capital that can help you sustain. If you identify who they are, then, for example, if you have a particular scenario that requires the regenerative mindset to be sustained, you know, you have a measure of who are the people that matters to do that. Isn't that great? Isn't that helpful? And this is the way forward. We really need to start looking at how our people connect. If we keep ignoring that, as I pointed out earlier, opportunities are lost. It could be business opportunities. It could be the social support that's important in the organization, assets that already exist. Yeah. So just quickly, so from being invisible, you can actually make it visible. Now, social capital data analytics have been applied for various applications. We can detect corruption. We can detect how mergers and acquisitions take place. And if you take a look at the right, culture diffusion, that's what I want to focus upon. If we can measure, if you can understand who are the important key players who diffuse information and cultural elements, then we can sustain the regenerative mindset. This next slide just talks about some of the clients, some organizations that have adopted and used social capital within the organization. They've measured it, they've figured out who matters, what matters, and leveraging on this, they were able to drive the right cultural elements throughout the organization. Some people call this brainwashing. Now, that's not brainwashing. This is not brainwashing. This is leveraging on what needs to be emphasized within the organization so that the organization benefits. Yeah. Now, now the next slides talk about some of the applications. However, perhaps it might be more beneficial for us to actually discuss about this concept, social capital, and how it can actually be used for certain issues within sustaining the regenerative mindset. And I'm sure a lot of you out there have seen problems that crop up, especially in communicating and getting the organization around you adopting what you believe is important for the planet. And I think with that, perhaps, shall we take a look at if there's anybody out there who's keen to find out, who has a burning question, Raj?
Yeah. We'll have a look and see if there's any questions out there which has crossed the mind of our viewers. But in the meantime,
yes,
while we wait for that, I would like to know a bit more in terms of what you explained just now about regenerating the sustainability mindset.
Yes.
Isn't it already self-reinforcing in human nature that would already inherently be in place?
Right. So thank you for the question, Raj. So we're looking at this regenerative mindset. Isn't it by definition something that is self-reinforcing?
Exactly.
Guess what? If you take a look at how people practice, you see that they tend to actually regress. Regression, unfortunately, especially when there are uncertainties, when there is a threat, when there are lack of stability.
Okay.
At the end of the day, people say, you know what, I'm not going to adopt something new. I will just go back to what I'm familiar with. I'll just pollute the planet. Guess what? It costs me too much to save it.
So it's about survival, self-preservation, self-interest.
Yes.
That kind of mentality or mindset.
Forgetting about the next generation. And that is the biggest concern here, I think. And I'm glad that we have this particular platform to remind everybody, don't forget about the next generation. We owe the planet to them. We owe the planet to them.
To our future generations. But unfortunately, given the fact that humans are generally selfish creatures, as we see, especially in this day and age where it's all about instant gratification.
Yes.
What happens next week, next month, next year, 10 years, let alone future generations will not cross their mind. So this is something on such a deep level. You really have to address it, but it's really challenging, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, getting back to the point I made earlier, because it's so much easier to regress, yes, because you need less thinking, less resources, less education, you know.
The path of least resistance by the sound of it.
Ta-da!
There you go.
There we go. Just follow the flow.
Yep.
Follow the flow might actually lead you down the. I was about to use a phrase that should not be
just in the nick of time.
Whoa. I hope there's a 5-second gap so that people can censor what we say.
Yeah.
Okay, but getting back to that. Yes, this particular challenge. Having said that, there are those who've actually studied and figured out how you actually get groups of people to adopt new mindsets, new methodologies, very novel, unique elements. And a good example is Apple. You know, Apple was able to sell products that people initially say, you know what, we don't really need that. It's cool to have.
Yep.
But they understand what it takes to actually get an echoing chamber around the society. So everybody says, you know what, yes, it's expensive, but guess what? The things that it delivers is now important to me. It matters. Isn't a regenerative mindset, isn't that something that matters to everybody currently living as well as in the future? I think it's important for us to actually look back and adopt these advanced methods.
Right. We're running out of time, but just to add on, because that's something very interesting, I believe, for our audience as well, using the Apple example. So is it something along the lines that you plant a seed that this is something that you potentially need, or it's of significant value to you, which you initially didn't have, but yet that's how they get into your psyche, and that's how you become one of those who have become pure, loyal Apple files, so to speak.
Right. Allow me to actually pick up on that analogy. Social capital isn't merely about planting the seed, inception per se. It's also about making sure that the right trees around you, the ones that can actually influence you or have a recursive relationship, are also planted, taken care of, nurtured, so that everybody will help each other. The problem is when we think, you know, everybody's are just individuals. We can just let everyone go in all directions. When you talk about regeneration, it's so important that we can't afford to just adopt that. So the right trees need to be nurtured. Yes. And that's always a challenge, especially in organizations or societies which are individualistic. But I think that is the way.
Right. But in any such situation, if you were to use a wildlife analogy, the leader of the pack has to show the way, right?
Oh, yes.
And the rest will follow.
The rest will follow if you select the right people within the rest of the group. That is the challenge. How do you actually identify them? If you measure them, then the leader will have a much easier time getting the whole pack to follow.
Right. That's the most important thing. And I think one of the recurring messages which you have spoken of is the ability to measure. Once you are unable to measure something, then you can't move forward, right? You can't compare
Absolutely.
from now and 1 year down the road,
Yeah.
5 years down the road. There's no basis of comparison.
Very much so. And it's complicated. It is complicated, but hey,
such is life.
Such is life.
Yes, indeed. Dr. Rahmat, thank you so much for your time today. It's been a pleasure talking to you once again, as it always is. Wow, that was such a powerful video presentation of what's happening in the world today, isn't it?
The reality of perhaps a lot that we do not see, and we're sort of the end user, the end consumer. We do not see what really happens in the background, how much energy it takes, how much sacrifice happens, and how it's definitely impacting all of us across the globe one way or another. This is a call to action once again, the Entrepreneurship and Sustainability Conference, in line with the Regenasia conference happening for the first time ever as well, telling everyone around the world, let's come together to help restore our planet.
Yep. And obviously, this is all a lesson to us that we must take heed of history, because COVID-19, while it's a new strain, we had bird flu, we had SARS, we had H1N1, we had so many in the past, but yet here we are again and again.
And I think this also raises the question of humanity. Where are we as humans?
Exactly.
Have we evolved, or are we regressing? It's a good time for us to take a reality check, so to say, and I guess also a great starting point for many of us who want to embark on a journey towards sustainability. There couldn't be a better time to do so.
And perhaps this could be the right moment for us to take a step back, to ponder and possibly reset, and having a clean start or clean break from this moment onwards. So it could be a turning point, but it's all up to us.
Absolutely. Well, do stick around. Loads more happening in the next few hours before we close day one right here, the ENS Conference 2020. Coming up in a short while, in just a couple of moments actually, it gives us a great pleasure to introduce Jaslyn Lee. She's from WWF Malaysia, where she is a Southeast Asia EPR Regional Coordinator. She'll be sharing with us her study on EPR scheme assessment for packaging in Malaysia.
Exactly. And at the same time, the workshops has started. You can check all the various links in the chat group. And of course, refer to the emails that you have received in terms of who the speakers are, the topics, and all the relevant information. So you know what you need to do. Check it out. Check out the various topics that is something that you're looking forward to exploring more.
That's right. So much content here. You go out there and see what you would like. The program guides have been emailed to you prior as well. You can refer to that. Otherwise, you can refer to the schedule on the website that's available there. Look for the coach's name. Then you'll be able to also identify the breakout sessions. They've all started, as Raj has just pointed out. We're coming to you live from Kuala Lumpur here in Malaysia. Thank you for joining us on Facebook Live, and for those of you joining us across the globe as well. Indeed, a glorious day for us to call to action, celebrate humanity, and to promote that, raise the awareness and education level as well. I know some topics may seem a little bit dry and a little bit boring, for lack of a better word, but it is important. We need to underscore that, highlight these topics, Raj. And the more we talk about it, the more corporates and government and authorities will start taking notice.
That's right. We can see that's the trend going on right now. The shift, shift. And it's gaining momentum as we speak. As you can see around the world, events, something that we cannot take for granted, something we cannot pretend isn't there, because it is happening before our very eyes. And of course, the pandemic is a clear example of Mother Nature reaching out, showing her unhappiness with humanity. And maybe it's time for us to give back, do the right thing, and hopefully regenerate.
Absolutely. And you know what's great about all of this? You and I and you and everyone on this planet can make a difference. It begins with us. Without further ado, let's bring on our next speaker, Jaslyn Lee, WWF Malaysia, to talk about her study on EPR scheme assessment for packaging in Malaysia.
Jaslyn, are you with us right now?
Hi, thank you both. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We're trying to establish a proper audio visual connection.
I can vaguely hear you.
Yep.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes.
Fantastic.
There you go.
Oh, I like the fact where you're working from right now.
Technology
Yeah.
On the moon.
Exactly. Thank you so much. I'll just start to share my screen as well before I start with my presentation. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Great. Hi, everyone. It's good to be here today. I'm Jaslyn Lee. I am currently the Southeast Asia EPR Regional Coordinator based in Malaysia. So today's presentations is mainly focusing on one of the studies and one of the key projects that we are currently working on as WWF Malaysia. So basically, this is the key content that I'll be sharing with everyone today through my presentation. So just to quickly go through some of the background and to really understand what is really going on out there when it comes to plastic pollution. So I guess everyone here actually realized that the plastic pollution is really a global crisis right now because there are about 8 million metric tons of plastic waste that are entering our ocean every year. And of course, some of the studies have also highlighted that by 2025, if we are not taking any solutions or changing the way that we are consuming the plastic packaging, there'll be more plastic than fish in the ocean by 2050. So, currently there's a lot of government agencies as well as the business sector have started to talk about what is plastic circularity. So of course, when it comes to plastic circularity, or some people actually say circular economy for plastics, that is when we look into, for example, the first key step is really to reduce the production, and also to ensure that whatever plastic packaging that we have used are remain in the loop, so that and there will be no leakages of plastic waste into the environment. So that's the key, and that's the target that every one of us is trying to commit and to achieve as a collective effort. So one of the key plastic projects and that WWF is working on is called Extended Producer Responsibility. So it is actually part of the No Plastics in Nature by 2030 initiative that was launched by WWF Network in 2018. So EPR is one of the key projects that we are currently working on in 6 key countries in Southeast Asia, including Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Philippines. So currently we are working on 6 countries to really engage with the government as well as the business sector to really shift the responsibility of and the cost for waste management to the producers, to the brand owners themselves, so that they are accountable for their plastic products and their packagings as well for the end-of-life impacts. So why are we talking about EPR? So as you can see from here, there are 3 key benefits that we are looking at. The first one is definitely to reduce the overall plastic usage in the market. The second key benefit is to really improve the end-of-life treatment for whatever plastic packaging that we have consumed in the market. And of course, by having an EPR system in place, that is when we can actually achieve reduced organizational and financial burdens to the governments by shifting it to the producers and to the brand owners themselves. And of course, when it comes to EPR, we also talk about incorporating the informal sector as well. And of course, when it comes to the economic benefits, it is also talking about cost-efficient waste management system, and also to relieve the burdens to other sectors as well. For example, the tourism sector and the fishing sector, which is greatly impacted by our plastic pollution. So how to make EPR happen in a specific country? We really need to have collective action between the government, companies, and definitely we need to have the commitment from the consumers as well. So for government, we are talking about setting legal frameworks and also to create an environment for business sector to really improve their packaging design, and also to improve the recycling sector in a specific country. And for companies themselves, they will have to look into the reduction of unnecessary use of plastics. And of course, they will have to improve the design of their packaging as well. For example, by using more recyclable materials and removing unrecyclable materials from their packaging, for example. And for consumers, it's really about making wise consumption decision, separating their waste, proper waste separation. So this, so they also play a very important role in implementing EPR scheme as well. So moving on to the recent study that WWF Malaysia has published recently, I think it was about 2 weeks ago. So we have been conducting this study since end of last year to really analyze what is the recycling capacity in place right now in Malaysia, and what is the material flow analysis of the post-consumer plastic packaging waste in Malaysia. And also part of the study, we also conducted a cost-benefit analysis to really understand the impact, the cost and benefit, comparing the status quo waste management system, comparing to by having EPR system in place. And based on the key findings from the earlier part of the study, that is when we try to make use of the key findings to come up with a customized EPR system for Malaysia. And we would like to use this as a reference for industry players to become an informed change maker and innovator in the market. And of course, we would like to make use of these findings as a reference for government to develop their circular economy roadmap or any EPR related legal framework moving forward. So, so these are the key three key findings from the study. So what we found out is that most of the high value recyclable packaging has been already separated from other general waste. For example, from the organic waste, diapers. So most of these high valuable recyclable packaging are already separated and collected separately, for example. The second key finding is that the Malaysian recycling capacity is actually quite advanced to process the high value recyclable packaging that have been collected, which are usually locally generated. And the last key finding is that the low value and non-recyclable packaging are mostly disposed together with other general waste in landfills. So what are the low value and non-recyclable packagings? They are mostly the flexible packaging that we have been consuming, for example, the sachet or the packaging for instant noodles. So usually these are the packaging that are usually disposed together with other general waste in landfills. So, so I'll just quickly go through when it comes to the EPR implementation. There are several key ministries that we are currently working together. So the two key ministries are the CASA and KPKT. And of course, there are other sub government agencies part of under these two key ministries. We have been trying to work with them as well, especially government agencies like GBSB and SW Corp, because they actually play a very important role when it comes to improving the waste management and collection system in place. So we are trying to understand who are the key stakeholders in the private sector as well. So there are several large-scale waste management companies, and there is also a very wide range of informal sector participants who are part of the collection, sorting, and aggregation of recyclable items in Malaysia. So what we understand from most of the aggregators and recycling companies is that as a result of the reduction in the imported plastic waste, many processors, they're actually operating below their current capacity, which is about 20 to 40% of their current capacity is currently not being utilized. So an increase in local waste separation, collection, and recycling. So this collected amount and the volume can be easily absorbed by this group of recycling companies. And of course, informal sector also play a very important role in the collection stage as well as the recycling stage as well. But actually majority of the recyclable items are actually collected by informal sector. So it's really important to see how we can engage further with them and work with them to really improve the collection rate and the recycling rate in Malaysia. So as I shared earlier, when it comes to the informal sector, it covers very wide range of actors. It could be individual waste pickers to part-time, full-time mates, or even mobile collectors, which most of us have seen in the housing area, the paper llama trucks, for example, and there are also faith-based groups such as Chuti Foundation, also play a very important role to really extract the high-value recyclable items like cans, tins, rigid plastic packaging for recycling purposes. So part of the study is to really understand the material flow analysis for post-consumer packaging waste in Malaysia. So how we actually come up with the estimated annual post-consumer plastic waste generation in 2016 is that we actually make use of the baseline figures that have made available by JBSBN in 2013 in one of the studies called 7 Types of Plastic Waste Generation, the solid waste composition characteristic and existing practices of solid waste in Malaysia. So by having this data available, we then try to make an estimation of the annual post-consumer plastic waste by incorporating the estimated household incomes in general in different districts. For example, in Klang Valley, definitely the household incomes is slightly higher than any other district. And based on that, we then make the final post-consumer plastic data based on the population in Malaysia. So the final outcome of the estimated annual post-consumer plastic waste generation is over 1 million tons in 2016. So it is also very important to take note that the waste stream that we are currently taking into account actually not only including plastic from the packaging itself, it is also including chemically identical non-packaging plastic waste. For example, like toiletries, toothbrushes, combs, stationaries like rulers, plastic pens. So these are actually included in the data as well. So we also try to break down the post-consumer plastic flow and data to several types of plastic materials. So as you can see from here, the most commonly recycled materials are usually the HDPE, PET, and PP material, which you can easily see the types of materials that we can usually see on the packaging itself, where you can see the triangle with the numbers. So it actually represents the different types of plastic materials that have been used to produce the packaging itself. So the recycling rate for these three plastic types are definitely so much higher comparing to other plastic types like LDPE, polystyrene, for example, PVC, and other mixed materials. So these type of materials, I mean, LDPE, polystyrene, are usually used for flexible packaging. So that is why they are usually not collected, because they are very light, and they are usually contaminated as well. So most of the recycling companies, they do not accept this collected amount of plastic packaging like LDPE, polystyrene, PVC, and other mixed materials. So yeah, so for rigid portion of HDPE, PET, and PP material, most recycling companies, they actually process, they estimated that the recycling rate is actually very high. It's about 70% to 90% depending on local collection, the sorting facilities, and the aggregation infrastructures in place. So, so before we really come up with a customized EPR system for the case of Malaysia, we have to understand what are the key implications that we have to take into consideration. So the first key consideration that we have to take into account is that we need to have a very clear responsibility within the government itself. It could be between the ministries like KBKT, CASA, as well as the MITI ministry, for example, at the federal level, state level, and local level. And second key implication is that we really need to have a closer engagement with private sector stakeholders, and also definitely with industry-led platform like consumer goods companies and collectors, processors, and also the recycling industries as well. And the next key implication is to really find a way to see how we can engage with the informal sector by providing incentives to them to increase the collection rate and also to improve their livelihood and their working conditions. Another key implications that I would like to highlight is to really find a way to manage the flexible packaging waste in Malaysia. So the EPR scheme has to be applied with incentives to really recover and to recycle flexible plastics while reducing the amount of non-recyclable materials that have been used by the producers for their products and for their packaging. And it is also very important to really ensure that the higher share of rigid plastic packaging is recyclable. So this can be done by having an EPR modulation fees in place to, for example, to encourage, in order to discourage producers to use mixed materials, they will have to pay higher EPR fees, for example. And for producers who are using more recyclable plastic materials, they will then have to pay lower EPR fees because it is very easy to recycle the materials itself. And to have an effective EPR system in place, the most important thing is to really ensure traceability and monitoring system is in place. So, so based on the key findings from the previous part of the study, that is when we come up with a very customized EPR system for Malaysia. So we would like to propose that the EPR system has to be mandatory and it has to be applied in the whole country. And the EPR system has to include the system relevant packaging products and the obliged companies as well. So the obliged companies are usually the companies who are putting the packaging in the market. So most of them are consumer brands, for example. And there is a need to have a producer responsibility organization, non-profit PRO in place as a system operator to run the EPR system. And there is also a need to have a modulated fees to stir the recycling market by applying, for example, reduced EPR fees for high value recyclable packaging and higher EPR fees for low value packaging and flexible packaging by the obliged companies. And yes, as I have highlighted earlier, we need to have a very strict monitoring and control system in place as well to ensure that the EPR system can be run effectively. So the PRO is a system operator where they will have to engage with the producers, the consumers, the consumer brands, and the importers as well, to receive the EPR fees from this group of obliged companies. They will then channel the fund to the collection system, and they will have to channel the fund to improve the sorting and recycling infrastructures as well. For example, the system operator PRO can actually incentivize to improve the existing sorting facilities, or they can actually build up a new sites for sorting purposes as well. So another key study analysis we have conducted as part of the study is to really understand what are the cost benefit for the current existing waste management system comparing to by having an EPR system in place. So I would encourage all the audience to look into, to get a full, complete cost and benefit analysis from the full report itself. So this is just some of the key findings that I actually extract from the full report. So as you can see from here, just to quickly go through some of the key benefits by having an EPR system in place is that there will be more high value recyclable packaging that will be used, and definitely eventually the Malaysia recycling sector could be further improved and could become even more competitive as well. So so based on the previous finding, we actually came up with a proposed implementation plan. So the first year is really to provide more capacity building with the business sector as well, with the government and the ministries as well, to really look into what are the key challenges right now and how do we address them together. So within the first years as well, it is also, we can already start to look into establishing a voluntary PRO system in place by engaging with the consumer brands companies and the producers themselves to start pilot projects with them and to improve the collection system in place. So we are hoping that we can roll out a mandatory EPR system in Malaysia within 5 years. And of course, moving forward, there is a need for continuous improvement and continuous improvement, and also to find a way to better improve the implemented EPR system in Malaysia. So, so there's a need for a holistic approach to really address plastic pollution with commitment from all the key stakeholders, not only from the government itself, not only from the business sector. There is a need for consumers to be part of the commitment as well. So by having greater commitment and involvement from the producers and consumer brands companies, so there's a need to really have higher commitment from this group of business sector to really shift towards circular economy by incorporating reusable model, for example, less packaging materials, and also switch to recyclable packaging and opt for recycled materials for their packaging in order to shift towards circular economy. So last but not least, I just want to share with you that what are the support WWF can provide in the EPR implementation journey. So there will be series of EPR and EPR workshops, capacity building workshops, forums, as well as more studies as well. And of course, we are also supporting the development of circular economy roadmap for plastics by working together with the ministries like CASA. And we're also exploring collaboration and more partnerships with other organizations for plastic projects in Malaysia. So, so yes, that's my presentation for today. You can always reach out to me, and here's my email address, and you will be able to get the full report as well from the link shared here as well. Thank you so much, and do let me know if you have any questions at all.
Thank you so much, Jaslyn, for your insights on EPR, waste and recycling management and so forth. Now it's very interesting. A lot of people, especially in this part of the world, feels that this one is too costly. It's too difficult. It's not viable. But when we look out there, we can see models where it works. I would like to quote a classic example, Sweden, where they have reached the stage where they have run out of waste. They have waste to energy power plants, whereby they use all their waste to convert into energy to the point they actually have to import from other countries to be able to fuel those plants. So in reality, we have models out there which we can follow or emulate in terms of reaching that desired state. Am I correct? Would that be a fair statement?
Actually, from the real point of view, when it comes to circular economy, is really about making use of the materials that have been consumed by the consumers. But if you're talking about incineration or waste to energy, it is actually not considered as circular economy concept. But what we really would like to achieve here is to ensure that we should try to recycle as much materials as possible. And of course, for those waste who cannot be recycled, that is when we will have to talk about incineration and waste to energy. But the first step is really, we really need to look into reduction. And the second step is really about more recycling and in the country to ensure that we can reuse back the materials and we can reuse back the packaging itself. And of course, for the rest of the materials that cannot be recycled, then we'll have to talk about incineration.
That one will be the last resort. And of course, recycling, reusing, all that is always the better way to go. Now, you mentioned incentives. Obviously, it's always good to incentivize to get people to consider doing something, right? But as we can see, some people would be very reluctant to take down that path. So maybe it's wielding the stick could be an option, because I understand even in Scandinavia, you have to separate all your goods, your recycle from your waste, and if you don't, you'll be charged a fine or a very hefty fee for them to do it for you.
And that's where enforcement plays a role.
That's where enforcement comes into the picture in order to get people to change before it becomes something that's ingrained in their mindset that they will do it naturally. So what are your thoughts on that?
So I guess you're talking about incentive for, I think one of the key challenges here in Malaysia is that even though our recycling infrastructure in industry is actually quite advanced, but we can actually process materials like polystyrene, PVC, and mixed materials, for example. But most of the recycling companies, they do not accept the household plastic packaging waste, mainly because they are highly contaminated.
That's right.
So the consumers, we as the consumers, I think we have to play a very important role as well to really properly separate our waste, to clean waste as well as to the organic waste, for example, so that it's easier for the collectors and the recyclers to do their work. So agree with you, I think government has to play a very important role as well to really enforce, for example, the separation at source, I do know that it is not easy to change a consumer behavior.
Yeah.
It is a very challenging topic that we need everyone to work together.
Right, thank you very much, Jaslyn Lee from WWF Malaysia, for that insightful presentation as well. Once again, Raj, we come down to the same conclusion that really it's you and I that can make the difference, and it's all about
Yeah.
the conscience and that
Exactly.
shift, the paradigm
Exactly.
shift.
That's right. You have to think of it not just about me, myself, and I, but it's about you, me, and the world at large, that we are in it together as one,
That's
collectively.
right. And all of today's discussions and topics are in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Of course, there's 17 goals that have been outlined, and we aim to speak about and touch on each of these goals, some of them collectively, some of them on their own as well. We've spoken about so many
Yep.
topics today that really make a difference in all our lives together, from inequality to being resilient, to having clean water made available, to protecting child and women rights as well.
Yep. Things that we all can do in our daily lives. Maybe little baby steps, as you have alluded to earlier today, play our little parts, and then hopefully we can increase our sphere of influence, and then more people will take up the challenge to
That's
make
right.
this world a better place.
But we are in a day and age, fortunately, although we haven't inherited perhaps a very beautiful or earth in its pristine condition, we do have technology to our advantage. Artificial intelligence is the name of the game. As we move forward, how can we cultivate, develop, and perhaps even put more research into developing AI or artificial intelligence to create a better world for you and I?
Yeah, and on that note, hopefully we don't go down the path as in the Terminator movies, where you have Skynet and all with artificial intelligence, and perhaps someone who can share with us a bit more about the realities at hand, who is down under right now, who's going to talk to us a bit more about artificial intelligence. And he is Haritha Tilikaratna, a graduate researcher from La Trobe University, and I must emphasize, he is an MVP in artificial intelligence.
Ooh.
Haritha, how are you doing today?
Doing good. How about you?
Oh, very, very good. Going strong. And looks like you're based in Melbourne. Things improving down there?
Yes, still we are in a lockdown, but we are getting back from the COVID-19 situation, and hopefully in a couple of days, we'll be back to normal.
Yeah, good to hear, good to hear. And we would love to hear a bit more on your thoughts of artificial intelligence and the role it plays today and the future of the world. Over to you.
Great, thank you. I guess my screen is there and it's rolling. Yeah, thank you all of you and inviting me for the Entrepreneurship and Sustainability Conference Regenasia 2020. So my session is all about going to be about artificial intelligence and how we can use this thing as a tool for sustainable development. So I'm Haritha Tilakaratna. I'm working as a graduate researcher for La Trobe University, and I'm an MVP in artificial intelligence of Microsoft. So with that, I'm going to start the things that we know about artificial intelligence and some of the terms bit in a wide arena. So, you know, when it comes to the term artificial intelligence, people always think, okay, the robots or something like Skynet or something that make a huge difference and all. But this is not a dilemma that came recently. This actually got the birth in 1950s. In 1950s, people thought not just giving the computers the same instructions. What if we can make machines that can be think or get the decisions as the human does? You might heard the story of Alan Turing, who made the most famous Turing machine and all. So he gave quite a good definition about artificial intelligence and what are the artificial intelligence systems can be. From that time, people was thinking, okay, so it would be cool if we can make the things that can think as humans or get decisions as humans. It was back in 1950s. So people take a look with statistics that was a bit prominent at that time, and take a look with the computer-based algorithms and all those things. And they were thinking, all right, we can make a different paradigm called machine learning with these things. It all started back in like 1980s, and it came down to like in 2000s, where we had a huge computation power. With the huge computation power we got back in like 2000s, people started using these machine learning algorithms, artificial neural networks, and those things to build machines that can think or take decisions as humans. I would say the term that artificial intelligence has been used mostly as a marketing term, but behind this term, we can see all these mathematical and machine learning algorithms running around there. Right. You might think, okay, when it comes to artificial intelligence, that is more about the things that we can't imagine, like Skynet or the robots that they can disastrous work or something. Now, you can see things that has been using artificial intelligence and using these paradigms in many areas. So as you see in the screen, so you can see the robots that has been built by Boston Dynamics, and it was a miracle that has been done with artificial intelligence. The robo dog can actually act as a normal dog and help you out in many scenarios. And the Google Assistant that you have in your home, or the Amazon Alexa that you have in home, so those are the things that use natural language processing as well as human language understanding. You can tell your Google Assistant to switch on a light or switch off a light. That won't be a big thing for you now, but this is a big technological intervention that happened in past decade. And the Tesla, the self-driving cars, autonomous cars, quite being a hit these days and going to be a hit in the future too. When it comes to like, I guess there are some gaming fans there too. So the games, like complex games like Dota 2. Recently, there was an artificial intelligence based system that has been beaten the Dota 2 world champion. That means they have exceeded the analytical power of a human in some ways too. And you have obviously have seen the automated conveying belt and all that in our industrial plants who build cars or some complex machinery using AI based systems or AI based interventions. So these are some real world applications that we use AI, and the AI has been used in these cases. But what I have seen is we are not leveraging the real power of AI in most of the cases. We think this is just as a science fiction. It is not. So I'm going to give you some few examples where we can adopt the power of AI into the system that we have right now and make that thing into the process of making sustainable development. Right. We all talk about trees. We all talk about environmental pollution. We all talk about being eco-friendly. So the future should be paperless. The main key idea we have to take is, okay, then we have to digitize everything. So when it comes to digitizing the normal paper-based environment, AI can play a big role there. So this is an application you might also have in your phone that you can just scan a document and see what's actually in that document. That means your phone camera can be used as an human eye or an AI based eye to read the documents for you. This would be a great interventions when we have the chance or when we have the responsibility of moving to a paperless environment. So this is one of the great examples where we use computer vision when it comes to the AI or like AI based interventions for sustainable development. Yeah, this is one of the most interesting and one of the examples I like most. We all know farming is the lifeblood and the backbone of human civilization. We have been going through many decades of developing and researching about new farming technologies. We have been working for enhancing and empowering the farming techniques as well as empowering the farmers to achieve more. So this is one of the examples built in Japan to categorize the cucumbers they produce. Normally, it was done by hand. It was getting a huge amount of time just to divide those things and go for the market. So, go to market time is one of the key areas where we have to reduce to uplift the economy. So in that case, they have used an AI based or a computer vision based system just to identify the different sizes of cucumbers. Pretty simple idea, but made a huge difference and made millions of dollars from this small experiment or the implementation that they have done using computer vision. Simple things making a big difference. Yep. This is another interesting example I want to get out. These days, everyone is talking about COVID-19. Everyone is talking about wearing mask and keeping your hygiene and maintaining social distance kind of things. So we might have to have some systems just to monitor actually the people are doing that thing or not. Because, COVID has been a huge effect in the world economy. So this is a simple system built using some computer vision or the AI based algorithms where we can track down the people who's wearing masks or the people who are not wearing masks. So this is the idea I want to get you up into. AI is not just making huge robots or making the Skynet. It is all about having small interventions that is going to make a huge economical benefit for the world economy or a sustainable development environment. So this is a very simple implementation that you can put in your local suburb and to check whether your colleagues or the neighbors are doing the right thing. So ideas are endless and AI is having all the power for this. Yep. And last but not least, this is one of the most interesting examples I want to pull it up there. So this one is talking about something we really like, sports. So you might wonder, okay, we talked about farming, we talked about something with health, which is using people who's wearing mask and people who are not wearing mask kind of things. But when it comes to sports, what we going to do with AI? The health and the mindfulness of the people is one of the key areas for sustainable development. So we need to have a good, healthy environment. In that case, AI is helping us to track our poses might be and to see and to tell us whether we are following the correct poses in the sports, because it is going to be hugely beneficial in our day-to-day lives or might be in making predictions in sporting environments. So these are very few examples I want to pull up where we can use AI in very tiny matters but making a huge impact. This is the point I want to get to here, because when it comes to, as I said previously, people think we have to beat the Skynet or something really crazy and get the idea here. No, that is not. It is possible to get very small steps and move around with that and think a bit differently and make something that make a huge economical or sustainable benefit. So that is the idea that we can get on. This is not a science fiction. It is out there right now. We have to get the correct tools and correct people in the correct positions to make these decisions and build these interventions. There are many places that is used that people use in these areas. So think of your industry. Think of your small business that you do. So keep your thinking hat on and see what are the things that we can automate and what are the things that we can give the power for a machine to think or get the decision about. What are the places where we can reduce the human resource contribution and give a machine that tedious task and improve our productivity. So that is the place where we have to get in. We have to think differently on how to adapt AI, not as a sci-fi, but just as a tool on developing these things. Yeah. So that is the lightning talk I want to give up for you. And if you have any problem on like transforming your business or anything into AI, or making AI usable for your making your business more profitable or in a sustainable manner, so feel free to just buzz me in any social media channel up there, and I'm free to help you, and I'm eagerly waiting for your comments and the questions about how to change this world into a sustainable future with using AI just as a tool, not just as a sci-fi. And yeah, that's all about the presentation. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Haritha. Very, very insightful in terms of the place that artificial intelligence has here today. Of course, it's not science fiction, it's something very, very real. And you mentioned a very pertinent point about how it can play a big part in our lives today. And we see in some businesses, I think one very good example are bots in terms of interacting with the public or your customers, whereby they will take the bulk of the major questions or issues that's normally asked, and you only require that human intervention for those more complex, complicated issues. Isn't that right?
Exactly, because bots has been going through in customer service and in many areas. When it like in some simple places like ordering a pizza, when it comes to a complex scenario where you book a flight, bots are there. It's getting our task very easy, and it is converting all the call send operations and those things pretty easy. Uh, Previously, there was only like text-based bots, but now they are more coming up with voice recognition and all those things.
That's right. AI, of course, we always look at it towards something that's in the future, but we're really living in the time of AI or artificial intelligence. I wanted to bring up the fact of drones as well, and how with COVID now, that is also another facet of AI that is truly fascinating. But in all of this options that we have, what about the human touch in all of this? Is there an element of lost of that human touch? Can we really humanize artificial intelligence?
That's a very good question. One of the major questions that people are having when it comes to adopting AI for their businesses or the industries is, okay, will it lose the power of human, or will it reduce the number of human workers or the things? So in all these AI interventions, they are made by humans. So in that case, we can take the power and we can keep the leash on with us to control these AI environments and AI based systems. So we have the power of controlling those things. So I guess there should be better rules and regulations that powered by the government entities and the global organizations that will control and keep the power with humans in all these AI environments. And the next thing is we should have the people to be empowered, or like they should be enriched with the knowledge of AI, because that is going to be the next job market. We need people to build AIs that will empower every human being. So
We come to
we
the
have
point
to.
of upskilling and reskilling people within the IT realm, or people who are
I think in general
scientists,
out there
and
as well.
even in general to raise an education of some skill and knowledge to work with and connect with the AI.
Because we can
Exactly.
see that the older generation, who are obviously would be at sea with this sort of thing, they feel that they're being left out because of the shift in terms of technological advancements, in terms of IT, in terms of all this matter, that they are overwhelmed and they don't find that there's a space for them. So I guess this is where the private sector as well as the government should play an active role in terms, as you mentioned it, upskilling, reskilling, re-educating, in a sense, about learning new things, new skills, and so forth.
Exactly, because we have a very big responsibility of getting ready the community to adapt for this future revolution with the AI, because the education system should adopt these technologies and everything into our education systems. So that will be the future. So we have to get ready for that.
That's right. Our education system, our healthcare, we're looking at real estate, we're looking at fintech, the banking institutions, so on and so forth. I mean, we're even looking at a possibility for a conference like this to be hosted by
Oh,
AI.
looks like you might be out of a job. We'll be out of a job.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Harita, all the way from
Nice.
Melbourne. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. We wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Very, very interesting. You know, the way the world has transformed in the 21st century where technology plays such a big part, AI, virtual reality, blockchain, you name it, it's all happening right now.
That's right. As we speak, it is all happening. And everyone, one way or the other, we are influenced or affected by it in a positive manner. But nonetheless, if it gets out of hand, yes, there are the movies.
That's right, that's right. So we always need a human touch, right? At the end of the day.
That's right.
Pulling the strings behind the scenes. And speaking of which, earlier you talk a great deal about SDG.
Yes.
And coming to our next speaker is about SDG financing.
Absolutely. And I think such an apt topic to encapsulate our conversation and discussion topics that we have explored today. Coming up next is Ivo Muller. He is dialing in live from Geneva in Switzerland at the Heart Center, so to say, of the UN. And he is from Ecosystem, or rather the Ecosystem Division of the United Nations Environment Program. And as you mentioned, Raj, to talk about SDG financing. While we have the 17 goals in mind as part of our agenda globally as well, how do we promote, generate finances, or perhaps a little bit more cash flow to get these SDGs on the road and moving? We're going to try to cross over to Ivo right now. Ivo, can you hear us?
In fact, Ivo will be joining with us very, very shortly. So what we decide to do is, it has been a long session.
Okay.
We'll take a break first.
All right, we'll do that. I think, you know what? It's time to get AI on board.
That's right.
All right,
They
artificial
can take our
intelligence
place.
is the way to go. We're taking a quick breather. We'll be back, Raj.
10 minutes.
In just a few moments.
All right. Take care.
The women of Sarawak in Malaysia and Mindoro in the Philippines are no different. Climate change has taken a toll on their communities, and the women are burdened the most. In Mindoro, there is a decrease of fish catch caused by climate change and an increase of childbirth, creating an imbalance to the fishing community's needs, as the lack of family planning creates a vicious cycle of poverty and leaves them vulnerable to disasters.
Fishermen, fisher households where we conduct the study in Oriental Mindoro have bigger families. So they're even above the average family members of 4. They go as many as having 7 children. And fishers being the most vulnerable, partly because they're also the poorest of the poor, dependent on the coastal resources, are most affected by climate change because of the decreased fish that they get and that they catch, which is the main source of food and livelihood of fisher households.
With population growth in rural areas, the need for the awareness on sexual health among these areas are a necessity. With less fish coming in causing less income, families are not able to provide for their children's needs, including their education. In return, their children end up with the same hardship that their parents have gone through, taking over the same jobs, leaving the community in a continuous vicious cycle that wouldn't be sustainable in the future. In Sarawak, the women of the Penan and Kayan tribe are left in their homes as the frontliners in natural disasters, since their husbands are away to work. As deforestation and rainfall increases, severe flooding poses as a major threat to their livelihood and safety.
Marung kami doh ni tegu lepanu ni. Adang kami busahala adang kami do alang jita ngayat na urip na kami tegu lepanu ni am tangayat sang nunuk tukta ilaw kumantala abilake tati tilaw iat na ke lo belajar ta tugo pinta udara lepati ke senunuk tukta kuman katalang antatuhuh pelim.
The Penan tribe has also been encountering problems with the deforestation process, as the timbermen who come from logging companies take advantage of the women.
When we do our development processes and our planning, when we do not have greater insight into our ecosystem and how the ecosystem functions, and we don't take that into consideration, it brings tremendous impact to the communities. And this impact, as I said, based on location, based on class, based on economic background, are very critical because they impact on how these communities cope with these changes. And many times they are unable to cope with these changes and they face many, many difficulties. So one aspect of it is to look at sexual and reproductive health. And because sexual and reproductive health just not only look at reproductive health, but also look at the holistic health approach of a person, an individual. It's also important because in terms of body politics, in terms of our bodies, and who owns women's bodies, and the right to one's body. And that is something that's far deeper.
It is clear that sexual and reproductive health and rights is an important priority for climate change action and dialogue. It is central to their social and cultural identity and a key to empower resiliency. Recognizing women's voices by making policies through a gender-responsive approach can make a community stronger and prepared for a continuously changing world.
Men generally will go on to a much more leadership capacity, but women are really the true champions for climate change actions. They are there, they get their families together, their children together, their husbands mobilized. They are the champions. And they do it so willingly and so open-heartedly. And that's the reason why, yes, they accept that. Yes, that's fine. But I would like them to express themselves, articulate themselves, and celebrate. I think this is also about celebrating how they build resilience. They are coping. They are not waiting for anybody to come and tell them, oh, you should do this or you should do that. They are coping. They are finding technologies. They are finding ways forward, and they are working very hard at the ground level, at the grassroots level. For me, for doing this research is just coming to them and embracing their stewardship, basically, their environmental stewardship. Embracing them for all the work that they have done
within their community. And that's not an easy task, and especially not an easy task when you have to do it invisible.
There you go, three's a company.
Yeah, that's right.
Welcome on board, BK. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is a surprise for all our audience because BK is someone who is very immersed in personal branding, and she's going to share with us a few tips that we can use in our daily lives. Isn't that right?
Correct. That's right. In our daily life, for business, for work, everything. Personal branding is for everyone and everywhere.
And I think also perhaps at this juncture, more importantly for entrepreneurs who are trying to break into markets and trying to create a sort of a brand for themselves.
Correct.
Personal branding.
Because usually entrepreneurs, they only focus on the company branding.
Yeah.
They forget about the personal branding. So yeah, that's
Because
why.
basically they are the epitome and the face of their company, which is
Correct.
so crucial, right? To make
Exactly.
sure that
That's right.
everything is congruent and it resonates with each other.
That's right. Although we've spoken about many technical things today, many scientific things today, we're not forgetting the element of PR, communications, and putting yourself out there to be seen on media platforms as well. What more on social media, where personal branding has become such a movement, I think, right?
Yeah. 10 years ago, personal branding, we only talk about the image, but nowadays personal branding is including your social media accounts as
Yeah,
well.
how your Instagram page is designed and how you post.
Yes, we have Instagram, we have LinkedIn, we have Facebook. So yeah, there's a few different platforms actually for you.
All right, Raj, I don't think we'll take much of BK's time right
Exactly.
now.
We'll let her
We're
do her
going to
thing.
leave you in the beautiful hands of a BK, a personal branding expert, to give you more information and more nuggets as to how you can brand yourself better and be visible through your products and services as well. BK, have a good one.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Hi, everyone. Good evening. I am BK Nair. I have been doing personal branding training for the past 10 years for corporate companies, for upcoming pageant queens, for startup entrepreneurs and all that. So what I'm going to talk today is about how to have a good personal brand, because most of the time when we say branding, we will only think about company brand. We do not think about our own personal brand. So as an entrepreneur or as a company owner as well, we will be thinking about, okay, how do I brand my company? What do I do to have a good brand? How do I do the branding for my company? You only think about the features of your company, the colors that you need to put in your logo and all that, but you forget about your own personal self. So what I'm going to talk to you today is how you are actually representing your company. That's why we call it personal branding. That's why personal branding is important, because you are your brand, your company, and your company is you. So first of all, let me tell you something about making an impression. So making an impression is part of your personal brand as well. So when you make your first impression, when someone has a first impression towards you or your company or your brand, how long does it take, do you think, So if you look at some research, during the 80s and 90s, it says that first impression was made in 90 seconds. But after so many years, after 40 years now, 30 to 40 years, first impression is actually made in a blink because of the gadget world. Generation has changed. So everything is a click away and people think very fast. So in a blink, in a split second, someone already have an impression towards you, or you have an impression towards a person. So that is why it is important to have a good personal brand. So you are your company. So people will be looking at you outside when you're networking, when you're meeting someone, when you're going for your meetings and all that. So when you represent your company, you need to have a good impression. So in that split second, people need to have an impression, what kind of company, what kind of business do you do? All right. So in this impression, creating impression, let me talk about these 3 V's that I always emphasize in creating a good impression. So 3 V's, which will be 55% of your visual. So visual means the way you dress, the way you carry yourself, the way you present yourself and all that. So sometimes we dress according to our personality. We choose colors, we choose styles according to our personalities. But if let's say you are an entrepreneur, you have to see what kind of business do you do. So if let's say you are a fashion designer, of course you need to be fashionable so that the impression you get from outside, people will say, oh, you're very fashionable. So are you in the fashion line kind of thing? So that is actually personal brand. So if let's say you're a rock star, you have to dress according to the brand that you are selling. So that is part of your personal branding. So personal branding has a lot of things. Like now I'm talking about the impression. And then you have to represent the brand as well. So dressing is part of it. So if let's say you are a kindergarten teacher, so you know the colors that you choose also represents your brand as well. So like how color psychology actually plays a part. So pastel colors are more calmer. They say it is more caring. So when you look at brighter colors, it is actually more bold compared to pastel colors. All right. So now come back to the visual part when I was talking about the 3V. So 55% of your personal brand is your visual. So how you carry yourself, how you represent yourself, how you sit, how you stand, what kind of colors you put on, that will be 55%. And then another 38% will be your vocal. So usually vocal will be, some people will have a very big volume. Some people have very small volume, and then some people have a very monotonous kind of vocal. So all these different kind of vocal also represent a person differently. All right. So if let's say you are very loud, people will have a perception about you that you are actually very stern, you are very bold, you know what you want. So if let's say you are a very soft-spoken person, you will also have an impression, or people will brand you as you are very timid, you're a very shy person, you are not very friendly. Or sometimes when you're too monotonous, people can't gauge what are you actually trying to say. So 55 and 38 is already 93%, and the one left now is 7%. 7% is actually your verbal, the content that you are giving out, the content that you are saying. So verbal is only 7%. So what you say is not, what you say compared to how you say is actually more important. So you must also be able to walk the talk. So if let's say you are doing, you are in the fashion line, so you have to represent, you know, fashionably, you have to look nice, you have to look good and all that. So like for example, I had a few ladies in my workshop. They were working before and then they became housewife, homemakers for the past 10 years. And then after that, they have decided to come back and start up their job back again, and then they decided to start like small businesses and all that. So when they came to me and then they say, I need to rebrand myself. So how do I do that? After so many years not being around, I've rarely went out. I've been at home taking care of my kids. I need to rebrand myself. So first what we did was we actually did a test. We tried to find out what kind of personality the person has. So like I mentioned before, usually we pick a color or we pick the dressing according to our personality. So our personality usually changes from time to time. So if let's say when you are 18, you will have a different kind of personality. When you're 20, when you're working, or when you're married, or when you become a mother, you will have a different kind of personality. So you actually choose your dressing style or the way you present yourself, you choose according to the current situation. So this group of housewives who told me they want to become an entrepreneur. So the first thing we did was we did a personality test to find out what kind of personality they are. And then we try to find out what are the businesses they want to do. And then we also had a little test. We did a lot of tests, okay? We did a lot of tests to find out the pro and cons and what they want and what they don't want actually. So after that, we did another test to find out what are the core values that they have, and they have been able to maintain the core values. So usually we all have our core values when we are growing up, but eventually without us realizing, we drop some of the core values and then we pick up some new core values along the way. So for example, if let's say one of your core value were you are a fitness freak, but let's say along the way you got busy and then you had to trade your fitness value to something else, maybe to spend time with your family more. So you forget about your fitness and then you have changed your personality. So your branding becomes like from a person who is very healthy and very, was always focused on your gym routines and all. Now you just focus on your family. All right. So we also try to find out like what kind of core values that you have dropped and exchanged and trade. And there are also core values that you still keep. No matter what happened, you still keep the core value. It can be anything. It can be maybe, dedication. It can be maybe trust, things like that. So we also try to make them and us realize that changes are always normal in our life. Along the way, there is a lot of changes in our life. So that is why we actually pick and drop some of the values that we have, and that will actually make us change our branding. So maybe we start off as a very happy person, outgoing and all that, but eventually the branding has to change. So all this has to be taken count to know what kind of branding that you have right now, what kind of branding you can actually develop to become the person that you want to represent. So there's a lot of thinking that need to be done. There's a lot of thought need to be put together actually to find out who you really are. All right. So a lot of people do presentation on personal branding. They will tell you, so this is what you need to do. So for me, rather than me just telling you what to do, I always like to go deep inside and like I try to find out who you really are and what do you really want. And from there, we actually develop your personal branding according to what you want to do. All right. So I have a few workshop planned. It is an upcoming workshop. We have 2 workshops actually. So I can't remember. I think we have 3 workshops. All right. So one is the power of personal branding. So that workshop is basically for anyone who wants to find out what kind of personal brand they have and how they can use it. And then the second one we have planned is personal branding for entrepreneurs. So for entrepreneurs, it's more of, we are going to talk about, they already know what they're doing. They're already doing something already, but we would like to emphasize that they are representing their brand, and it is important for them to carry the brand appropriately, and also so that when they will also represent the brand as well. So there's another workshop also we're going to do is called Women in Lead. So Women in Lead is basically being the women leaders. So in that, we will actually talk about, we will go deeper on the core values and all that, and we will talk about how you can actually develop your leadership, no matter at what stage of life you are and at what stage of age you are. So these are the 3 workshops that we have planned. These are all upcoming workshops. So I hope that you will be, following up with us on our Facebook or on our website and all that, so that you so that you can actually know when exactly the workshops are. So during the workshop, we will actually do a lot of activities. Our workshops are not just facilitation, which is not only one way, it is 2-way. So you will have a lot of discovery about yourself as well. So you will actually find out about yourself more during the workshop. And yes, so I'm looking forward to see all of you all in my workshop. Thank you very much.
And we are back, and during her session, you can see I've been tidying myself up with
You
my
have,
jacket
you
and my
have.
coat and my hanky as well,
Looking
because I
very
felt so
sharp and
self-conscious.
suave. Yeah, that's great. I think personal
Yeah.
branding definitely is an element we all should practice. Some people just have it, that
Yeah,
X factor.
that's right. The charisma, the presence, and all that kind of thing.
That's right, but
which
it's
is
something
very
attainable for everyone. Should it be an SGD goal as well? I
Perhaps,
wonder.
to dress for success.
Absolutely. Talking about SGD goals, how important it is towards all of us coming together to build a better future, for us to rebuild and restore our planet Earth as well. So many things to talk about surrounding that. We wanted to actually feature an article that you found online recently, Raj, talking about what the UN leaders feel about the SGD goals, sort of giving it a reality check.
Definitely, definitely. As you can see, we have always have goals or things that we strive to achieve. But as the conversation we had with Edward Mueller earlier today about top down, so end of the day, it should be bottom up, that the people has to drive it, and it cannot be something that is more evident in perhaps affluent countries, first world countries, whereas other countries which are still trying to reach that level are struggling with other more important things, like putting food on the table, earning a decent income.
Absolutely. So the goal should not be sort of detached from what's really happening in terms of the reality of so many people across the globe, whether you're from a certain community, in a certain area, in a certain country that's, in the midst of perhaps war, so many different circumstances. And many of us on this platform today, in this conference are perhaps a lot more, I would say, privileged in that sense. Nonetheless, once again, we come back to the same conclusion. It takes you and I to come together and make a difference. Now, to tell us a little bit more about how SDG goals or how these aims can be financed. We have on a line joining us all the way from Geneva and Switzerland. Ivo Muller is joining us today from the United Nations Environment Program to talk about SDG financing. Ivo, hi. It's good to connect with you from across the globe. We tried to bring you in a slightly earlier, but nonetheless, here you are. And the floor is yours. Take it away.
My apologies, and thanks for having me at this very interesting conference. Just want to double check if you can actually see my screen.
Yes, if you could just switch it to the presentation mode.
That's right.
We could see it in full screen.
I will do that now.
You can put it to yours. Yep, you're good to go.
Perfect. All right. Again, thanks very much to the organizers for inviting me to attend. My name is Ivo Mulder. I work for the UN Environment Program, indeed based all the way in Geneva, Switzerland. And I will give you a short presentation about SDG financing and specifically the joint SDG fund. And if you have any questions, do feel free to put it in the chat box or ask me afterwards. So briefly about the mission and background, catalyzing strategic investments for the Sustainable Development Goals and the thematic focus of this fund. I would hope that by now everyone has heard about the Sustainable Development Goals, which is part of the agenda to advance sustainable development by the year 2030. There are 17 SDG goals and underneath that many targets. And the SDG fund was basically established to help both developed but especially developing countries advance on the SDGs. So far, the SDG fund has had 19 interventions. It's focused on 74 countries, and over the past months, 84 million in capital has been allocated, involving 22 UN agencies and 100 partners. So it's quite large. What's the purpose? This was basically established as part of the UN Secretary General's strategy for financing the 2030 agenda. We're basically being asked to advance on the one hand on societal goals in relation to ending hunger, poverty, etc., while on the other hand tackling defining environmental challenges related to climate change, to biodiversity loss, deforestation, and so on. And this cannot be done obviously by the UN alone, and it cannot just be done by public finance. I think a key part that you will hear from me is how do we leverage private finance. And the SDG fund was specifically created and money is specifically awarded if there's a high chance of leveraging private finance to tackle several of the SDG goals at the country level. So again, just to summarize, the idea of financing the SDGs and the SDG fund as a vehicle is to align the global economic policies and the financial system with the objectives of the 2030 agenda, enhance sustainable financing strategies, and seize the potential of financial innovations. The SDG fund basically provides grant funding to forge these partnerships. However, the grant funding needs to have, as I mentioned, an angle to bring in private capital, whether from development banks, commercial banks, or other companies in the real economy. And thereby create both an enabling environment, but also what we call proof of concept or catalytic investments. So how do you stimulate concrete projects that deal with availability of fresh water? How do you move towards sustainable commodity supply chains for palm oil or soy, for example? This is the objective of the SDG fund, which has been established with money from donors, governments, foundations, and individuals. There was 70 million available early this year. I think by now more money has been committed for it, and it's basically funneled through UN agencies at the country level, working with both public sector parties such as non-governmental organizations as well as private sector partners. Can I hear some questions? I won't go into it, but the idea of the SDG fund is that it's basically a fund that tries to establish real and lasting impact on the ground in the different countries to help with meaningful transition towards the SDGs. And I can share the slide deck also with people who've tuned in for this conference as well. Can I donate to the SDG fund? Yes, besides governments and foundations, also public, private entities, and even individuals are welcome. You cannot invest in the SDG fund. It's a grant vehicle, so the idea is that the fund itself is being used to fund activities on the ground in different countries, but it's not a for-profit entity. And obviously, there's a lot that individuals can do, such as changing consumption patterns, changing the way you as a person and an individual invest, for example. I'm not going into detail of this. Yeah, so basically the SDG fund acts as a grantee to developing countries. It tries to blend the money from the SDG fund with financial institutions, be it local or regional development banks, as well as commercial finance institutions, with the UN basically providing technical assistance. So here you basically see why, the what and the how of the SDG fund. Basically, there are two funding routes. One is for the enabling environment. The other is for catalyzing transactions in especially developing countries. The maximum value is $10 million that can be unlocked from the fund. And again, the only way to do that is if it's co-funding with other public and private capital to advance on several of the SDGs at the country level. So here you see some examples of projects that have been awarded in the first round that was announced a number of weeks ago. Moving from renewable energy in Uruguay to adolescent sexual and reproductive health rights in Kenya to building a coral reef fund in Fiji, Vanuatu, Solomon Islands, and the Marshall Islands. So it's quite diverse what the SDG fund funds, and obviously it is available for developing countries across the globe. What it again boils down to is that it needs to tackle several of the SDG goals, and it needs to crowd in public and especially private finance. There's a list of 28 concept notes that were received by grantees for phase one. So that are a smaller amount of money that is being used for the preparatory funding. And you see here that the total leverage that this funding round aims to achieve is in the range of $9 billion. That is in addition to or that is combined with the private capital that the SDG fund hopes to leverage. So it's very much a guesstimate. These are the 5 thematic areas that the SDG fund focuses on: resilient infrastructure, people and health, agriculture and food security, natural climate actions, and the blue economy. And each of these 5 thematic areas have a number of proposals that the SDG fund looks at, and a certain window of funding that is available. I'm not sure if I'm going into this. Let me just quickly see. yeah, I'm not sure of the advisory group. So basically, each of these 5 thematic areas has an advisory group consisting of experts from investment banks, from DFIs, from private foundations that are advising the SG fund on which proposals are best suited and how to increase the likelihood of success for those proposals that have been submitted. Yeah. So this is an example of what the advisory group of the blue economy looks like. So the countries in focus are, in this case, Barbados, Fiji, and Papua New Guinea. The members of the advisory group include a wide range of entities ranging from BNP Paribas to Morova, foundations like Vulcan, and venture capital funds like Ventura, X Ventures, as well as different UN agencies and non-governmental organizations. So this is basically how the proposals are reviewed, and guidance being provided to those proposals that have been shortlisted for further improvements. So this is also the last slide that I want to use. I just want to come back to the first one around why this was established and how this is in line with the Secretary General's vision of advancing on the Sustainable Development Goals. So what I would like you to take away from this is that the SDG Fund is a vehicle to advance SDG financing. It's not the only way. Many countries have all kinds of processes in place to advance on the SDGs. But the UN itself has a specific fund that is meant to catalyze specific projects in the country. The fund itself can provide grant funding that is funneled through UN entities, but in each and every case, it will work with delivery partners, be it NGOs, be it local businesses, or financial institutions. The amount of funding that can be provided from the SDG fund is up to $10 million per project, and it will have to tackle several of the Sustainable Development Goals concurrently, and prove that it can crowd in other public capital and especially private capital. So this is what I wanted to explain. And again, apologies for being late for this meeting.
So much, Ivo, for those insights. I think this is a very, very enlightening and informative for those who are looking to get the ball off the ground, right? Get the ball rolling.
Absolutely, to apply and of course get the funding towards some of the projects that they're working on. Of course, on the slides as well, we can see for innovations or new technologies as well, the funding is available as you make your product or service in line or aligned to SGD goals.
Right. Ivo, just a quick question. We noticed that we are in a different world in the last 6 months. Has that impacted the SDG funding in that respect, given the knock-on effects of the economic downturn, financial constraints of all stakeholders concerned, which I think would somewhat affect the United Nations as well?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I mean, I can't comment on the funding for the UN system per se. It isn't unlikely that member states at the moment would not prioritize funding the UN as everybody is grappling with protecting jobs and their own economies. When it comes to the SDG fund itself, the funds that have been committed are basically in the fund, and more commitments have come in over the past months. So the fund itself hasn't been negatively affected from it. You could even say that the fund has an even bigger role to play to help countries get out of the economic and financial crisis by being as quick as possible to allocate the grant funding and therefore help people on the ground to deal both with the terrible health crisis, but use this as in a way as a force for good to advance on the SDGs in this way. But yeah, no, it's a very good question.
We actually have a question from our viewers from the audience. Ivo, this one asks if they must apply through their local chapter or country, or does it go through sort of the mainframe SDG Geneva?
No, it doesn't go for SDG Geneva, luckily. No, basically each and every country has what the UN calls a resident coordinator. The resident coordinator is basically the representative of the UN in a given country. That is the office through which proposals will have to be submitted. Obviously, the UN is there for each and every person. And it's the objective and the purpose of the resident coordinator's office to be in touch with relevant non-governmental organizations, local businesses, and financial institutions. So if there is an interest in this, I can provide an email for people who are interested in this. What is important to realize is that the request for funding will have to come from the UN resident coordinator in the respective country.
Right.
What has been the uptake like so far in terms of tapping into this fund? Do you see a trend or perhaps a rise in organizations trying to tap into these funds? And also, what are some of the criteria you would need to tick off? Because we spoke about how many organizations are either using it as a cash cow or a cash burner.
Exactly.
So with that in mind, how would you sort of identify and approve these funds and making sure they go to the right organizations with the right cause in mind?
I mean, the amount of the number of proposals that the SDG Fund received far outstripped the amount of funding that they had available, which is often the case. So there was a very tough process to narrow down the number of proposals that receive funding. So in many cases, UN organizations and resident coordinators office were competing with each other for limited funding that was available. I think it's a testimony to the UN that despite the current crisis and despite the challenges of setting up such a fund, the first window was made available, as I mentioned, in terms of more than $70 million. And there will be another window coming out later towards the end of the year. In terms of the key elements that the SG Fund looks at is basically the bankability of a proposal. So how likely is it that the proposal will receive and crowd in private capital on the one hand, and how likely is it that it will achieve true societal impacts on the ground, relation to health, relation to poverty and food, as well as on the environmental side. So
Right.
those are the
So
go ahead,
sorry.
please.
I think with regard to what you just said, you could have answered one of our viewers' questionnaire in terms of that application window. You mentioned that there's one coming up at the end of this year. Am I correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah. So basically, I need to defer to colleagues who are based in New York, who are working on this day to day. But the idea is that the fund has several rounds each and every year, and obviously the proposals that are approved will also be made available through the website of the UN as well. And if this is a success, then it could be a good way for member states to help countries basically recover from the COVID-19 crisis. By ensuring that the fund has a continuous, basically capital base to keep on funding more proposals. The importance, of course, is that the proposal itself at the onset is strong enough to deliver real and meaningful impact. So that is not seen as a cash cow, for example. But given the high demand for it, only the strongest proposals will ultimately be funded.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. All right, Ivo, thank you so much for your time today, and we appreciate you all the way from Geneva to share with us this very, very important information, which I'm sure some of our viewers found very, very informative.
That's right. And of course, for a copy of the slide deck for all our speakers today, you can visit the official website of the Entrepreneurship and Sustainability Conference. Of course, also reminding you that this is the first ever Regen Asia
That's
Conference 2020. We're at ESG TV here, broadcasting live from the city center in Kuala Lumpur. And in a short while, I will be speaking to
That's
Easy Rudin, still on the subject of the SDGs, but this time via CSR. So many acronyms, Raj.
Exactly.
In terms of looking at local initiatives. So we take a quick breather right now. We'll be back with that. And of course, Raj, any other comments?
That's about it, and almost at the finishing line, so stick with us. We'll be back very, very shortly for the final sprint.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
See
See you
you.
soon.
And welcome back to ESG TV with me, Raj Arya. We are now almost at the finishing line. And to follow up on Ivo's presentation a short while ago in terms of SDG financing, which we are looking in terms on a macro level, on a big picture point of view, well, guess what? What ties in very nicely with that right now is we're going to look at it on a more micro level, or something that we can see right here in Malaysia. And to do that, we have our final guest for today, which is Izirudin, Head of Program of Global Compact Network Malaysia, who's going to talk about the SDGs via CSR, the local initiative Global Impact. Over to you, Jesse.
Thanks very much, Raj. Of course, as we are in a cutaway room right here, Studio C, again live on ESG TV in the heart of Kuala Lumpur. I'm joined by my guest, Izirudin. Izzy, welcome to our programming today. Of course, it is pouring outside here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, but we're still focused on the topic that we have at hand. A lot of focus on the Sustainable Development Goals that's been set up by the UN as a blueprint, as perhaps a framework for countries, for organizations across the globe to work towards. And this time today, in my conversation with Easy today, we'll look at how SDGs can be supported via CSR, or corporate social responsibility efforts within organizations to further drive this achievement. Easy, perhaps you could start by telling us a little bit about what you do and about the company as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. It's indeed a pleasure to be here with everyone. Thank you for having me. A little bit about the background of Global Compact. Global Compact is actually a network of associations. It can come, especially here in Malaysia, it comes in the form of registered society. But we are part of the larger Global Compact, United Nations Global Compact network based in New York. Our mission purpose, if I were to plainly put it in layman terms, is our purpose, our mission is to ensure that we create a more sustainable private sector economy. And how we do this is, of course, by advocating the Sustainable Development Goals for private sector consumption, for them to take up and partake in the Sustainable Development Goals. That's basically what we do. In terms of activities, so we also do conferences, webinars. We also encourage and advocate the uptake of United Nations Global Compact's 10 principles. And in general, of course, for private sector to actually move towards measuring their sustainability output based on the Sustainable Development Goals.
Right. So furthering that, let's get right into it. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit about the premise of the Sustainable Development Goals via CSR.
Okay, that's it's actually very interesting that, you know, when we picked the title for this session is because for a lot of people, especially sustainable CSR practitioners, the link between sustainability and CSR may not seem too obvious. Sometimes it's a question of, you know, I'm doing CSR, but sustainability is a much bigger, broader picture. So a lot of times people tend to stay where they are because they're comfortable with doing CSR, and they don't see the link between SDGs, which is falls under sustainable development, and CSR in general, which is actually doing good for society, doing responsible business. But I would say that it comes back to the point in time, at least here in Malaysia in 2007, when Bursa Malaysia made it mandatory for companies to disclose their CSR activities. But it didn't take long for them to realize that disclosures don't necessarily mean that they are putting out quality CSR programs. So that went on for a while, and then sustainability came into the picture. So what's happened is that the market became very comfortable with a CSR. So then a lot of companies actually, as mandated, especially public listed companies as mandated by Bursa, started to do a lot of CSR, and they were stuck in CSR. So I would say that sustainability really sort of gained traction in Malaysia after Bursa then made it mandatory for them to actually disclose their sustainability output.
But the word sustainability, it seems like it, or it doesn't just seem, but it is such a wide area. You could do or have so many sustainability CSR under that banner. How would you say companies can identify sustainability projects that under their CSR banner that can be successful? Because sustainability is like a life cycle. It
Right.
has a beginning point
Yep.
and an end point that links back towards
Right.
something that is looping.
Okay. So let me try and answer that. Let me try and answer that in a way that before I come to that answer, CSR and sustainability used to be seen as something separate. Okay, but today, however, I think increasingly, and I think it's become practice today, especially from the work that we've done, is that CSR is subsumed under sustainability, while CSR is more looking back because of probably cynically because of the damage that has been done. So you do CSR to recover. So it's more outward looking, meaning you are looking at fixing things or putting in deposits with the public in order to protect your reputation. Sustainability, on the other hand, is more inward looking. You are looking to actually secure your business, to secure the future of your business. And you do that by ensuring your supply chain, your gender equality, your pace, and so on and so forth.
So it's mostly an internal.
Yeah, it's mostly an internal, but of course today I think with the pace of development, everything is sort of malleable. So you can actually shape it into what you want. So coming back to your question, what is CSR? How do I choose my CSR programs and so on and so forth?
And have it in line with
Yep.
sustainability.
There is actually, while CSR is subsumed under sustainability, but there are portions where it may actually overlap. A case in point, say for example, if reduction of, say for tree planting, for example, of course it's a sustainability issue, but because in the areas in which a particular organization are operating and it's caused some sort of environmental damage, for example, they would actually invest in CSR to ensure whether it is resuscitation or replanting of the plants to actually regenerate. So while sustainability looks at the measures, but it is actually CSR that does the execution, that does the groundwork. That's how I see it. The connection between CSR and SDG. So how would you choose your CSR activities? Okay, I think for starters, you would need to actually look at, number one, of course, is the area of impact, where you are actually causing damage. But then again, I think the better way to look at it is, of course, through stakeholder if I could say, mass stakeholder engagement, to really find out what your stakeholders are concerned about. And then in terms of execution, then you can work on the programs based on CSR, looking at various areas of impact.
Right, because I could be wrong, but a few of the CSR projects that I have seen seem to be sort of very touch and go. They are quite small in their focus areas,
Mhm.
or they don't have long lifespans. They are
Mhm.
perhaps a program that runs for 6 months and then ends there.
Mhm.
So I guess my interest is to know exactly how companies can further select programs under their CSR or sustainability to ensure that it's long term, that it
Mhm.
provides long term solutions that are actually equitable for communities, for societies.
Correct. Okay. My response to that would be that I think it's okay that CSR programs may have a certain lifespan or be seen as a project
Mhm.
with a certain timeline rather than a program.
Right.
I think that's okay because there are many concepts in social innovation, in sustainability, where we don't really look at, say, for example, another concept is asset-based development. So when we look at asset-based development, it's not so much to actually give people the handouts.
Right.
It's rather teaching them how to fish rather than actually just giving them the fish. And ABC, asset-based development, what do you call that? Asset-based ABC. I'm lost. I'm a bit lost today.
I was going
But
to guess it, but I won't. But
yep.
yes, upskilling basically and
Yeah. So
providing them knowledge.
ABC actually looks at how they can make use of the available assets within a particular community
Mhm.
to actually train them and make them as a resource center within that community. So it's okay because once you have identified the resources, you've trained them, you can leave them because they will be more sustainable.
Mhm.
So CSR money can be poured into other areas of concern.
Right.
So I think it's okay.
Yeah, our topic today is local initiative, global impact.
Yeah.
Perhaps you could share some case examples or
Mhm.
some real life examples
Mhm.
of this kind of success.
Well, when we say local initiatives, global impact, what we're talking really is about the Sustainable Development Goals. There is actually, in the early years of the Sustainable Development Goals, when it was launched in 2015, it was seen and it's rightly seen as actually measures that were written for governments, by governments. So in other words, when you look at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, they were written as a way for governments to actually measure themselves.
Mhm.
And collectively, it will actually help put us on a more sustainable path. Okay, but the problem then came into being when they looked at the Sustainable Development Goal and saw that it may, in some ways, be irrelevant for certain companies. Like, say, for example, if you're talking about eradication of poverty, zero hunger, for example. So some companies might say, if you're talking about any of the public listed companies here, they're saying, how is zero hunger or eradication of poverty my concern? Because I employ people, I pay them, but I'm not going to make an impact on the larger at a national level. Well, this is where people need to understand that while the Sustainable Development Goals are, in other words, KPIs for mankind,
I like that. I'm
right.
going to write that down. KPIs for mankind.
Right.
Yeah.
So while they are what they are, and the measurements are actually meant to be taken at the national level, and then they will collate all this. They go to the United Nations annual meeting, whatsoever, and report this. Right. However, whatever I do or whatever you do, whatever any of the companies, when we say Post Malaysia or when we say MRCB, UMW, and so on and so forth, whatever initiatives they do, don't necessarily link directly to the Sustainable Development Goals.
Mhm.
And I say this simply because we must realize and we must know that there are certain KPIs that we cannot control, that we have no influence over. So if you talk about eradication of the poor, we have to do as much as we can so that whatever gets measured at the national level takes into consideration the work that we do. But to say that, it is a direct plug and play into the measurements, then that is not right. Because what I'm saying again is, and another example is that when we talk about the GDP, we work as hard as we can, we produce as much as we can, but we are not going to really plug in and see our 0.0001% contribution
Yeah.
to the GDP.
Yeah.
So that is at the really high level, macro level. So we are working actually on the micro level. So we do as much as we can. And the only reason why it's important that we measure it against the Sustainable Development Goals is simply if, say, I wanted to go to north, go up north. So Penang is the destination. Some might actually stop in Ipoh, for example, but the whole world is stretching out to go to Penang. So it's important that CSR must take into consideration the Sustainable Development Goals, simply because that is where the destination is. That's where we are all going. So by not adhering or not taking the Sustainable Development Goals into account, what might happen is that we would have a lot of wasted resources.
Right.
Right.
And perhaps at this juncture, it'd be good to address how then we can bridge these gaps. Basically, how has the adoption rate been here? And how can we bridge that gap to make it closer so that more companies, more organizations are more subscribed towards achieving that same goal, as you say, the journeys to Penang, that we're all on the same path?
Right. Okay, that I think is one of our mission, and it's a very tough one simply because a lot of times we find that companies, executives, even the board of directors, who actually have a who have a stranglehold on CSR money, CSR funds, how it's spent, and so on and so forth, they are usually very slow to actually move to make decisions. And board of directors usually sit twice a year sometimes. So the whole idea here is that
Is that a red tape there? Is that some kind of barrier?
I think, yeah, that is a barrier because simply people are comfortable doing what they know what to do best. So if they've been doing CSR for the last 10 years, I mean, well, spoil that, right? So just continue with the CSR. But the minute you bring in a subject that they are not comfortable with, and of course, when you talk about sustainability, the first thing they think is that it's going to be costly. But it doesn't have to be, simply because what you are doing is you are aligning to the Sustainable Development Goals in terms of we got to look at the broader picture in terms of what are the intentions of the Sustainable
Does it
Development
have to
Goal.
be costly always? I mean, what are the
No.
options available?
When you align CSR to SDGs, I think the only thing that needs to be changed is in terms of the area of impact. You can continue doing what you are doing, serving your populations, serving the underprivileged, or even helping with single mothers, for example. You can continue to do so, but the 17 goals will definitely touch one of the areas. And the beautiful thing about the Sustainable Development Goals is that they are written in such a way where the success of one goal affects the potential of the other goals. So they are designed in such a way where they are interlinked.
Knock-off effect
Right.
from each other.
In fact, today, if I think the best way for you to really create an impact on the Sustainable Development Goals, or even on the local front, is for your CSR to look at adopting the 6 transformation approach. So there are 6 main goals that you need to work on, and it will take care of the rest of the other goals.
So you just need to touch on 6 and not all 17.
Yeah, you don't have to touch on all 17. So you do the 6, which escapes me right now.
That
way
makes
to
things
remember.
seem a lot more achievable and easier,
Manageable.
especially for, as you mentioned, the CEOs or the
Right.
stakeholders. How do you suggest we develop or encourage this mind shift towards being more receptive and being more aware about the importance of adopting these SDGs within the
Okay,
organization?
thank you, because this is the opportunity to say my piece. Okay, because when we talk about the private sector, nothing gets done without a board approval. So I think where things need to really change is at the board level. And it's difficult for local organizations to actually talk to board of directors to convince them that, this is the way you should go. So what we've done is, what we've realized is that board of directors, CEOs, they like to listen to other counterparts in other countries. So we've also arranged a lot of benchmark visits, study trips, and of course they are structured in such a way where the takeaway is very, very strong, because we have our modules around that. So we encourage, and if we wanted, when we embark on a consulting project, for example, one of the things we try to pitch to them is actually a benchmark visit, to visit some of the best performing companies in
Hope
Asia,
that's
for
low on the
example.
carbon footprint. Just kidding.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's quite right. But yeah, so the only way to change is a top-down approach. Unfortunately, that is the only way to do it here in Malaysia, because if you're talking a bottom-up approach, it doesn't work, especially not
For
with
change, to push for complete change, you
yeah,
say it has to be
correct.
top down. Because on the ground, I must admit, there are many CSR projects that are sustainable, that are being, done by by people themselves, by SMEs. It does seem that there's a lot of activity on the ground,
Mhm.
whereas we look at big brand names to kind of spearhead
Mhm.
this journey.
Yep.
Therefore, meaning to say that although it's top down,
Mhm.
there are also many services and projects that are happening on the ground by individuals, by societies, that are also in line with the SDGs in terms to promote them. So while top to down may be a good example for big organizations, for those that are maybe have a thousand people,
Right.
employees and more, but there are many other smaller projects that are on the ground that are not accounted for, and that should be,
Yes.
perhaps those can be adopted by these bigger companies as well.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I have to really agree with you there, simply because you see, when we talk about smaller companies, they're not so much the problem these days, because they are mostly run by upstarts. They are mostly run by the younger set. So they tend to have more of a social enterprise approach to business, and they are more agile. But it's the problem is when we talk about companies with huge footprints. We're talking like companies like, say, for example, Axiata, Maybank,
It's like
CIMB.
moving a mountain.
Yeah, so they are regional,
Mhm.
and they are slower to move. And sometimes it's a lot of talk, but not really putting things into action.
Mhm.
So in this sort of organizations, leadership is extremely important.
We've come back to that keyword. In fact, to drive change, you need a leader, and of course, organizations need to lead by
Right.
example as well. Easy, not much time left on the
Right.
clock. Very interesting topic indeed. What would you like to say as your closing remarks?
Thank you very much. It's been great to be here. I think what we'd like to advocate to the private sector is that a lot of us would have already been doing CSR effectively, and that I think the jump towards sustainability, by measuring your CSR activities to the SDGs, is actually one step closer to becoming a sustainable company. So take baby steps. So I think you don't have to worry too much about cost, because it's just a matter of aligning and recalibrating some of your measurements and so on and so forth. So it's not really actually a big deal, unless you're talking about how would my company become more sustainable, and you need a sustainability blueprint and so on and so forth. That might be expensive
But then to
in the short
contact
run.
you as a consultant. But nonetheless, I think an internal list looking at where your journey is meant to be towards your goals. Are they aligned with the objectives of the organization, and looking at how you can also include sustainability as part of the work that you do internally and externally as
Right.
well. Thank you very much,
Thank you very
Izzinuddin,
much.
joining us in this conversation on local initiative and global impact, in line with the 17 SDG goals, as well as looking at how sustainability can one day become a household
Name.
term as well. That's right. It's back to you, Raj, in the studio. Thank you so much. This is the end of our panelists for today. It's been, of course, a long day for us here, but nonetheless, tomorrow is day 2 with so much more in store. Raj?
That's right. Thank you so much, Jesse. Yes, and that concludes day 1 of the Entrepreneurship and Sustainability Conference and Regen Asia 2020. As they say, all good things must come to the end. But the good news is we have another action-packed agenda tomorrow. Today, as you can see, there's quite a strong entrepreneurship feel to it. But we haven't forgotten the rest of you. Tomorrow, we'll be focusing more on the educators as well as the community at large. We have speakers once again from around the world, the United States, Canada, Australia, Thailand, and of course, right here in Malaysia. We'll be talking about fascinating topics like ancestral technologies, intergenerational justice, which is something that is very, very important. And of course, I'm liking this topic, the economic of happiness. Yep, you heard it right. Economic of happiness. We have one session there tomorrow as well from Australia. But not forgetting the various workshops. We're going to talk about circular economy, sustainability reporting. And you had a teaser of BK Nair earlier about branding. She has a special workshop session for women in lead. So for those of you out there who are looking in terms of a bit about branding, well, that's something worth checking out as well. Well, with that, I'll bid you a fond farewell on behalf of Jesse Chahal. My name is Raj Arya. We'll see you same place, same time tomorrow. Take care and have a great evening.